Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている俺死に様か
Chapter 1, Return. The sun hung low in the sky, casting warm hues of orange and pink across the horizon as Naruko Uzumaki made her way along the familiar dirt path leading back to Konoha. The village hidden in the leaves had been her home for as long as she could remember, but today, it felt like she was approaching it for the first time. 2 years had passed since she left with Jiraiya for intensive training. Back then, she had been Naruto Uzumaki, a rambunctious boy with dreams of becoming Hokage. But a failed experiment with a transformation jutsu had altered her body permanently. Now, she returned not as Naruto, but as Naruko, a young woman grappling with newfound complexities in her identity. She adjusted the headband on her forehead, the metal plate gleaming with the symbol of Konoha. The weight of her backpack pressed against her shoulders, but it was the weight of uncertainty that truly burdened her. How would her friends react? Would they accept her as she was now? Lost in thought, Naruko nearly missed the rustling in the bushes nearby. Her instincts kicked in, honed by years of training. She paused, one hand subtly moving toward the kunai pouch at her waist. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice steady but edged with caution. From the shadows emerged Shino Aburame, his high-collared jacket and dark glasses, making him almost blend into the surroundings. His ever-present swarm of insects buzzed faintly around him. "Naruto?" he questioned, tilting his head slightly. "Is that you?" Naruko sighed in relief, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "Shino. It's been a while." He stepped closer, examining her with a discerning gaze. "You've changed." She chuckled nervously, scratching the back of her head, a habit she hadn't shaken. "Yeah, you could say that. It's a long story." Shino nodded thoughtfully. "I sensed a familiar chakra signature, but couldn't be certain." "Your transformation is significant." "Tell me about it," she replied, rolling her eyes. "I've had to get used to a lot of things." An awkward silence settled between them. Shino was never one for unnecessary words, and Naruko appreciated that about him. Still, she felt the need to fill the void. "So, what brings you out here?" she asked. "I was monitoring some unusual insect activity in the area," he explained. "But it appears the source was linked to your return." She raised an eyebrow. "My return caused bugs to act weird?" He adjusted his glasses. "Your chakra has always been unique. The insects respond to strong energies in their environment." Naruko considered this. "I guess I still have a lot to learn about myself." "Perhaps," Shino agreed. "But self-discovery is a lifelong journey." They began walking together toward the village gates. The conversation flowed more easily now, touching on their past missions, mutual friends, and the changes that had occurred in Konoha during her absence. As they approached the massive wooden gates adorned with the Konoha symbol, 2 guards straightened up at their arrival. "Is that Naruto?" one of them whispered to the other. Naruko took a deep breath. "Time to face the music," she muttered. Entering the village, she was greeted by a mix of curious glances and startled double takes. Whispers followed her path, but no one approached. She felt exposed, like an insect under a magnifying glass, a comparison that wasn't lost on her, given her company. "Do you wish to see the Hokage first?" Shino inquired. She nodded. "Yeah, I should report in. Plus, Grandma Tsunade might want to hear about my training." They made their way to the Hokage Tower, the tallest building in the village, its red roof a beacon against the skyline. As they climbed the stairs, Naruko's nerves began to fray. "What if she's angry?" she blurted out. Shino glanced at her. "Why would she be angry?" "I mean, I left as a guy and came back, like this," she gestured to herself. "Your abilities and dedication haven't changed," he reassured her. That's what truly matters. Before she could respond, they reached the doors to Tsunade's office. Shino stepped back. I'll wait here. She smiled gratefully. Thanks, Shino. Taking a deep breath, Naruko knocked. Enter, came Tsunade's authoritative voice. Pushing the door open, Naruko stepped inside. The office was cluttered with scrolls and paperwork. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her blonde hair pulled into two low ponytails, a stern expression on her face. At first, she didn't look up. What is it? Hey, Grandma Tsunade, Naruko ventured. Tsunade's head snapped up, eyes widening. Naruto? Is that you? Naruko winced. It's Naruko now. Tsunade stood, circling the desk, to approach her. She examined Naruko closely, concern etching her features. What happened? It's kind of a long story, Naruko began. But the short version is, I was practicing a new jutsu, and it backfired. Permanently. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. I leave you alone with Jiraiya for 2 years, and this happens. Hey, it's not his fault. Naruko protested. Well, not entirely. The Hokage shook her head. We'll need to run some tests, make sure there are no lingering side effects. Naruko groaned. More tests? I've had enough needles to last a lifetime. Don't be dramatic, Tsunade retorted, though a hint of a smile played on her lips. Despite the change, it's good to have you back. Thanks, Naruko said softly. It's good to be back. A comfortable silence settled between them before Tsunade returned to her desk. Now, about your training. Did Jiraiya at least teach you anything useful? Naruko grinned, her eyes lighting up. You bet. I've mastered some new techniques and even improved my Rasengan. That's what I like to hear, Tsunade replied. We'll schedule a debrief later. For now, get settled in. I'm sure your friends will be eager to see you. As Naruko left the office, she found Shino waiting patiently in the hallway. How did it go? He asked. Better than expected, she admitted. She's taking it well. Good, he responded. Would you like to visit the training grounds? I believe some of our peers are there. Sure, Naruko agreed. Lead the way. They walked through the village streets, the afternoon bustle in full swing. Vendors called out their wares, children chased each other, and the aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air. As they neared the training grounds, a familiar lazy drawl reached their ears. Troublesome as always, Shikamaru Nara muttered, lying on the grass with his hands behind his head, gazing up at the clouds. Shikamaru. Naruko called out, a genuine smile spreading across her face. He turned his head slightly, his expression shifting from boredom to surprise. Naruto? Naruko, she corrected, stopping a few feet away. He sat up, studying her with keen eyes. Well, this is unexpected. She laughed nervously. You can say that again. Shikamaru stood up, stuffing his hands into his pockets. So, what's the story? Before she could answer, a loud voice interrupted. Naruto's back? Kiba Inuzuka appeared, Akamaru trotting beside him. Wait, who's this? Naruko sighed. It's me, Kiba. Long story short, I'm Naruko now. Kiba's eyes widened. Whoa. That's wild. Akamaru barked in agreement. Tell me about it, she replied. Hinata Hyuga approached shyly, her pale eyes reflecting concern. Naruto, KO? Hey, Hinata, Naruko greeted warmly. Hinata blushed lightly. It's good to see you. As more of her friends gathered, Naruko found herself inundated with questions. She did her best to explain the situation without going into too much detail. Throughout the exchanges, she noticed Shikamaru watching her thoughtfully, a hint of something unreadable in his gaze. Shino stood nearby, his presence a steady anchor in the whirlwind of reactions. Eventually, the group began to disperse, each heading off to their own duties. Naruko found herself alone with Shikamaru and Shino. So, Shikamaru began, "How are you really holding up?" She shrugged. "It's been an adjustment. But I'm managing." He nodded. "If anyone can handle it, it's you." "Thanks, I think," she replied with a smirk. Shino cleared his throat. "We should ensure that you have accommodations. Your old apartment may not be suitable." Naruko blinked. "I hadn't thought about that." Already planning ahead, Shikamaru remarked. "Shino's got a point. Guess I'll have to find a new place," she mused. "You can stay with me temporarily," Shino offered. "I have extra space." Surprised, Naruko looked at him. "Really?" "I wouldn't want to impose." "It's no imposition," he assured her. "Besides, it would be practical until you find a permanent residence." She considered his offer. "Well, if you're sure." "Positive," he affirmed. "All right then, thanks, Shino." "Always so accommodating," Shikamaru commented, a subtle edge to his tone. Shino adjusted his glasses. "We are friends. It's natural to help." "Right," Naruko interjected, sensing a slight tension. "I appreciate both of you being here for me." Shikamaru sighed, his gaze drifting back to the sky. "It's what friends do." An awkward silence settled among them. Breaking it, Naruko stretched her arms above her head. "Well, I think I could use some ramen. Care to join me?" Shikamaru shrugged. "I could eat." Shino nodded in agreement. "That would be acceptable." They made their way to Ichiraka Ramen, the familiar stand bringing back a flood of memories. As they settled onto the stools, Tucci greeted them warmly. "Naruto." "Wait, is that you?" he exclaimed. Naruko grinned. "In the flesh. Make that 3 miso ramen, extra pork." He chuckled. "Coming right up." As they waited for their orders, the trio fell into easy conversation. "So, any big changes around here I should know about?" Naruko asked, between sips of water. Shikamaru leaned on the counter. "Same old, mostly. Missions, training, the occasional crisis. We did have that incident with the rogue ninja last month," Shino added. "Oh? Tell me more." They recounted recent events, and Naruko listened intently, glad to be back among her friends. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, not just with herself, but between Shino and Shikamaru. Their interaction seemed tinged with an undercurrent she couldn't quite identify. Maybe it was just her imagination, or perhaps her own insecurities projecting onto them. The ramen arrived, steaming and fragrant. Naruko dug in with enthusiasm, savoring each bite. "Some things never change," Tucci remarked with a smile. "You know it." Naruko replied cheerfully. As they finished their meal, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the village streets. "I should get settled," Naruko said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "Lead the way, Shino." He stood up. "Of course." Shikamaru hesitated. "I can help if you need anything." She smiled at him. "Thanks, Shikamaru. Maybe tomorrow we can catch up more?" He nodded slowly. "Yeah, that sounds good." As Naruko and Shino walked away, she glanced back to see Shikamaru still standing by the ramen stand, hands in his pockets, gaze distant. "Is everything okay between you two?" she asked Shino. He was silent for a moment before responding. "I believe so." "Why do you ask?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I just got a weird vibe." "Perhaps he's processing your return," Shino suggested. "Maybe," she agreed, though she wasn't entirely convinced. They arrived at Shino's residence, a modest house nestled among tall trees on the outskirts of the village. "Welcome," he said, opening the door. Inside, the space was neat and minimalistic. The air was cool, and the soft hum of insects could be heard. "I prepared the guest room for you," Shino informed her. Thanks again, Naruko said sincerely. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. It's no trouble, he replied. Make yourself at home. She set her backpack down in the guest room, taking a moment to look around. The room was simple but comfortable, a bed, a desk, and a window overlooking a small garden. After freshening up, she joined Shino in the living area. Tea, he offered, holding up a teapot. Sure, she accepted, sitting across from him at the low table. They sipped in companionable silence for a while. Can I ask you something? Naruko ventured. Of course. How do you really feel about all of this? She gestured vaguely. He considered her question. Change is a natural part of life. While your transformation is significant, you are still the person I knew. She smiled softly. That's reassuring. I've always valued your friendship, he continued. That hasn't changed. Same here, she replied. Another pause settled between them, but it was comfortable. You know, she began hesitantly, I was worried that people might treat me differently. Some may, he acknowledged. But those who matter will accept you. Wise words, she mused. They continued talking late into the evening, discussing everything from their training experiences to their hopes for the future. Naruko felt a sense of peace she hadn't anticipated. Shino's steady presence was calming, and she found herself appreciating his quiet wisdom more than ever. Eventually, fatigue began to set in. I should probably get some sleep, she said, stifling a yawn. Of course, he agreed. Rest well. Good night, Shino. Good night, Naruko. She retreated to her room, slipping under the covers. As she stared at the ceiling, her thoughts drifted to the day's events. Despite her initial anxieties, returning to Konoha felt right. There were challenges ahead, no doubt, but she wasn't alone. Her last thoughts before sleep claimed her were of Shikamaru's unreadable gaze and Shino's steady companionship. The next morning, Naruko awoke to the soft glow of dawn filtering through the window. She stretched, feeling refreshed. The aroma of something delicious wafted into the room, piquing her curiosity. She found Shino in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Morning, she greeted. Good morning, he replied without turning. I hope you like omelets. Love them, she said enthusiastically. They sat down to eat, and Naruko couldn't help but feel a warmth spreading in her chest. This simple domesticity was new to her, and she found she rather liked it. Do you have any plans today? Shino asked. Well, I should probably start looking for a place to stay, she said between bites. And I wanted to catch up with Shikamaru. He nodded. I have a mission briefing this afternoon, but I can assist you this morning if you'd like. That'd be great, she agreed. After breakfast, they headed out into the village. The streets were bustling, but Naruko noticed fewer stairs today. Word must have spread about her return. They visited several housing offices, but suitable options were scarce. Seems like everything's either too expensive or too small, she lamented. Patience, Shino advised. The right place will present itself. She sighed. I hope so. As they walked past the training grounds, they spotted Shikamaru sitting under a tree, watching the clouds. Hey! Naruko called out, waving. He glanced over, a hint of a smile on his lips. Morning. Mind if we join you? She asked. Suit yourself, he replied. They sat down on either side of him, the three of them gazing up at the sky. Beautiful day, Naruko commented. Indeed, Shino agreed. Guess so, Shikamaru added. She glanced at him. You seem off. Everything okay? He was silent for a moment before replying. Just thinking. About, she prompted. He sighed. Change. How troublesome it can be. She nudged him playfully. Hey, change can be good. Sometimes, he conceded. They lapsed into silence again, but Naruko felt a tension simmering beneath the surface. Look, she began, if there's something bothering you, you can tell me. Shikamaru turned his head to look at her, his dark eyes searching hers. It's nothing serious. Just adjusting. She smiled gently. We all are. He held her gaze for a moment before looking away. Yeah. Shino observed the exchange quietly, his expression unreadable. Naruko decided to lighten the mood. How about we grab lunch? My treat. Can't say no to free food, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Very well, Shino agreed. They made their way to a nearby eatery, settling into a booth. As they ate, conversation flowed more freely. They reminisced about past missions, shared funny anecdotes, and for a while, it felt like old times. But beneath the laughter, Naruko sensed that both Shikamaru and Shino were holding something back. She wondered if it was her transformation that had stirred something deeper in their friendship. After lunch, Shino excused himself for his mission briefing. Thank you for your help today, Naruko said to him. Anytime, he replied. I'll see you both later. As he departed, Naruko turned to Shikamaru. Want to take a walk? He shrugged. Sure. They strolled through the village, the afternoon sun casting long shadows. Can I ask you something? She ventured. He glanced at her. Go ahead. Are we okay? He raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't we be? She fiddled with the hem of her jacket. I don't know. I just feel like there's something you're not telling me. He sighed, stopping to lean against a railing overlooking a small stream. It's not that simple, he said quietly. She joined him, resting her elbows on the railing. I'm listening. He was silent for a long moment before speaking. When you left, things were different. Now you're back, and everything's changed. She nodded. I get that. But change isn't always bad. He looked at her, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. No, but it's complicated. Then let's uncomplicate it, she suggested. Talk to me. He took a deep breath. I've always valued our friendship, Naruko. And seeing you now, it stirred up things I wasn't expecting. Her heart skipped a beat. What kind of things? He ran a hand through his hair. Feelings, I guess. It's troublesome. She felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Oh. Look, I didn't mean to make things awkward, he said hastily. No, it's okay, she assured him. Honestly, I've been feeling a bit confused myself. He met her gaze. You have? She nodded. Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was just me. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Guess we're both clueless. She laughed softly. Seems that way. They stood there for a while, the sounds of the village fading into the background. So, what do we do now? She asked. He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe we just take it one step at a time. I'd like that, she agreed. He offered her a genuine smile. Me too. As the afternoon gave way to evening, they parted ways, with a promise to meet again soon. Naruko returned to Shino's house, her mind awhirl with thoughts and emotions. She found him in the garden, tending to a collection of rare plants. Welcome back, he greeted. Hey, she replied, joining him. How was your briefing? Informative, he said. We have a mission tomorrow. Oh, she said, feeling a pang of disappointment. Be careful out there. I always am, he assured her. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, the sounds of nature enveloping them. Shino, she began hesitantly, can I ask you something? Certainly. Do you think it's possible for things to change between friends without ruining the friendship? He considered her question. Change is inevitable. It's how we respond to it that matters. She sighed. That's very you. He glanced at her. Is something troubling you? Just trying to make sense of things, she admitted. He nodded thoughtfully. If you ever wish to talk, I'm here. Thank you, she said sincerely. As night fell, Naruko felt a sense of contentment mixed with uncertainty. Her relationships with Shikamaru and Shino were evolving, and she wasn't sure where it would lead. But for the first time in a long while, she felt hopeful. Retiring to her room, she gazed out the window at the stars twinkling above. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she knew she wouldn't face them alone. And with that comforting thought, she drifted off to sleep, ready to embrace whatever the next day would bring. Chapter 2, Reunion with Friends. The morning sun peeked over the rooftops of Konoha, casting a golden glow that promised a pleasant day ahead. Naruko stretched lazily in her bed, momentarily disoriented by her surroundings. The soft chirping of birds outside reminded her that she was back in the village, staying at Shino's house until she found a place of her own. She sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Memories of the previous day flooded back, her return, the mixed reactions of her friends, and the complicated feelings stirred by her interactions with Shikamaru and Shino. A small smile tugged at her lips as she recalled their support and the warmth of their friendship. After getting dressed in her usual orange attire, now modified to suit her new form, she made her way to the kitchen. Shino was already there, methodically preparing breakfast. "Good morning," she greeted cheerfully. "Good morning, Naruko," he replied, not missing a beat as he sliced vegetables with precision. "I trust you slept well?" "Like a log," she confirmed, taking a seat at the table. "You always wake up this early?" "It's a habit," he said simply. "There is much to be done each day." She watched him work for a moment. "Need any help?" He glanced at her. "If you could set the table, that would be appreciated." "On it." Naruko jumped up, eager to contribute. As she moved about the kitchen, she couldn't help but feel a sense of normalcy settling in, a stark contrast to the uncertainties that had plagued her since her transformation. They sat down to a simple yet satisfying meal. The conversation was minimal but comfortable, each enjoying the companionable silence. "Do you have any missions today?" she asked between bites. "Not today," Shino replied. "I have some clan duties to attend to, but they won't occupy the entire day." "Clan duties, huh?" Naruko mused. "Must be interesting." "It has its moments," he acknowledged. "What about you? Any plans?" She leaned back in her chair, thinking. "Well, I should probably check in with Tsunade again. Maybe see about getting back on the mission roster. And I want to catch up with more of our friends." Shino nodded. "A reasonable plan." She grinned. "Maybe we can meet up later?" "That would be acceptable," he agreed. After breakfast, they parted ways, Shino heading toward the Aburame clan compound, and Naruko making her way to the Hokage Tower. The village was already bustling with activity. Vendors set up their stalls, children laughed and played in the streets, and shinobi moved with purpose toward their assignments. Naruko felt a surge of affection for Konoha. No matter how much things changed, the heartbeat of the village remained the same. As she approached the tower, she spotted Sakura Haruno exiting the building, a stack of files in her arms. "Sakura!" Naruko called out, waving enthusiastically. Sakura looked up, surprise flashing across her features, before breaking into a warm smile. "Naruko! I heard you were back." They met halfway, Sakura setting down her files to embrace her friend. "It's so good to see you," Sakura said sincerely. "How have you been?" "Better now that I'm home," Naruko admitted. "There's so much to catch up on." "Tell me about it," Sakura agreed. "Are you heading to see Lady Tsunade?" "Yeah, I need to discuss getting back into active duty." Sakura picked up her files. "I was just dropping these off. Mind if I join you?" "Not at all." They entered the Hokage Tower together, making their way up the familiar stairs. "So," Sakura began cautiously, "how are you adjusting?" Naruko appreciated her friend's tact. "It's been interesting. But everyone has been really supportive." "I'm glad to hear that," Sakura said, relief evident in her tone. "If you ever want to talk, I'm here." Thanks, Sakura. That means a lot. They reached Tsunade's office, knocking before entering. Come in, Tsunade's voice called from within. They stepped inside to find the Hokage buried in paperwork, Shizen standing nearby with an exasperated expression. Ah, Naruko, Tsunade acknowledged, setting aside a scroll. I was expecting you. Good morning, Grandma Tsunade, Naruko greeted cheekily. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. What have I said about calling me that? Naruko grinned unabashedly. Can't help it. So, I wanted to talk about getting back on missions. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. Eager to jump right in, I see. You know me, Naruko said with a shrug. Very well, Tsunade said thoughtfully. I have a few assignments that could use your skills. But first, I want you to undergo a medical evaluation, standard procedure after long-term training. Naruko groaned playfully. More tests? Sakura interjected. I'll handle them. It won't take long. Naruko perked up. Well, if Sakura's doing it, I guess it's not so bad. Excellent, Tsunade concluded. Once that's done, we'll discuss your mission assignments. They left the office, Sakura leading Naruko to the medical wing. As they walked, Sakura glanced at her. So, how have things been with everyone else? Have you seen Sasuke yet? Naruko's expression dimmed slightly. No, not yet. Is he? He's been keeping to himself, Sakura admitted. But I think he'd be glad to see you. I'll track him down later, Naruko decided. They reached an examination room, and Sakura began the routine checks, blood pressure, chakra levels, reflexes. Everything looks good, Sakura noted, jotting down notes. Your chakra control has improved significantly. Jiraiya was a slave driver, Naruko joked. But I guess it paid off. Sakura smiled. I'm glad. You've come a long way. There was a moment of comfortable silence before Naruko spoke again. Can I ask you something? Of course, Sakura replied, setting down her clipboard. Do you think people see me differently now? Sakura considered her words carefully. Some might. Change can be hard for people to accept. But those who truly care about you will see you for who you are. Naruko nodded slowly. That's what Shino said. Smart guy, Sakura remarked. Have you spent much time with him since you got back? Actually, I'm staying at his place until I find somewhere permanent, Naruko revealed. Sakura raised an eyebrow, a sly smile forming. Oh? It's not like that, Naruko said quickly, feeling a blush creep up her cheeks. He's just helping me out. Sakura teased lightly. And what about Shikamaru? Naruko tilted her head. What about him? Sakura gave her a knowing look. Come on, Naruko. I'm not blind. There's something going on there. Naruko sighed, debating how much to share. I don't know. Things feel different with both of them. Different how? Sakura prompted gently. Well, Shikamaru told me he's been feeling things he didn't expect, Naruko admitted. And with Shino, I just feel so comfortable. Like I can be myself. Sakura smiled softly. Sounds like you've got quite the dilemma. Tell me about it, Naruko groaned. I don't want to mess up our friendships. Have you considered talking to them about it? I have, Naruko said. But I'm not sure how to approach it. Sakura placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Trust your instincts. They're your friends, they'll understand. Thanks, Sakura, Naruko said appreciatively. You're a good friend. Anytime, Sakura replied. Now, let's get these results to Lady Tsunade. They returned to the Hokage's office, where Tsunade reviewed the medical report. Everything seems in order, she concluded. You're cleared for missions. Naruko pumped her fist in the air. Yes. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. I'll assign you to a team for a mission tomorrow. Be at the briefing room at 0800 hours. I'll be there, Naruko promised. As she left the tower, Naruko felt a surge of excitement. It felt good to be getting back into the swing of things. She decided to seek out Sasuke next. If anyone would be hard to track down, it was him. She headed toward the Uchiha compound, the streets becoming quieter as she approached the secluded area. The compound was still largely empty, a somber reminder of Sasuke's past. As she neared his residence, she spotted him training in the courtyard, his movements precise and controlled. "Hey, Sasuke!" Naruko called out, waving. He paused mid-move, turning to face her. His expression remained stoic, but his eyes held a flicker of surprise. "Naruto," he said evenly. "Naruko," she corrected, approaching him. "Long time no see." He studied her silently for a moment before nodding. "I heard you were back." "Yeah," she said, suddenly feeling self-conscious under his gaze. "Figured I'd come say hi." He grunted, sheathing his kunai. "Still the conversationalist, I see," Naruko teased lightly. He crossed his arms. "You've changed." She shrugged. "Happens when you spend 2 years training." "That's not what I meant," he said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I know," she admitted. "It's a long story." He seemed to consider her words. "You seem different. Is that a bad thing?" He shook his head. "Not necessarily." They stood in silence for a moment before Naruko spoke again. "How have you been?" "Fine," he replied curtly. "Right," she said, resisting the urge to sigh. "Well, I just wanted to check in. Maybe we can train together sometime." He raised an eyebrow. "You think you can keep up?" She grinned mischievously. "Only one way to find out." A faint smirk appeared on his lips. "Very well." "Great. How about tomorrow afternoon?" He nodded. "I'll be here." "See you then," she said, turning to leave. "Don't go easy on me." "I wouldn't dream of it," he retorted. As she walked away, Naruko felt a sense of accomplishment. While Sasuke was as enigmatic as ever, at least the lines of communication were open. Her next stop was the Nara household. She hoped to catch Shikamaru before he got too engrossed in his own affairs. The Nara residence was nestled near the expansive deer-filled forests that their clan tended. The tranquility of the area always put Naruko at ease. She found Shikamaru lounging on the porch, a shogi board set up beside him. "Hey, Shikamaru," she called out. He opened one eye lazily. "Naruko. You're energetic as ever." "Can't help it," she said, plopping down next to him. "What are you up to?" He gestured to the shogi board. "Just thinking." "Mind if I join?" He shrugged. "If you want." They began to play, the clacking of the pieces the only sound for a while. "So, I got cleared for missions," Naruko mentioned casually. "That was fast," he remarked. "Perks of being me," she said with a wink. He moved a piece thoughtfully. "I heard there's a team being assembled for a mission tomorrow." "Yeah, I'm supposed to be at the briefing in the morning." He looked up at her. "Guess we'll be working together." Her eyes widened. "You're on the team?" "Seems that way," he confirmed. "That's great," she exclaimed. "Any idea who else is on it?" "Not yet," he said. "Probably a small group." She contemplated her next move. "I sparred with Sasuke earlier." "Well, sort of." "How'd that go?" "About as well as you'd expect," she said with a chuckle. "He's still Sasuke. Troublesome," Shikamaru commented. They continued the game in silence until Shikamaru claimed victory. "You're getting better," he acknowledged. "Still not good enough to beat you," she said, feigning disappointment. He smirked. "Few are." She rolled her eyes playfully. "So modest." He leaned back, gazing up at the clouds. "You seem happier today." She smiled softly. "I guess I am." Feels like things are falling into place. That's good, he said quietly. She studied his profile, the way his dark hair framed his face, the contemplative expression he often wore. Shikamaru, she began hesitantly, about what we talked about yesterday. He glanced at her. Yeah? I've been thinking, she continued. Maybe we should just see where things go. He raised an eyebrow. You mean not overcomplicate it? Exactly, she agreed. No pressure. He considered her words. I can live with that. She grinned. Great. So, friends with potential? He chuckled lightly. You're impossible. But you wouldn't have me any other way, she quipped. Debatable, he teased. They shared a comfortable laugh, the tension from before dissipating. As the afternoon wore on, Naruko realized she should head back to Shino's to prepare for the mission. I should get going, she said, standing up. See you tomorrow? He nodded. Don't be late. Me? Late? Never, she declared dramatically. He gave her a knowing look. Right. She waved as she walked away. Bye, Shikamaru. He watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Returning to Shino's house, Naruko found him organizing gear in the living room. Hey, Shino, she greeted. Welcome back, he said without looking up. How was your day? Productive, she replied, setting her bag down. Turns out I'll be on a mission tomorrow, with you and Shikamaru, I think. He paused, meeting her gaze. Interesting. Looks like teammate reunion, she joked. Indeed, he agreed. I prepared some supplies. Always prepared, she noted appreciatively. Need any help? I'm nearly finished, he said. But thank you. She sat down on the couch. I'm excited to get back out there. It's been some time since we've worked together, Shino remarked. But I believe our teamwork will be effective. No doubt, she affirmed. They spent the evening reviewing mission protocols and discussing strategies. Naruko was impressed by Shino's thoroughness and attention to detail. As the night grew late, she stifled a yawn. Time for me to hit the sack, she announced. Rest well, Shino said. We'll need to be at our best tomorrow. Good night, she said, heading to her room. Lying in bed, Naruko reflected on the day's events. Her relationships with Shikamaru and Shino were evolving, each in their own way. She felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension about the mission, eager to prove herself, but aware of the complexities that might arise. The next morning, she woke before dawn, energized and ready. She donned her gear, double-checking her supplies. In the kitchen, Shino was already preparing a quick breakfast. Morning, she greeted. Good morning, he replied. I trust you're prepared? All set, she confirmed. They ate swiftly, before heading to the designated briefing room. Upon arrival, they found Shikamaru waiting, leaning against the wall with his usual relaxed demeanor. You're early, Naruko observed. Didn't want to be outdone, he retorted. Soon, Tsunade entered the room, accompanied by Kurina Yuhi, who would be overseeing the mission. Good, everyone's here, Tsunade began. This mission is a B-rank assignment. A group of rogue ninja has been spotted near the border, and we need to investigate and neutralize any threats. Kurenai stepped forward. Given your unique skill sets and history of effective teamwork, we've assigned you 3 to this mission. Naruko exchanged a glance with Shikamaru and Shino. It felt right to be part of a team again. Any questions? Tsunade asked. No, ma'am, they replied in unison. Very well, Kurenai said. You depart in 1 hour. Dismissed. As they left the briefing room, Naruko felt a surge of anticipation. Guess we're back in action, she said. Seems that way, Shikamaru agreed. Shino adjusted his glasses. We should review our strategy. They found a quiet spot to discuss their approach, each contributing ideas and considering potential scenarios. I'll handle reconnaissance with my insects, Shino proposed. I can set up traps and monitor enemy movements, Shikamaru added. And I'll be the front line, Naruko declared confidently. Let's ensure we coordinate effectively, Shino cautioned. Agreed, Shikamaru said. Communication is key. They finalized their plan and made any last-minute preparations. As they set out from the village gates, Naruko couldn't help but feel a sense of unity. Despite the changes and uncertainties, they were a team. The journey to the border was uneventful, giving them time to observe the landscape and remain vigilant. As dusk approached, they decided to set up camp for the night. I'll take first watch, Shino offered. I'll take second, Shikamaru said. Guess that leaves me with third, Naruko concluded. They settled in, the campfire casting flickering shadows. Shikamaru, Naruko said quietly as they sat by the fire, remember when we used to do this during training? He nodded. Feels like ages ago. She smiled. Some things never change. True, he agreed, gazing into the flames. Shino returned from a perimeter check. All clear. Thanks, Shino, Naruko said. They sat together, the silence comfortable. Can I ask you both something? Naruko ventured. They looked at her expectantly. Do you ever think about the future? Where we'll be in a few years? Shikamaru shrugged. I try not to think too far ahead. Too troublesome. Shino considered her question. I believe in focusing on the present to shape the future. She nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. What about you? Shikamaru inquired. I don't know, she admitted. I used to have a clear idea, but now, things are different. Different doesn't mean worse, Shino pointed out. Yeah, she agreed softly. Just means new possibilities. They sat in quiet contemplation until it was time for Shino's watch. I'll take over, he said, standing up. Wake me when it's my turn, Shikamaru said, stretching out on his sleeping mat. Good night, Naruko said, settling into her own spot. As she drifted off to sleep, she felt a sense of peace. Whatever challenges lay ahead, on the mission or in her personal life, she knew they would face them together. The following day, they continued toward their destination, alert for any signs of the rogue ninja. By midday, Shino's insects detected unusual activity ahead. There's movement approximately 1 kilometer north, he reported. Could be them, Shikamaru surmised. Let's proceed with caution, Naruko suggested. They approached stealthily, taking advantage of the terrain for cover. From their vantage point, they observed a group of 4 ninja gathered near a makeshift camp. What's the plan? Naruko whispered. Shikamaru surveyed the area. We need to gather more information. Shino, can your insects get closer without being detected? Yes, Shino confirmed, dispatching a small swarm. They waited as Shino relayed the information. They're discussing plans to raid a nearby village, he reported. They aim to steal supplies and cause disruption. Not on our watch, Naruko declared. Agreed, Shikamaru said. We should intercept them before they move out. They devised a strategy. Shikamaru would use his shadow possession jutsu to immobilize as many as possible, Shino would disrupt them with his insects, and Naruko would engage directly. The execution was swift and precise. Shikamaru's shadow snaked out, capturing 2 of the rogues. Got them, he confirmed. Shino's insects swarmed another, causing confusion and panic. Naruko confronted the 4th, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Who are you? The rogue snarled. Your worst nightmare, she retorted, dodging his attack and countering with a well-placed strike. Within minutes, they had subdued all 4. Well done, Shikamaru praised as they secured the captives. Teamwork makes the dream work, Naruko quipped. Shino signaled for backup to retrieve the prisoners. As they awaited reinforcements, they took a moment to rest. That went smoothly, Naruko remarked. Almost too smoothly, Shikamaru said cautiously. As if on cue, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Stay alert, Shino warned. From the shadows, additional rogue ninja appeared, their expressions fierce. An ambush, Shikamaru muttered. We should have anticipated this. Naruko stood, fists clenched. No problem. We can handle them. The battle that ensued was more intense. The new adversaries were skilled, forcing the team to adapt quickly. Shikamaru, cover me. Naruko shouted as she formed hand seals. Got it, he responded, using his shadows to restrain as many foes as possible. Shino, disrupt their formation, she called out. Understood, he replied, directing his insects to create confusion. Naruko summoned her Rasengan, targeting the leader of the group. Take this, she yelled, charging forward. The leader attempted to dodge, but was caught off guard by Shikamaru's shadow, allowing Naruko's attack to connect. With their leader defeated, the remaining rogues retreated. Should we pursue? Shino asked. Shikamaru shook his head. Our priority is securing the area and ensuring the captives are handed over. Reinforcements arrived shortly after, taking the prisoners into custody. Excellent work, the lead reinforcement commended them. We'll take it from here. As the team began their journey back to Konoha, they reflected on the mission. That was intense, Naruko admitted. But successful, Shino noted. Thanks to quick thinking and coordination, Shikamaru added. They shared a satisfied silence, the camaraderie between them stronger than ever. Upon returning to the village, they reported to Tsunade, who praised their efforts. You've proven yourselves once again, she said. Get some rest, you've earned it. As they left the Hokage Tower, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. Anyone up for dinner? Naruko suggested. Sure, Shikamaru agreed. I can join, Shino consented. They headed to a favorite spot, settling into a corner booth. Over the meal, the conversation flowed easily, laughter punctuating their stories. At one point, Naruko felt a surge of contentment wash over her. I'm really glad to have you guys, she said sincerely. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Getting sentimental on us? She stuck out her tongue. Maybe a little. Shino adjusted his glasses. We value your friendship as well. She smiled warmly. Here's to many more missions together. They clinked their glasses in a silent toast. As the night drew to a close, they parted ways outside the restaurant. See you tomorrow? Naruko asked. Definitely, Shikamaru confirmed. Good night, Shino said. Good night, she replied, watching them head off in different directions. Walking back to Shino's house, Naruko pondered the day's events. The mission had reaffirmed their effectiveness as a team, and she felt closer to both Shikamaru and Shino. Entering the quiet house, she prepared for bed, her mind abuzz with thoughts. Settling under the covers, she whispered into the darkness, maybe things are changing, but I think it's going to be okay. With that, she closed her eyes, embracing the possibilities that tomorrow would bring. Chapter 3, Unveiling Emotions. The morning air was crisp and filled with the scent of blooming flowers as Naruko stepped out of Shino's house. She took a deep breath, savoring the freshness of the new day. Birds chirped merrily in the trees, and the village of Konoha was already alive with activity. Children laughed as they chased each other through the streets, and shopkeepers opened their stalls, arranging their goods with practiced efficiency. Naruko adjusted her headband, feeling the cool metal against her forehead. Today was a day off from missions, and she intended to make the most of it. She had plans to meet with Hinata and Sakura for lunch, but first, she wanted to stop by the training grounds. The recent mission had reminded her how much she enjoyed working with her team, but it had also stirred something else, feelings she couldn't quite define. As she walked through the village, she couldn't help but notice the subtle changes since her return. People greeted her warmly, and the initial curiosity about her transformation had given way to acceptance. It felt good to be back, and even better to feel like she belonged. Reaching the training grounds, she was surprised to find Shikamaru already there. He stood beneath a large oak tree, gazing up at the clouds with a contemplative expression. His hands were tucked casually into his pockets, and a gentle breeze rustled his dark hair. "Shikamaru," Naruko called out, waving as she approached. He turned his head slightly, offering a lazy smile. "Morning, Naruko. You're up early." She grinned. "I could say the same about you. Cloud watching before noon? That's ambitious." He chuckled softly. "Troublesome as it is, I couldn't sleep." "Something on your mind?" she asked, coming to stand beside him. He hesitated for a moment before replying. "Just thinking about the future." She looked up at the sky, watching the fluffy clouds drift by. "Funny, I was doing the same thing." They stood in comfortable silence for a while, the sounds of the village fading into the background. Naruko stole a glance at Shikamaru out of the corner of her eye. There was a subtle tension in his posture, a hint of unease that was unusual for him. "Hey," she said gently, "you know you can talk to me, right?" He sighed, his gaze still fixed on the sky. "I know." "Is it about the mission?" she prompted. "Because I thought we did pretty well." He shook his head. "The mission was fine. It's other things." She waited patiently, sensing that he was wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, he turned to face her. "Naruko, have you ever felt like things are changing faster than you can keep up?" She smiled wryly. "Considering I woke up one day in a completely different body, I'd say yes." He gave a short laugh. "Fair point. What's really bothering you?" she pressed softly. He met her gaze, his dark eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. "Ever since you came back, I've been unsettled." "Unsettled how?" she asked, her heart beating a little faster. He rubbed the back of his neck, a rare sign of nervousness. "I value our friendship. But lately, I've been feeling something more." Her breath caught. "Shikamaru." He held up a hand. "I know this might be unexpected. And I don't want to make things awkward between us. But I can't ignore it anymore." She took a step closer. "You're not the only one," she admitted. He looked surprised. "Really?" She nodded. "I've been feeling confused too. About you and Shino." His eyebrows shot up. "Shino?" She sighed. "I know it sounds complicated. Trust me, it feels that way too." Shikamaru considered her words. "So you're saying you have feelings for both of us?" She nodded slowly, watching his reaction. He was silent for a moment before speaking. "Well, that's troublesome." She couldn't help but laugh lightly. "You're telling me." He gave her a small smile. "What do you want to do about it?" She shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. I don't want to hurt either of you. And I don't want to lose our friendship." He crossed his arms, thinking. "Maybe we should talk to Shino about this." She blinked. "You think so?" He nodded. "He's part of this, isn't he? It wouldn't be fair to leave him out." She considered his suggestion. "You're right. But how do we even bring it up?" Shikamaru smirked slightly. "Directly. Shino appreciates honesty." She smiled. "That's true." He gestured toward the path. "Why don't we go find him?" She hesitated. "Are you sure?" He shrugged. "No time like the present." "All right," she agreed, feeling a mixture of anxiety and relief. They made their way through the village, toward the Aburame clan compound. The area was quiet and shaded, the tall trees providing a cool respite from the sun. As they approached Shino's home, Naruko felt her nerves intensify. "Maybe this isn't such a good idea," she murmured. Shikamaru gave her a reassuring look. "It'll be fine." They reached the front door, and Naruko took a deep breath before knocking. After a few moments, the door opened to reveal Shino, his expression neutral as always. "Naruko, Shikamaru. This is a surprise." "Hey, Shino," Naruko said, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "Do you have a moment?" He nodded. Of course. Please, come in. They stepped inside, removing their shoes at the entrance. The interior was cool and orderly, much like Shino himself. Can I offer you something to drink? He asked politely. No, thank you, Naruko replied. We actually wanted to talk to you about something. He gestured toward the sitting area. Very well. Let's sit. They settled onto the cushions around the low table. Shino folded his hands in his lap, waiting expectantly. Naruko glanced at Shikamaru, who gave her an encouraging nod. Shino, she began, there's something we need to discuss. It's about us. He tilted his head slightly. I'm listening. She took a deep breath. Lately, I've been feeling more than friendship toward you. And toward Shikamaru. Shino's expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes. I see. She continued cautiously. I didn't want to cause any tension or hurt our friendship. But I feel like we need to address it. Shino glanced at Shikamaru. And you feel the same? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. It seems we're in a bit of a complicated situation. Shino was silent for a moment, processing their words. Finally, he spoke. I appreciate your honesty. I must admit, I've also developed feelings beyond friendship for you, Naruko. Her heart skipped a beat. You have? He nodded. Yes. However, I was uncertain how to approach the matter. Shikamaru leaned forward. So, we're all on the same page. Shino adjusted his glasses. It appears so. Naruko looked between them. What do we do now? Shino considered the question carefully. Perhaps we can find a solution that respects all of our feelings. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Shino met his gaze evenly. If you're referring to a relationship involving all three of us, then yes. Naruko felt her cheeks warm. Is that even possible? Shino nodded. While unconventional, it's not unheard of. The key is mutual respect and open communication. Shikamaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's certainly unconventional. Naruko bit her lip. But would you both be okay with that? Shino looked at her steadily. If it means we can all be together without causing harm, then yes. Shikamaru sighed. It's a lot to consider. But I can't deny how I feel. Naruko felt a surge of hope. So, we could try? Shikamaru met her eyes. I'm willing if you both are. Shino gave a slight nod. Agreed. She smiled brightly. I can't believe this. I thought it would be so much more complicated. Shikamaru smirked. Oh, it's still complicated. But maybe it's worth it. She laughed softly. Leave it to us to find the most troublesome solution. They shared a light-hearted moment, the tension easing. Shino spoke again. We should establish some guidelines to ensure everyone's comfort. Shikamaru nodded. Makes sense. Naruko agreed. All right. Communication is key, right? Exactly, Shino affirmed. We need to be honest about our feelings and any concerns that arise. Agreed, Shikamaru said. No bottling things up. Naruko felt a warmth spreading in her chest. I feel better already. Shino offered a small smile. I'm glad. They spent the next hour discussing how their new relationship would work, each contributing ideas and expressing their thoughts openly. It felt strange, but also incredibly freeing. As the conversation wound down, Naruko leaned back against the cushion. I have to say, this turned out better than I expected. Shikamaru stretched his arms above his head. Well, it's definitely not how I thought my day would go. Shino stood up. Perhaps we should commemorate this new beginning with a meal. Naruko's stomach growled in agreement. I like that idea. Shikamaru chuckled. Always thinking with your stomach. She stuck her tongue out at him playfully. Hey, a girl's gotta eat. They decided to cook together, turning the kitchen into a hub of activity. Shino prepared ingredients with his usual precision, while Naruko and Shikamaru worked together on the stove, their movements synchronized. This reminds me of that time we had to cook during that mission, Naruko remarked, stirring a pot. Shikamaru groaned. Don't remind me. We nearly burned down the campsite. Shino added spices to a bowl. Fortunately, we've improved since then. They shared a laugh, the camaraderie between them stronger than ever. As they sat down to eat, Naruko looked around the table, feeling a deep sense of contentment. This feels nice. Shikamaru raised his glass. To new beginnings. Shino joined the toast. To us. They clinked their glasses together, the moment feeling both ordinary and extraordinary. After dinner, they moved to the living room, settling comfortably as they continued to talk. The conversation flowed effortlessly, touching on everything from future missions to personal dreams. At one point, Naruko found herself stifling a yawn. Getting tired? Shikamaru asked. She nodded sheepishly. I guess the day is catching up with me. Shino stood. You're welcome to stay here tonight. She smiled appreciatively. Thanks, Shino. Shikamaru glanced at the clock. I should probably head home. Naruko looked at him hopefully. You could stay too, if you want. He hesitated. I wouldn't want to impose. Shino shook his head. It's no imposition. After a moment's thought, Shikamaru relented. All right. They prepared the guest rooms, Naruko in one and Shikamaru in another adjacent to hers. Good night, guys, Naruko said from her doorway. Good night, Shino replied. Sleep well, Shikamaru added. As Naruko settled into bed, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about their new arrangement. She wondered what challenges they might face, but was reassured by their commitment to communication. The next morning, Naruko woke to the smell of coffee and something delicious cooking. She quickly dressed and made her way to the kitchen. Shikamaru was at the table, sipping a mug of coffee, while Shino tended to the stove. Morning, she greeted, her voice cheerful. Morning, they replied in unison. Did you sleep well? Shino asked. Like a baby, she confirmed. What's for breakfast? Eggs and toast, Shino answered. Simple but satisfying. She took a seat beside Shikamaru. Sounds perfect. They enjoyed breakfast together, the atmosphere relaxed. So, any plans for today? Naruko asked, spreading jam on her toast. Shikamaru shrugged. I have some clan duties this afternoon. Shino nodded. I need to check on some things at the academy. Naruko sipped her juice. I might do some training. Maybe see if Sasuke wants to spar. Shikamaru smirked. Always pushing yourself. She grinned. Gotta stay sharp. After breakfast, they cleaned up together before going their separate ways. See you both later? Naruko asked as they stood outside. Definitely, Shikamaru said. I'll be home by evening, Shino confirmed. Great, she said, waving as they departed. Naruko headed toward the training grounds, feeling invigorated. The sun was shining brightly, and the village buzzed with energy. As she approached the open field, she spotted Sasuke practicing alone. His movements were fluid and precise, his focus intense. Hey, Sasuke, she called out. He paused, turning to face her. Naruko. Up for a spar? She asked, a challenging glint in her eye. He considered her for a moment before nodding. Very well. They took their positions, bowing slightly before beginning. Naruko moved first, launching into a series of swift attacks. Sasuke dodged effortlessly, countering with his own strikes. Their battle was a dance of skill and agility, each pushing the other to their limits. You're faster than before, Sasuke noted as they clashed. She smirked. I've had good training. He activated his Sharingan, eyes glowing red. Let's see how you handle this. She grinned. Bring it on. They continued to spar, neither gaining a clear advantage. Finally, they broke apart, both breathing heavily. Not bad, Sasuke admitted. Same to you, she replied, wiping sweat from her brow. He sheathed his weapon. You've improved. Thanks, she said, genuinely pleased. They sat down on a nearby bench to rest. So, Sasuke began, how have things been since you returned? She shrugged. Good, mostly. Getting back into the swing of things. He glanced at her. And with others? She raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He looked away. I've heard some talk. She sighed. Word travels fast in this village. He met her gaze. Is it true? About you, Shikamaru, and Shino? She hesitated before answering. Yes, it is. He was silent for a moment. I see. She studied his expression. Does that bother you? He shook his head. It's your life. She smiled slightly. Thanks, Sasuke. He stood up. I should get going. She rose as well. Yeah, me too. They parted ways, and Naruko couldn't help but feel relieved that the conversation had gone smoothly. As the day progressed, she spent time honing her skills and catching up with other friends. The village was bustling, and she enjoyed the lively atmosphere. By late afternoon, she decided to head back to Shino's house. On her way, she ran into Hinata. Naruko. Hinata greeted warmly. Hey, Hinata. Naruko responded. How are you? Hinata smiled softly. I'm well. I was hoping to see you. Perfect timing, Naruko said. Want to walk with me? Sure, Hinata agreed. They strolled together, chatting about various things. I heard about your relationship, Hinata said gently. Naruko glanced at her. Everyone seems to know. Hinata blushed slightly. People talk. But I wanted to say that I'm happy for you. Naruko felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you, Hinata. That means a lot. Hinata nodded. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. I appreciate that, Naruko said sincerely. They reached Shino's house, and Naruko turned to her friend. Want to come in for a bit? Hinata hesitated. I don't want to intrude. You're not intruding, Naruko assured her. Besides, Shino should be back soon. Alright, Hinata agreed. Inside, they settled into the living room. Naruko made tea, and they continued their conversation. How have you been adjusting? Hinata asked. Naruko sipped her tea thoughtfully. It's been an adjustment, but I'm happy. Shino and Shikamaru have been amazing. Hinata smiled. I'm glad. You deserve happiness. Naruko reached over to squeeze her hand. So do you. They were interrupted by the sound of the front door opening. Naruko? Shino's voice called. In here, she replied. Shino entered the room, his expression pleasantly surprised upon seeing Hinata. Hello, Hinata. Hi, Shino, she said with a shy smile. Hope you don't mind that I invited her over, Naruko said. Not at all, he assured them. They spent some time catching up before Hinata excused herself. I should be going, she said, standing up. Thanks for stopping by, Naruko said, walking her to the door. Thank you for having me, Hinata replied. I'll see you soon. As Hinata left, Shino turned to Naruko. You seem happy. She smiled. I am. He approached her, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I'm glad. Her heart fluttered at the gentle gesture. Shino. He gazed at her intently. I wanted to talk to you about something. She looked up at him expectantly. What is it? He hesitated briefly. I know we agreed to be open with our feelings. I just wanted to let you know that I care for you deeply. She felt warmth spread through her chest. I care for you too. He gave a small nod. I thought it important to say it aloud. She reached out to take his hand. Thank you. They stood in comfortable silence until the front door opened again. Hey, I'm back, Shikamaru's voice announced. In here, Naruko called, stepping back slightly. Shikamaru entered the room, eyeing them curiously. Am I interrupting? No, Shino replied smoothly. We were just talking. Shikamaru smirked. Good. Naruko grinned. How were your clan duties? He rolled his eyes. As troublesome as ever. She laughed. Sounds about right. They moved to the kitchen to prepare dinner together, the atmosphere light and relaxed. As they ate, Naruko shared her encounter with Sasuke. He seemed okay with everything, she said. I was worried he'd be weird about it. Shikamaru shrugged. Sasuke keeps to himself. Shino agreed. He's not one to interfere in others' affairs. Naruko nodded. True. After dinner, they settled into the living room. Shikamaru pulled out a deck of cards. Anyone up for a game? He asked. Sure, Naruko said eagerly. Why not? Shino agreed. They played for a while, friendly competition and teasing banter filling the room. At one point, Naruko yawned widely. Looks like someone's ready for bed, Shikamaru observed. She rubbed her eyes. I guess so. Shino stood. It's been a long day. They all headed upstairs, pausing at the landing. Good night, Naruko said, looking between them. Good night, they echoed. She hesitated before adding, thank you both for today. Shikamaru gave her a curious look. For what? She smiled softly. For being here. For everything. Shino placed a hand on her shoulder. We're here because we want to be. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Couldn't have said it better. Feeling a surge of affection, she impulsively hugged them both. They returned the embrace, the moment filled with unspoken understanding. Sleep well, Shino said as they parted. You too, she replied. In her room, Naruko reflected on how much her life had changed in such a short time. Despite the complexities, she felt content. Climbing into bed, she pulled the covers up and closed her eyes, a smile lingering on her lips. Over the next few weeks, their relationship continued to develop. They navigated the challenges with honesty and patience, growing closer as they learned more about each other. They spent time together and individually, ensuring that each connection was nurtured. Their friends gradually became accustomed to their arrangement, and the initial curiosity faded into acceptance. One afternoon, Naruko sat in the park with Ino and Sakura, enjoying the pleasant weather. You seem really happy, Ino observed. Naruko nodded. I am. Sakura smiled. We're happy for you. Thanks, Naruko said sincerely. I wasn't sure how people would react. Ino waved a hand dismissively. People will always have opinions. What's important is that you're happy. Exactly, Sakura agreed. Naruko felt a swell of gratitude. You guys are the best. They chatted for a while longer before parting ways. As Naruko made her way home, she thought about how fortunate she was to have such supportive friends. Entering the house, she found Shikamaru and Shino in the living room, engrossed in a game of shogi. Who's winning? She asked, leaning over the board. Shikamaru smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? Shino adjusted a piece. It's a close game. She grinned. Mind if I watch? Not at all, Shino replied. She settled beside them, observing the strategies at play. After the game concluded, with Shikamaru narrowly winning, they decided to prepare dinner. As they worked together in the kitchen, Naruko felt a deep sense of belonging. By the way, Shikamaru said casually, there's a festival coming up next week. Oh, that's right. Naruko exclaimed. I'd almost forgotten. Shino glanced at her. Would you like to attend? She nodded eagerly. Absolutely. We should all go together. Shikamaru smiled. It's a date, then. She felt a flutter in her stomach at his words. I can't wait. The evening passed pleasantly, filled with laughter and easy conversation. As they settled in for the night, Naruko felt contentment wash over her. Good night, she said softly as they parted at the stairs. Good night, they replied. In her room, she reflected on how much they had grown together. The initial uncertainty had given way to a comfortable rhythm, and she couldn't imagine her life any other way. Pulling the blankets up, she closed her eyes, anticipation building for what the future would hold. Chapter 4, The Festival's Trials. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over Konoha as preparations for the upcoming festival reached a fever pitch. Colorful lanterns lined the streets, vendors set up their stalls with an array of enticing goods, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of street food. Children ran about excitedly, their laughter mingling with the melodic tunes of musicians, practicing for the evening's performances. Naruko stood outside a small boutique, admiring a display of traditional kimonos. Her reflection in the shop window showed her bright blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was eager for the festival, not just for the festivities themselves, but for the chance to experience it with Shikamaru and Shino by her side. Trying to decide on a color, a familiar voice drawled from behind her. She turned to see Shikamaru approaching, hands tucked casually into his pockets. His hair was pulled back in its usual ponytail, and he wore a lazy smile. Hey, Shikamaru, she greeted cheerfully. I was just thinking about getting a new kimono for the festival. He glanced at the display. Troublesome. So many options. She laughed. That's half the fun. Besides, I want to look my best. He raised an eyebrow. You always look fine to me. A light blush dusted her cheeks. Thanks. Just then, Shino appeared beside them, seemingly out of nowhere. Apologies for keeping you waiting, he said. I was delayed at the academy. No worries, Naruko replied. We were just discussing festival attire. Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression thoughtful. I believe traditional clothing would be appropriate for the occasion. Exactly. Naruko agreed. Why don't we all get something new? Shikamaru sighed lightly. If we must. She nudged him playfully. Come on, it'll be fun. They entered the boutique together, the shopkeeper greeting them warmly. Welcome. Looking for festival outfits? Yes, Naruko confirmed. I need help finding the perfect kimono. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Of course. We have a lovely selection. Right this way. As they browsed through the fabrics and patterns, Naruko held up various kimonos, seeking opinions. What do you think of this one? She asked, displaying a vibrant red kimono adorned with delicate gold embroidery. It suits you, Shino observed. The color complements your complexion. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. It's nice. She smiled. I like it too. The shopkeeper beamed. An excellent choice. And for your companions? Shikamaru waved a hand dismissively. I can make do with what I have. Naruko pouted. Oh no you don't. We're all getting something new. Shino glanced at Shikamaru. Perhaps it's best not to argue. Shikamaru relented with a sigh. Fine. They eventually selected attire for all three of them. Shikamaru chose a dark green yukata with subtle leaf patterns, while Shino opted for a deep indigo robe accented with silver stitching. Now we're all set, Naruko declared happily. As they left the shop, purchases in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets. The excitement in the air was infectious. I heard there's going to be a fireworks display, Naruko mentioned. Indeed, Shino confirmed. It's scheduled to begin at midnight. Should be quite the spectacle, Shikamaru added. Naruko clasped her hands together. I can't wait. They spent the remainder of the afternoon assisting with festival preparations. Naruko helped hang lanterns along the main thoroughfare, her agility allowing her to reach high places with ease. Shino worked with a group setting up an insect-themed exhibit, his expertise invaluable. Shikamaru coordinated logistics for the various events, his strategic mind ensuring everything ran smoothly. By evening, the village was transformed into a wonderland of lights and colors. As the sun set, the lanterns came to life, casting a warm glow over the streets. Music filled the air, and the aroma of grilled delicacies wafted from food stalls. Naruko returned to Shino's house to get ready. In her room, she carefully donned her new kimono, adjusting the obi until it sat perfectly. She styled her hair, adding a few decorative pins shaped like cherry blossoms. Stepping back to admire herself in the mirror, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was the first festival she would attend with Shikamaru and Shino since their relationship began, and she wanted everything to be perfect. A knock on her door pulled her from her thoughts. "Naruko?" Shino's voice came softly. "Are you ready?" "Almost," she called back. "Be right there." She took a deep breath and made her way downstairs. At the bottom of the steps, Shino and Shikamaru awaited her. Both looked striking in their attire. Shikamaru gave a low whistle. "You clean up nicely." She laughed lightly. "Look who's talking." "You both look amazing." Shino's gaze was warm. "You are radiant." She felt her cheeks heat up. "Thank you." They left the house together, merging into the flow of villagers heading toward the festival grounds. The atmosphere was electric, filled with laughter and the chatter of happy families. As they wandered through the stalls, they sampled various treats, dango, takoyaki, and sweet pastries. Naruko's eyes sparkled as she took in the sights, occasionally pointing out something of interest. "Let's try that game," she exclaimed, gesturing toward a booth where players attempted to catch goldfish with delicate paper nets. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Seems like a waste of time." She grinned mischievously. "Afraid you'll lose?" He smirked. "Fine. You're on." They each took a turn, but the slippery fish evaded their attempts, the fragile nets tearing easily. "This is harder than it looks," Naruko admitted, her tongue sticking out in concentration. Shino observed quietly before stepping forward. "May I?" The vendor handed him a net, and with a swift, precise motion, Shino scooped up a goldfish, depositing it into a waiting bowl. Naruko clapped her hands. "Impressive." Shikamaru shook his head in mock defeat. "Can't compete with that." They continued exploring, stopping to watch street performers and admiring the intricate decorations. As they approached a quieter section of the festival, Naruko noticed a group of villagers whispering and casting furtive glances in their direction. Her smile faltered slightly. Shikamaru noticed her change in demeanor. "Everything all right?" She hesitated. "It's nothing. Just thought I saw someone I recognized." Shino followed her gaze, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps we should move on." She nodded, and they continued, but the moment lingered in her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that not everyone was as accepting of their relationship as their close friends were. They found a spot near the river where a small stage had been set up for performances. As they settled onto a bench, a traditional dance began, the performers moving gracefully in time with the music. "This is nice," Naruko said softly. "Peaceful," Shino agreed. Shikamaru leaned back, gazing at the stars beginning to appear in the night sky. "Could do without the crowds, but it's not bad." She smiled. "Ever the optimist." He chuckled. "Someone has to balance out your enthusiasm." They sat in comfortable silence, enjoying the performance and each other's company. After a while, Naruko stood up. "I'm going to get some drinks. Be right back." Shino started to rise. "I can go with you." She waved him off. "It's okay. You two relax." As she weaved through the crowd toward a nearby vendor, she overheard snippets of conversations. Isn't that Naruko? With both Shikamaru and Shino? I've heard rumors. How scandalous. Her heart sank. She tried to ignore the whispers, but they seemed to grow louder, following her like a shadow. Reaching the vendor, she placed her order, her mind swirling with conflicting emotions. Hey there, a voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Kiba approaching, a concerned expression on his face. Kiba, she greeted. Enjoying the festival? He nodded. Yeah. I was looking for you. She tilted her head. Oh? What's up? He rubbed the back of his neck. I wanted to give you a heads up. Some people have been talking. She sighed. I noticed. He frowned. Are you okay? She mustered a small smile. I'll be fine. Thanks for checking in. He hesitated before continuing. You know, if anyone gives you trouble, you've got friends who have your back. Her smile became more genuine. I appreciate that. He grinned. What are friends for? Collecting the drinks, she said goodbye to Kiba and made her way back to Shikamaru and Shino. Everything all right? Shino asked as she handed them their drinks. She nodded. Yeah. Ran into Kiba. Shikamaru studied her face. You sure that's all? She took a sip of her beverage. Just some people talking. It's nothing. Shino's eyes narrowed slightly. If it's bothering you, it's not nothing. She sighed. I just didn't expect people to be so judgmental. Shikamaru leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. People can be troublesome like that. She looked between them. I don't want this to ruin our night. Shino placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We're here together. That's what matters. She smiled softly. You're right. They spent the next hour enjoying the performances, the earlier incident fading into the background. As midnight approached, the crowd began to gather along the riverbank for the fireworks display. Let's find a good spot, Naruko suggested. They located an area with a clear view, spreading out a blanket to sit on. The first explosion of color lit up the sky, reflections dancing on the water below. Naruko's eyes widened with delight as she watched the vibrant patterns unfold. This is incredible, she whispered. Shikamaru nodded appreciatively. Not a bad way to end the night. Shino's gaze was fixed on the display. The coordination is impressive. Naruko leaned against Shikamaru, feeling a sense of contentment wash over her. He glanced down at her, a soft expression in his eyes. She reached out to take Shino's hand, squeezing it gently. He turned to her, a small smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, surrounded by light and color, the world felt perfect. But perfection is often fleeting. As the finale of the fireworks erupted, a group of young men approached them, their expressions a mix of curiosity and disdain. Well, isn't this cozy? One of them sneered. Naruko tensed, sitting up straight. Can we help you? Another smirked. Just wondering what's so special about you that you need two guys to keep you company. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Move along. Shino remained calm but alert. There's no need for trouble. The first man scoffed. We're just asking questions. Seems odd, don't you think? Naruko stood up, her fists clenched. Our relationships are none of your business. He chuckled darkly. Touchy, aren't we? Before the situation could escalate, Kiba and Akamaru appeared beside them. Is there a problem here? Kiba asked, his tone dangerously low. The men hesitated, eyeing the new arrival. Nothing we can't handle, the leader said, but his bravado wavered. Kiba took a step forward. I suggest you walk away. Akamaru growled softly, baring his teeth. With a final glare, the group retreated into the crowd. Naruko let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Thanks, Kiba. He nodded. Couldn't let them ruin the night. Shikamaru stood beside her. Troublesome idiots. Shino adjusted his glasses. We should be cautious. Naruko looked around, noticing that some bystanders were watching them with curious eyes. Maybe we should head home, she suggested quietly. Kiba placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't let them get to you. She offered a small smile. I'll try. They parted ways with Kiba, and the trio began making their way back through the thinning crowds. The walk home was subdued, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon reaching the house, they settled in the living room. The festive atmosphere from earlier had dissipated, replaced by an unspoken tension. I'm sorry, Naruko said softly. I didn't mean for tonight to end like this. Shikamaru shook his head. You have nothing to apologize for. Shino agreed. The fault lies with those who cannot accept others. She sighed. I just didn't think we'd have to deal with this. Shikamaru leaned back, crossing his arms. People fear what they don't understand. She looked at them, determination hardening her gaze. We shouldn't have to hide or feel ashamed. Shino nodded. Agreed. But we must also be prepared for challenges. Shikamaru met her eyes. Are you up for it? She squared her shoulders. Absolutely. He smiled slightly. That's the Naruko I know. They spent the next hour discussing how to handle potential confrontations and support each other. By the time they decided to retire for the night, the earlier incident felt less overwhelming. As Naruko prepared for bed, she reflected on the evening's events. While the negativity from some villagers stung, the support from her friends, and especially from Shikamaru and Shino, fortified her resolve. She slipped under the covers, a sense of calm settling over her. Whatever came their way, they would face it together. The following morning, the sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. Naruko stretched lazily, feeling more rested than she had in days. She dressed quickly and headed downstairs, drawn by the enticing aroma of breakfast. In the kitchen, Shino was preparing tea while Shikamaru set out plates of steaming rice and miso soup. Morning, she greeted. Good morning, Shino replied. Sleep well? Shikamaru asked. She nodded. Surprisingly, yes. They sat down to eat, the atmosphere relaxed. Any plans for today? Naruko inquired. Shino sipped his tea thoughtfully. I have some research to attend to at the lab. Shikamaru shrugged. I might check in at the mission office, see if there's anything that needs handling. Naruko considered. I think I'll visit Tsunade. I want to discuss some things with her. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Everything all right? She smiled reassuringly. Yeah. Just some ideas I've been mulling over. After breakfast, they went their separate ways, promising to meet up later. Naruko made her way to the Hokage Tower, enjoying the crisp morning air. As she walked, she noticed a few villagers giving her odd looks, but she held her head high, refusing to let it bother her. Reaching Tsunade's office, she knocked and waited for the familiar call to enter. Naruko, Tsunade greeted as she stepped inside. What brings you here? Naruko took a seat across from the Hokage. I wanted to talk to you about something important. Tsunade leaned back, folding her hands on the desk. I'm listening. Taking a deep breath, Naruko began. I've noticed that some people in the village aren't exactly accepting of my relationship with Shikamaru and Shino. Tsunade's expression softened. I've heard some rumors. I don't want this to become a bigger issue, Naruko continued. But I also don't think we should have to hide who we are. Tsunade nodded. I understand. Unfortunately, changing people's perceptions isn't always easy. Naruko's eyes flashed with determination. I was hoping there might be a way to address this. Maybe through some kind of community outreach or program that promotes understanding. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You want to take on a social initiative? She smiled sheepishly. Well, yeah. I figure if people can see us contributing positively, maybe it'll help. The Hokage considered her words. It's a commendable idea. And I think it could benefit the village. Naruko perked up. Really? Yes, Tsunade affirmed. I'll support you in this endeavor. We can organize events, workshops, whatever you think might help. Thank you, Naruko said sincerely. Tsunade smiled warmly. You're growing into quite the leader. They discussed potential plans for a while longer before Naruko took her leave. Feeling invigorated, she decided to share the news with Shikamaru and Shino. She found Shikamaru at the mission office, poring over scrolls. Hey, she greeted, sliding into the seat beside him. He glanced up. Back already? She grinned. I talked to Tsunade. She's on board with my idea. He leaned back, crossing his arms. What idea? She explained her conversation with the Hokage, watching his reaction carefully. He listened thoughtfully before nodding. Makes sense. Education is a powerful tool. She smiled. I was hoping you'd help me plan it out. He smirked. Can't resist a strategic challenge. They spent the next hour brainstorming, Shikamaru's analytical mind complementing her enthusiasm. Shino should be involved too, he suggested. Definitely, she agreed. Let's go find him. They located Shino at the research lab, surrounded by shelves of specimen jars and stacks of notes. Shino. Naruko called, waving as they entered. He looked up from his work. Naruko, Shikamaru. What brings you here? She filled him in on their plans, watching as a spark of interest lit in his eyes. I think it's a worthwhile pursuit, he said. I'd be happy to contribute. Great! Naruko exclaimed. With all of us working together, I know we can make a difference. They spent the rest of the day planning, each bringing their unique skills to the table. Shino suggested incorporating educational exhibits about different clans and their traditions, promoting understanding through knowledge. Shikamaru devised a schedule and logistics plan, ensuring everything would run smoothly. As evening approached, they decided to take a break and grab dinner. They settled into a cozy restaurant, the warm ambience a welcome respite from their busy day. Feels good to be working on something meaningful, Naruko said, sipping her drink. Shikamaru nodded. It's more productive than dealing with petty missions. Shino agreed. If we can foster a more accepting environment, it benefits everyone. She looked between them, gratitude swelling in her chest. I'm really lucky to have you both. Shikamaru smirked. Don't get all mushy on us. She laughed. Too late. After dinner, they walked home under the soft glow of street lights. The village seemed peaceful, the earlier tensions a distant memory. Back at the house, they settled in the living room to unwind. Do you think this will really help? Naruko asked, her tone contemplative. Shino met her gaze. Change takes time, but it's possible. Shikamaru added, and if anyone can inspire change, it's you. She smiled softly. Thanks. I hope so. They chatted for a while longer before fatigue began to set in. I'm beat, Naruko admitted, stifling a yawn. Early start tomorrow, Shikamaru reminded her. She stood up, stretching. Right. Better get some rest. They made their way upstairs, pausing at their respective doors. Good night, she said warmly. Good night, they echoed. In her room, Naruko prepared for bed, her mind buzzing with plans and possibilities. As she climbed under the covers, she felt a sense of purpose. The challenges they faced were real, but with determination and support, she believed they could overcome them. Over the next few weeks, their initiative began to take shape. They organized community events, workshops, and opened forums where villagers could learn about different cultures and perspectives. The response was mixed at first, but gradually, more people began to participate. Curiosity overcame prejudice, and dialogues opened. One afternoon, they hosted an exhibition in the village square, featuring displays from various clans. Shino presented information about the Aburame's symbiotic relationship with insects, demystifying misconceptions. Shikamaru led interactive sessions on strategy and cooperation. Naruko engaged with attendees, sharing stories and encouraging open conversation. As the event drew to a close, Tsunade approached them, a satisfied smile on her face. "You've done well," she commended. "I'm proud of your efforts." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," Naruko replied. "But it's a team effort." Shikamaru nodded. "It's a start." Shino adjusted his glasses. "There's still work to be done, but progress is evident." The Hokage looked around at the mingling villagers. Change doesn't happen overnight, but this is a significant step. After the event, they gathered at their house to unwind. "Today went better than I expected," Naruko said, flopping onto the couch. Shikamaru joined her. People seemed genuinely interested. Shino sat across from them. "Education reduces fear." She sighed contentedly. "I'm glad we did this." They sat in companionable silence for a while, the weight of their accomplishments settling in. "By the way," Shikamaru began, "my parents want to have us over for dinner." Naruko blinked. "Really?" He nodded. "They thought it would be nice." She glanced at Shino. "What do you think?" He considered. "It could be a good opportunity to strengthen familial bonds." She smiled. "All right then. Let's do it." They scheduled the dinner for the following weekend. When the day arrived, Naruko found herself feeling nervous. Meeting the parents was a significant step, and she wanted to make a good impression. "Relax," Shikamaru said as they walked toward his family's home. "They're not that scary." She gave him a sidelong look. "Easy for you to say." Shino offered a reassuring nod. "We'll be there together." They arrived at the Nara residence, a traditional home nestled near the forest. Shikamaru's mother, Yoshino, greeted them at the door. "Welcome. Come in, come in." She ushered them inside, her warm demeanor putting Naruko at ease. "Thank you for having us," Naruko said politely. Yoshino smiled. "We're happy to." Shikaku is in the living room. They entered to find Shikamaru's father seated comfortably, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ah, you must be Naruko and Shino," he said, standing to shake their hands. "Yes, sir," Naruko replied, returning the gesture. "Please, make yourselves at home," Shikaku offered. They settled into the cozy room, the atmosphere relaxed. Yoshino brought out tea and snacks, and soon, conversation flowed easily. "So, Shikamaru tells us you've been working on a community initiative," Shikaku prompted. Naruko nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. We're trying to promote understanding and acceptance in the village." "Admirable," he remarked. "It's important work." Shino added, "We've seen positive results so far." Yoshino clasped her hands together. "I'm glad to hear that. The village could use more unity." As the evening progressed, Naruko found herself enjoying their company. The Naras were intelligent and thoughtful, their interactions reflecting a deep familial bond. After dinner, they moved to the porch to enjoy the night air. Shikaku leaned back, gazing at the stars. "You know, Shikamaru's always been a bit of a loner. It's good to see him connecting with others." Shikamaru rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Dad." Yoshino chuckled. "We just want you to be happy." Naruko smiled softly. "We're all happy together." Shikaku looked at them thoughtfully. "That's what matters." They parted on warm terms, with promises to visit again. Walking home, Naruko felt lighter. "That wasn't so bad." Shikamaru smirked. "Told you." Shino agreed. "Your parents are kind." "Yeah, they're alright," Shikamaru conceded. As they reached their house, Naruko paused at the door. "Thank you both for today." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "For what?" She shrugged. "For being there. For making this work." Shino placed a hand on her shoulder. "We feel the same." They headed inside, settling into their evening routine. Sitting together in the living room, Naruko glanced at them both. I feel like we're building something real here. Shikamaru met her gaze. We are. Shino nodded in agreement. Our connection grows stronger with each experience. She leaned back, a contented sigh escaping her lips. I couldn't ask for more. They spent the rest of the evening talking and enjoying each other's company. As night settled in, they bid each other good night and retired to their rooms. Lying in bed, Naruko reflected on how far they had come. The challenges they faced only seemed to strengthen their bond. She closed her eyes, a peaceful smile on her face. Whatever the future held, she knew they would face it together. Chapter 5, Bonds Strengthened. The morning sun filtered through the leaves of the tall trees surrounding the training grounds, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the soft grass below. Naruko stood in the center of the clearing, her eyes closed as she focused on the ebb and flow of her chakra. The gentle rustling of the wind in the branches above and the distant chirping of birds provided a serene backdrop to her meditation. She had been pushing herself harder in training lately, not out of necessity, but from a desire to continue growing stronger alongside Shikamaru and Shino. Their recent efforts to foster understanding within the village had been rewarding, but also taxing. Today, she wanted to reconnect with herself and her own abilities. Mind if we join you? A familiar voice called out. Opening her eyes, Naruko turned to see Shikamaru and Shino approaching, their expressions relaxed. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets, a customary lazy smile on his face, while Shino adjusted his glasses, his gaze thoughtful. Not at all, Naruko replied with a grin. I was just about to start some sparring exercises. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Feeling energetic today, I see. She shrugged, playfully. Always. Besides, it's more fun with company. Shino nodded. A joint training session could be beneficial. They moved to stand equidistant from each other, forming a loose triangle. The air between them hummed with anticipation. How about a three-way spar? Naruko suggested. First to land a hit wins. Shikamaru sighed dramatically. Troublesome, but I suppose I can manage. Shino's lips quirked upward slightly. Agreed. They took their stances, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, in a blur of motion, Naruko launched herself toward Shikamaru, feinting to the left, before spinning to the right. He anticipated her move, sidestepping gracefully as he formed hand seals. Shadow Possession Jutsu. His shadow stretched toward her, but she leaped backward, narrowly avoiding its grasp. Meanwhile, Shino released a swarm of insects that buzzed toward both of them, forcing them to split apart. Clever, Naruko called out, landing on a tree branch. She formed her own hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two identical copies of herself appeared beside her, and together they charged at Shino. He responded by dispersing his insects in a protective barrier, but one of the clones broke through, aiming a kick at his shoulder. He blocked the attack, but the distraction allowed the second clone to tag him lightly on the back. Got you! Naruko exclaimed triumphantly as the clones vanished. Shino adjusted his glasses. Well played. Shikamaru approached, his hands back in his pockets. Guess that means you win. She jumped down from the branch. Beaming. You guys are getting slower. Or maybe you're just getting faster, Shikamaru countered. She laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. They gathered their belongings and began walking back toward the village. The path was shaded, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above. By the way, Naruko began, I was thinking we should plan something special. Shino glanced at her. What do you have in mind? She swung her arms casually. Well, we've been so focused on the village and missions lately. I thought maybe we could take a short trip. Just the three of us. Shikamaru looked intrigued. A vacation? She nodded eagerly. Exactly. A few days away to relax and recharge. Shino considered. It could be beneficial. A change of scenery might do us good. Shikamaru stretched lazily. As long as it doesn't involve too much effort, I'm in. Naruko grinned. Great. I was thinking we could visit the hot springs near the border. It's supposed to be really nice this time of year. Shikamaru smirked. Hot springs, huh? Sounds troublesome, but I can be convinced. Shino's eyes held a hint of amusement. I have no objections. Perfect. Naruko exclaimed. I'll handle the arrangements. As they re-entered the village, they parted ways to attend to individual tasks, agreeing to meet later to finalize their plans. Later that afternoon, Naruko made her way to the Hokage Tower to request permission for their leave. The corridors were bustling with activity, shinobi coming and going, messages being delivered, and the general hum of administrative life. She knocked on Tsunade's office door and waited for the familiar call to enter. Ah, Naruko, Tsunade greeted, looking up from a stack of paperwork. What brings you here? I wanted to request some time off, Naruko explained. Just a few days for Shikamaru, Shino, and me to take a short trip. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, eyeing her thoughtfully. You've all been working hard lately. I suppose a break is in order. Naruko smiled. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Just make sure you're available if something urgent comes up, the Hokage added with a hint of sternness. Of course, Naruko agreed. As she turned to leave, Tsunade spoke again. Naruko. She paused. Yes? Tsunade's expression softened. Enjoy your time. You've earned it. Naruko felt warmth spread in her chest. I will. Thank you. Leaving the tower, she felt a renewed sense of excitement. She headed to the market to pick up supplies for their trip, mentally ticking off items on her list. Travel permits, check. Reservation at the hot springs, check. Snacks for the road, definitely check, she mused aloud. Talking to yourself again? A teasing voice interrupted. She turned to see Sakura approaching, a shopping bag in hand. Sakura. Hey. Naruko greeted. What's got you in such a good mood? Sakura asked, falling into step beside her. Shikamaru, Shino, and I are taking a short trip to the hot springs, Naruko explained. A little getaway. Sakura's eyes sparkled with interest. That sounds wonderful. You three have been so busy lately. Tell me about it, Naruko agreed. It'll be nice to relax for a bit. Make sure to take lots of pictures, Sakura said with a wink. I'm sure Ino will be jealous. Naruko laughed. Will do. They chatted amicably before parting ways. Naruko continued her errands, eventually returning home as the sun began to dip toward the horizon. That evening, the trio gathered around the kitchen table to go over the final details. Everything set, Naruko announced. We leave tomorrow morning. Shikamaru glanced at the itinerary she had prepared. You really thought of everything. She grinned. I try. Shino reviewed the list. The travel route looks efficient. Only the best for us, Naruko said proudly. They shared a meal, the atmosphere light and filled with anticipation. By the way, Shikamaru began casually, did you hear about the new mission assignments coming up next month? Naruko shook her head. No, what's happening? There's talk of joint operations with neighboring villages, he explained. Could be interesting. Shino nodded. Strengthening alliances is always beneficial. Naruko considered this. Maybe we'll get to participate. Possibly, Shikamaru agreed. But for now, let's focus on our trip. Agreed, she said, raising her glass. To our upcoming adventure. They clinked their glasses together, smiles all around. The next morning, they set off at dawn. The village was quiet, the streets bathed in the soft glow of early sunlight. Naruko led the way, her backpack securely fastened and a spring in her step. You're awfully chipper for this hour, Shikamaru commented, suppressing a yawn. Can't help it, she replied. I've been looking forward to this. Shino walked beside them, his pace steady. The weather is favorable. They made good time, the journey filled with light conversation and comfortable silences. The landscape gradually shifted from familiar forests to rolling hills dotted with wildflowers. As midday approached, they decided to take a break near a clear stream. Naruko pulled out the snacks she had packed, distributing them evenly. These are delicious, Shikamaru remarked, biting into a rice ball. Family recipe, Naruko said with a wink. Shino observed the surrounding area. This location is serene. Naruko leaned back on her elbows, gazing up at the sky. It's nice to get away from everything for a bit. Shikamaru stretched out on the grass. No complaints here. After resting, they continued on their way, arriving at the hot springs by late afternoon. The establishment was nestled at the base of a mountain, surrounded by lush greenery and the soothing sound of a nearby waterfall. They checked in at the reception desk, where a friendly attendant greeted them. Welcome. We've prepared your rooms, and the private hot spring is requested, she informed them. Thank you, Naruko replied. We appreciate it. They were shown to their accommodations, a spacious suite with traditional decor, tatami mats, and sliding shoji doors. The room overlooked a picturesque garden, the view framed by delicate cherry blossom trees. This is impressive, Shino remarked, setting his bag down. Not bad at all, Shikamaru agreed, taking in the surroundings. Naruko clapped her hands together. Shall we check out the hot springs? After that journey, it sounds like a good idea, Shikamaru said. They changed into the provided yukatas and made their way to the private outdoor bath. Steam rose gently from the clear water, the area enclosed by natural rock formations that provided privacy. Naruko dipped a toe in, sighing contentedly. Perfect temperature. They settled into the warm water, the heat soothing their muscles. This is exactly what I needed, Naruko murmured, leaning her head back against the smooth stone. Shikamaru closed his eyes, the tension melting from his features. Agreed. Shino rested his arms on the edge of the pool. The mineral content is beneficial for relaxation. She chuckled softly. Trust you to know that. They soaked in comfortable silence, the only sounds being the gentle trickle of water and the distant call of birds. After a while, Naruko spoke up. You know, being here with you both makes me realize how lucky I am. Shikamaru opened one eye, regarding her thoughtfully. Feeling sentimental? Maybe a little, she admitted. But it's true. We've come a long way. Shino nodded. Our bond has strengthened through shared experiences. She smiled warmly. Exactly. Shikamaru smirked. Well, it's not all bad. She splashed him lightly. Don't pretend you're not enjoying yourself. He chuckled. All right. I suppose it's tolerable. They spent the remainder of the evening alternating between the hot spring and lounging in their suite. Dinner was served in their room, a lavish spread of local delicacies that delighted their palates. This might be the best meal I've ever had, Naruko declared, savoring a bite of grilled fish. It's certainly up there, Shikamaru agreed, helping himself to more. Shino poured tea for them all. The hospitality here is exceptional. As night settled in, they sat on the veranda, watching the moon cast its silver glow over the garden. Do you ever think about what the future holds? Naruko asked, softly. Shikamaru leaned back on his hands. Sometimes. Though it's often more troublesome than it's worth. Shino gazed thoughtfully at the stars. The future is shaped by our actions in the present. She rested her chin on her knees. I wonder where we'll all be in a few years. Hopefully still enjoying hot springs and good company, Shikamaru said lightly. She smiled. I like that idea. They retired to their rooms, the day's relaxation ensuring a restful sleep. The next day, they decided to explore the surrounding area. The hot springs were located near a series of hiking trails that offered stunning views of the mountains and valleys. They set out after breakfast, the morning air crisp and invigorating. This trail leads to a waterfall, Naruko read from a map. Should we check it out? Sounds good, Shikamaru agreed. They hiked along the well-worn path, the foliage dense and vibrant. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns on the forest floor. Nature here is undisturbed, Shino observed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. It's beautiful, Naruko agreed, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. They reached the waterfall after about an hour, a cascading torrent that plunged into a crystal-clear pool below. Mist filled the air, and a rainbow arced gracefully across the spray. Wow, Naruko whispered. It's breathtaking. Shikamaru nodded appreciatively. Not a bad view. They found a spot to sit and enjoy the scenery, the sound of the water creating a soothing backdrop. Naruko dipped her fingers into the pool. It's chilly. Mountain water, Shino noted. It's to be expected. She splashed a bit toward Shikamaru, who raised an eyebrow. Careful now. She grinned mischievously. Or what? He gave her a challenging look before flicking some water back at her. Hey, she laughed, retaliating. Shino watched their playful exchange with amusement. You two never cease to entertain. Naruko turned to him with a twinkle in her eye. Join us. He held up a hand. I think I'll remain dry, thank you. They spent some time relaxing before deciding to head back. As they walked, Naruko fell into step beside Shino. Thanks for coming along with my ideas. He glanced at her. It's my pleasure. I enjoy these moments together. She smiled softly. Me too. Shikamaru, a few paces ahead, called back to them. You two coming? Right behind you, Naruko replied. They returned to the hot springs in the late afternoon, opting for another soak before dinner. Settling into the warm water, Naruko sighed contentedly. I could get used to this. Don't get too comfortable, Shikamaru teased. We still have responsibilities back home. She stuck her tongue out at him. Way to ruin the moment. He chuckled. Just keeping you grounded. Shino observed them with a serene expression. Our time here is rejuvenating, but Shikamaru is correct. Our duties await. She nodded. I know. But for now, let's just enjoy this. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. On the final day of their trip, they decided to visit a nearby village known for its artisan crafts. The streets were lined with shops displaying pottery, textiles, and intricate woodwork. Naruko admired a collection of hand-painted fans. These are beautiful. Shikamaru examined a set of shogi pieces carved from exotic wood. Impressive craftsmanship. Shino was drawn to a stall featuring delicate glasswork. The attention to detail is remarkable. They made a few purchases, small mementos to remember their trip. As they prepared to depart, the shopkeeper approached them. You three make a harmonious group, she observed kindly. Thank you, Naruko replied with a smile. The woman handed her a small charm shaped like a lotus flower. A token for safe travels and enduring bonds. Touched by the gesture, Naruko accepted it gratefully. That's very kind of you. They began their journey back to Konoha, the trip having been everything they hoped for and more. Upon returning to the village, they found things much as they left them. The familiar sights and sounds welcomed them home. As they walked through the gates, a messenger approached. Naruko, Shikamaru, Shino, he addressed them. Lady Tsunade requests your presence. They exchanged curious glances. Wonder what's up, Naruko mused. Only one way to find out, Shikamaru said. They headed straight to the Hokage Tower, making their way to Tsunade's office. Come in, her voice called when they knocked. They entered to find her reviewing documents, Shizune standing by her side. Welcome back, Tsunade greeted them. I trust your trip was restorative. It was, Naruko confirmed. Thank you again for approving it. Tsunade nodded. Glad to hear it. I have an assignment for you. Shikamaru crossed his arms. What kind of assignment? She handed them a scroll. A delegation from the Land of Waves is visiting to discuss trade agreements. I want you three to act as their escorts and liaison. Shino accepted the scroll, scanning its contents. When do they arrive? Tomorrow morning, Tsunade replied. You'll meet them at the eastern border. Naruko smiled. Sounds straightforward enough. Don't underestimate the importance, Tsunade cautioned. These talks are crucial for maintaining strong relations. We understand, Shikamaru assured her. Good. Get some rest and be prepared, she instructed. As they left the office, Naruko felt a surge of anticipation. Back to work, huh? Shikamaru smirked. No rest for the weary. Shino added, it's an opportunity to apply our skills in diplomacy. They spent the evening reviewing the details of the assignment, ensuring they were well prepared. The next day, they set out early to meet the delegation. The journey to the eastern border was uneventful, and they arrived ahead of schedule. A small entourage awaited them, representatives from the Land of Waves, including diplomats and security personnel. Welcome to the Land of Fire, Naruko greeted them warmly. I'm Naruko Uzumaki, and these are my colleagues Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aburame. The lead diplomat, a dignified man named Hiroshi, bowed respectfully. Thank you for receiving us. We look forward to productive discussions. They began the journey back to Konoha, engaging in light conversation along the way. Hiroshi remarked, I've heard much about the efforts in your village to promote cultural understanding. Naruko exchanged a pleased glance with her companions. Yes, it's something we've been passionate about. It's admirable, Hiroshi said. Perhaps we can learn from your example. Shino nodded. Collaboration benefits all parties involved. Shikamaru added, we're happy to share our experiences. The rest of the trip passed smoothly, and they arrived in Konoha without incident. Over the following days, the delegation engaged in talks with Konoha's officials. Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino facilitated meetings, provided tours, and ensured the visitors felt welcome. Their efforts did not go unnoticed. Tsunade praised their professionalism, and the delegation expressed gratitude for their hospitality. On the final evening of the visit, a formal banquet was held. The atmosphere was celebratory, the successful negotiations promising a prosperous future for both lands. As the event wound down, Hiroshi approached them. Your dedication and kindness have left a lasting impression. We hope to continue strengthening our ties. Naruko smiled brightly. We feel the same way. After the delegation departed, the trio reflected on the mission. That went better than expected, Shikamaru remarked as they walked home. Indeed, Shino agreed. Our collaboration was effective. Naruko stretched her arms above her head. I'm proud of us. They reached their doorstep, pausing before entering. Another job well done, Shikamaru said with a hint of satisfaction. Naruko looked between them. You know, I wouldn't want to do this with anyone else. Shino's eyes softened. Our partnership is valuable. Shikamaru smirked. Even if it's sometimes troublesome. She laughed. But worth it. They entered the house, the sense of home wrapping around them like a warm blanket. Settling into the living room, Naruko pulled out the lotus charm the shopkeeper had given her during their trip. Maybe we should hang this somewhere, she suggested. Shino examined it. It symbolizes purity and enlightenment. Shikamaru nodded. A good addition. They found a spot near the entryway, placing the charm where it would catch the light. Perfect, Naruko said, stepping back to admire it. As they prepared for the evening, a comfortable silence settled among them. What's next for us? Naruko mused aloud. Shikamaru shrugged. We'll take it as it comes. Shino added, together, we'll handle whatever arises. She smiled, feeling contentment settle deep within her. Together, she echoed. They spent the rest of the night in each other's company, the unspoken understanding between them stronger than ever. As they each retired to their rooms, Naruko paused at her door. "Good night," she said softly. "Good night," Shikamaru and Shino replied. In her room, she settled into bed, her mind replaying the events of the past days. The trip, the mission, their shared experiences, it all reinforced the bonds they had formed. Closing her eyes, she allowed herself to drift into a peaceful sleep, secure in the knowledge that whatever the future held, they would face it side by side. Chapter 6, Shadows of Doubt. The first rays of dawn filtered through the thin curtains of Naruko's bedroom, casting a soft, golden hue across the room. She stirred gently, blinking sleep from her eyes as she adjusted to the morning light. The chirping of birds outside served as a pleasant wake-up call, and she stretched leisurely, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin. Rising from her bed, Naruko padded over to the window and gazed out at the village below. Konoha was already coming to life, shopkeepers opened their stalls, children hurried along the streets on their way to the academy, and fellow shinobi moved with purpose toward their assignments. A sense of contentment washed over her. This was home, and she was grateful for every moment she shared with the people she cared about. After dressing in her usual attire, modified to suit her better since her transformation, she made her way downstairs. The enticing aroma of freshly brewed tea and something savory greeted her. Entering the kitchen, she found Shino diligently preparing breakfast, his movements precise and methodical. "Good morning," she greeted cheerfully. Shino looked up, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "Good morning, Naruko. I trust you slept well?" "Like a log," she replied, taking a seat at the table. "Where's Shikamaru?" "Still asleep, I believe," Shino said, placing a plate of neatly arranged rice balls and grilled fish on the table. "He mentioned something about needing 5 more minutes approximately 30 minutes ago." Naruko chuckled. "Sounds about right. I'll go wake him." She bounded up the stairs and made her way to Shikamaru's room. Knocking lightly, she called out, "Hey, lazybones. Breakfast is ready." A muffled groan was the only response. Smirking, Naruko opened the door a crack. Shikamaru was sprawled out on his bed, one arm dangling over the side, his hair tousled. "Rise and shine," she sing-songed. He cracked one eye open. "Troublesome woman," he muttered, though a faint smile played on his lips. "Come on," she urged. "Shino made breakfast, and you know how good his cooking is." With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru sat up, stretching languidly. All right. I'm up." Satisfied, Naruko returned to the kitchen, where Shino was pouring tea into delicate cups. "He'll be down in a minute," she informed him. "Excellent," Shino replied. "I thought we could discuss our plans for the day over breakfast." Moments later, Shikamaru joined them, looking slightly more awake. "Morning," he mumbled, sliding into his seat. "Good morning," Shino responded. "Help yourself." As they began eating, Shino unfolded a small map and laid it on the table. "I received a message from the Hokage's office this morning," he began. "There's a request for us to investigate some unusual activity near the western forests." Naruko perked up. "Unusual activity? Like what?" "Reports of missing villagers from a nearby town," Shino explained. "They suspect bandits or possibly rogue shinobi." Shikamaru chewed thoughtfully. "Sounds like it could be more complicated than it appears." "Precisely," Shino agreed. "We've been asked to look into it and report back with our findings." Naruko nodded eagerly. "I'm in. It's been a while since we've had a mission outside the village." Shikamaru sighed lightly. "So much for a quiet day." She nudged him playfully. "You know you love the excitement." He gave her a sidelong glance. "If you say so." They finished their meal and prepared for the mission. Gathering their gear, they met at the entrance to the village, where Tsunade awaited them. "Good, you're all here," she said, her expression serious. "I won't keep you long. The situation in the western forests is delicate. The villagers are frightened, and the local authorities haven't been able to determine the cause of the disappearances." Do we have any leads? Shikamaru asked. Not much, Tsunade admitted. That's why I'm sending you 3. Your combined skills should be sufficient to handle whatever you find. We'll do our best, Naruko assured her. Be careful, Tsunade advised. And keep me updated. With that, they set off, moving swiftly along the well-trodden paths leading away from Konoha. The journey to the western forests would take most of the day, and they settled into a comfortable pace. As they traveled, Naruko couldn't help but notice a subtle tension in the air. Shino seemed more reserved than usual, his gaze often distant. Shikamaru, while typically laid back, appeared lost in thought. Is everything all right? She asked, breaking the silence. Shikamaru glanced at her. Just thinking. About the mission, she probed. Partially, he admitted. She looked to Shino. What about you? He hesitated before replying. I've noticed some unusual behavior among my insects lately. Unusual how? Naruko inquired. They've been agitated, as if sensing a disturbance, Shino explained. It's possible they're reacting to something ahead. Shikamaru frowned slightly. Could be related to our mission. All the more reason to stay alert, Naruko said, her resolve firming. They continued onward, the terrain gradually changing as they approached the forested region. Tall trees with dense canopies cast long shadows, and the air grew cooler. By late afternoon, they arrived at the outskirts of the village in question. It was a small settlement nestled among the trees, the buildings humble, but well-maintained. However, an air of unease hung over the place. Few people were out, and those who were moved hurriedly, their expressions wary. They approached a group of villagers who eyed them with a mix of hope and suspicion. Excuse me, Naruko began gently. We're shinobi from Konoha, here to help investigate the recent disappearances. An older man stepped forward. Thank the heavens you've come. We've been at our wits' end. Can you tell us what happened? Shikamaru asked. The man sighed heavily. People have been vanishing in the night. No signs of struggle, no clues left behind. We fear some dark force is at work. How many have gone missing? Shino inquired. 5 so far, the man replied. All strong, healthy individuals. Naruko exchanged a glance with her teammates. We'll do everything we can to find out what's happening. Please, be careful, the man implored. We can't bear to lose anyone else. They thanked him and set about gathering more information. Splitting up, they spoke with various villagers, each story painting a similar picture of fear and confusion. Regrouping at the edge of the village, they shared their findings. No common patterns among the victims, Shikamaru noted. Different ages, professions, routines. Shino nodded. My insects are still unsettled. There's definitely an unusual presence here. Naruko considered their options. Maybe we should set up a perimeter and keep watch tonight. Agreed, Shikamaru said. I'll draw up a plan. As night fell, they positioned themselves strategically around the village. The moon was a slender crescent, offering little light. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant animal calls. Hours passed with no sign of activity. Naruko perched atop a rooftop, her senses keenly attuned to any disturbance. Below, she could see Shino moving silently among the shadows, his insects scouting ahead. Shikamaru remained near the center of the village, ready to coordinate their efforts. Just as she began to think the night would pass uneventfully, a sudden chill ran down her spine. A faint, almost imperceptible sound reached her ears, a whisper carried on the wind. Do you hear that? She whispered into her communicator. Yes, Shino replied softly. There's movement to the east. Converging, Shikamaru confirmed. Naruko leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing silently on the ground. She moved toward the source of the disturbance, her footsteps light. As they approached the eastern edge of the village, a mist began to rise, swirling around them in ethereal tendrils. This isn't natural, Shikamaru muttered. Shino extended his hand, allowing his insects to disperse into the fog. "They're encountering resistance," he reported. Before they could react, figures emerged from the mist, translucent shapes resembling humans, but with eyes that glowed an eerie blue. "What are those?" Naruko exclaimed, her heart pounding. "Phantoms?" Shikamaru speculated, his mind racing to recall any information on such entities. The figures advanced silently, their movements fluid and unnerving. "Stay alert," Shino warned. "They may not be corporeal, but they could still be dangerous." Naruko formed a Rasengan, the swirling chakra illuminating the immediate area. "Let's see if this affects them." She charged at the nearest figure, thrusting the Rasengan forward. It passed through the entity, causing it to waver momentarily before reforming. "Not good," Shikamaru noted. "Physical attacks might be ineffective." "Perhaps they're manifestations of chakra," Shino suggested. "We need to disrupt their energy." "Any ideas?" Naruko asked, dodging as one of the phantoms swiped at her with claw-like appendages. "Try using a chakra disruption technique," Shino advised. Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals. "Shadow stitching jutsu." Tendrils of shadow shot forward, intertwining with the phantoms. For a moment, the entities flickered, their forms destabilizing. "That's working," Naruko encouraged. Shino concentrated, directing his insects to target the phantom's cores. The combined efforts began to wear down the spectral figures, their glowing eyes dimming. Just as they seemed to gain the upper hand, a low, haunting laugh echoed through the mist. "Impressive," a voice drawled. "But futile." A new figure emerged, a tall, cloaked individual whose presence seemed to command the very fog around them. "Who are you?" Naruko demanded. The figure chuckled. "Merely a traveler seeking to collect what is owed." "You're behind the disappearances," Shikamaru stated, his eyes narrowing. "Perceptive," the stranger replied. "The villagers have a debt to pay." "What debt?" Naruko challenged. "They haven't done anything wrong." "That's a matter of perspective," the figure retorted. "They trespass on sacred land, disrupt the balance. I am simply restoring order." Shino stepped forward. "We cannot allow you to harm these people." The stranger sighed dramatically. "So be it." With a swift motion, the cloaked figure unleashed a wave of dark energy. Naruko and her teammates scattered to avoid the attack. "He's powerful," Shikamaru warned. "We need a strategy." Naruko's mind raced. "If we can break his connection to the mist, maybe we can weaken him." "Agreed," Shino said. "I'll attempt to disrupt his control." Shikamaru nodded. "I'll create an opening." They moved in unison, Shikamaru using his shadows to immobilize the phantoms that continued to harass them. Naruko charged forward, engaging the stranger directly. She launched a series of attacks, taijutsu strikes, combined with chakra-infused blows. The figure deflected her efforts with ease, but she noticed that his focus wavered when Shino's insects swarmed around him. "Now," she shouted. Shino's insects converged on the stranger, targeting the source of his power. The mist began to thin, and the phantoms flickered erratically. "Persistent pests," the figure hissed. Shikamaru seized the moment. "Shadow paralysis jutsu." His shadow extended, connecting with the stranger and momentarily freezing him in place. "Naruko!" Shikamaru called. She didn't hesitate. Forming the necessary hand seals, she unleashed her signature move. Raisen Shuriken. The spiraling sphere of wind and chakra whirred to life in her hand. With a determined shout, she hurled it at the immobilized enemy. The attack struck true, engulfing the stranger in a blinding explosion of energy. The force dissipated the remaining mist, and the phantoms vanished. As the light faded, the cloaked figure staggered, his form flickering. "This isn't over," he rasped, before dissolving into the air. They remained on guard, but the threat seemed to have passed. "Did we get him?" Naruko asked, breathing heavily. "Uncertain," Shino replied. But his influence here has been diminished. Shikamaru surveyed the area. We should inform the villagers and advise them to take precautions. They regrouped at the village, where dawn was beginning to break. The residents emerged cautiously from their homes, hope mingling with fear in their eyes. Is it over? The elder asked anxiously. For now, Naruko confirmed. But you need to be vigilant. There's a malevolent force targeting this area. Why? Another villager questioned. What have we done? Shikamaru considered the information they had gathered. It's possible that this land holds some significance. Have there been any recent changes or events that might have disturbed the balance? The villagers exchanged glances before one spoke hesitantly. Well, we recently expanded our farmland into the eastern woods. The same area where we encountered the entity, Shino noted. Naruko frowned. That could be it. You might have encroached on sacred or protected land. The elder wrung his hands. We had no idea. We were just trying to provide for our families. Intentions aside, it seems to have triggered this response, Shikamaru said. What should we do? The elder implored. Cease any further expansion into the woods, Shino advised. And perhaps perform a ritual to appease any guardian spirits. Naruko nodded. We can help you set it up. Relief washed over the villagers' faces. Thank you, the elder said sincerely. We are in your debt. Over the next few hours, they assisted the villagers in organizing a ceremony. Shino's knowledge of local traditions proved invaluable, and Shikamaru helped coordinate the efforts efficiently. As the ritual commenced, a sense of peace settled over the village. The air felt lighter, and the lingering unease dissipated. Do you think this will be enough? Naruko asked quietly. I believe so, Shino replied. We've acknowledged the disturbance and taken steps to rectify it. Shikamaru gazed at the horizon where the sun now shone brightly. Time will tell, but I think we've done all we can for now. With their mission complete, they prepared to return to Konoha. The villagers gathered to see them off, expressions of gratitude evident. Please, accept this as a token of our appreciation, the elder said, handing them a carefully wrapped parcel. Thank you, Naruko said warmly. We're glad we could help. The journey back was uneventful, but the earlier tension seemed to linger among the trio. Breaking the silence, Naruko ventured, do you think that cloaked figure will return? It's possible, Shino acknowledged. We should report everything to Tsunade and see if there's any information on similar occurrences. Shikamaru sighed. Another puzzle to solve. They reached Konoha by late afternoon and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsunade listened attentively as they relayed the details of their mission. This is concerning, she said, her brow furrowed. An unknown entity with that level of power is a serious threat. We need to gather more information, Shikamaru suggested. Perhaps the archives have records of similar phenomena. Agreed, Tsunade said. I'll assign additional resources to investigate. In the meantime, stay alert. Leaving the office, they decided to stop by a local tea house to unwind. Settling into a quiet corner, Naruko sipped her tea thoughtfully. I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning. Shino nodded. There may be larger forces at play. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand. We'll handle whatever comes. We always do. She smiled softly. You're right. Together, we can face anything. They spent some time in companionable silence before Naruko spoke again. By the way, I've noticed you both seem a bit distracted lately, she said cautiously. Is everything okay? Shikamaru exchanged a glance with Shino before replying. Just a lot on our minds. Care to share? She prompted gently. Shino adjusted his glasses. We've been considering the future and what it holds for us. She tilted her head. In what way? Shikamaru took a deep breath. Our relationship, our responsibilities, how we balance everything. Naruko's gaze softened. I understand. It's been a whirlwind. We're committed to making it work, Shino assured her. But it's important to address any concerns. She reached across the table, placing her hand over theirs. I appreciate your honesty. We should always be open with each other. They nodded in unison. I've had my doubts at times, she admitted. Worried about how others perceive us or whether we're making the right choices. Shikamaru gave her a reassuring smile. Let them think what they want. What's important is how we feel. Agreed, Shino said. Our bond is our own. She felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Thank you. I needed to hear that. They finished their tea and decided to take a leisurely walk through the village. As they strolled along the streets, the setting sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink. The atmosphere was tranquil, the hustle of the day giving way to the calm of evening. Sometimes I forget how beautiful our village is, Naruko mused. It's easy to overlook when we're busy, Shikamaru acknowledged. Shino observed a group of children playing nearby. It's moments like these that remind us of what we're protecting. They continued walking until they reached a small park. Finding a bench, they sat down to watch as the stars began to emerge. Remember when we used to train here as genin? Naruko reminisced. Shikamaru chuckled. Feels like a lifetime ago. Yet so much has happened since then, Shino added. She leaned back, gazing up at the night sky. I wouldn't change any of it. They sat in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Naruko turned to them. You know, no matter what challenges come our way, I believe we can overcome them together. Shikamaru smirked. Optimistic as always. She nudged him lightly. And you're the realist who keeps me grounded. Shino's eyes crinkled with a hint of amusement. And I provide the balance. She smiled warmly. Exactly. As the night grew deeper, they decided to head home. Upon arriving, they settled into their usual routine. Naruko prepared a light dinner while Shino organized some notes from their mission. Shikamaru reviewed the information they had gathered, considering possible strategies. Over the meal, they discussed their next steps. I think we should delve into the archives tomorrow, Shikamaru suggested. See if we can find any references to that cloaked figure or similar events. I can consult with the sensory division, Shino offered. Perhaps they have detected any unusual chakra signatures. Naruko nodded. I'll check in with some of our contacts. Maybe someone has heard rumors. Sounds like a plan, Shikamaru agreed. They finished eating and cleaned up together, the familiar rhythm of their interactions providing comfort. Before retiring for the night, Naruko paused at the foot of the stairs. Thank you both for today, she said softly. I know it wasn't easy, but I feel better knowing we're facing it together. Shikamaru gave her a reassuring look. We're a team. Shino inclined his head. Always. She smiled, a sense of peace settling over her. In her room, she prepared for bed, her mind still processing the day's events. Pulling out a journal, she began to write, a habit she had developed to organize her thoughts. Faced a new enemy today, she penned. Powerful and mysterious. But as always, Shikamaru and Shino were by my side. Despite the uncertainty, I feel confident that together we can handle whatever comes. Closing the journal, she placed it on her bedside table and settled under the covers. As she drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with images of the misty forest, the glowing eyes of the phantoms, and the steadfast presence of her partners. The next morning, they reconvened in the kitchen, ready to tackle the tasks ahead. I'll head to the archives, Shikamaru said, finishing his coffee. Meet up later? Sounds good, Naruko agreed. I'll start asking around. I'll visit the sensory division, Shino confirmed. They parted ways, each focused on their mission. Naruko made her way to the market district, where information flowed as freely as the goods sold. She spoke with various merchants and travelers, carefully steering the conversation toward any unusual happenings. Most had little to offer, but one elderly trader mentioned hearing tales of a shadowy figure associated with cursed lands. Some say he's a guardian turned vengeful, the traitor mused. Others believe he's seeking something lost. Do you know where these tales originated? Naruko asked. The traitor shook his head. Old stories passed down through generations. Hard to say what's truth and what's legend. Thank you, she said, offering a polite bow. Meanwhile, Shino consulted with the sensory division. They reviewed recent chakra readings, noting any anomalies. There was a spike in unusual chakra signatures around the time you mentioned, one of the sensors confirmed. But it was brief and difficult to trace. Any idea of its origin? Shino inquired. Possibly linked to ancient seals or barriers weakening, the sensor suggested. Shino thanked them and made notes to share with the others. At the archives, Shikamaru pored over dusty tomes and scrolls. Hours passed as he sifted through records of past events, myths, and documented encounters with mysterious entities. Finally, he found a reference to a figure known as the Keeper of Shadows, a guardian spirit tasked with maintaining the balance between the physical and spiritual realms. Often associated with mist and phantoms, he read aloud. Became corrupted over time due to disturbances in sacred lands. He closed the book thoughtfully. So that's our guy. They regrouped at home to share their findings. It seems our adversary is tied to ancient traditions, Shino summarized after they exchanged information. He might believe he's fulfilling his duty by targeting those who disrupt the balance, Shikamaru added. Naruko considered this. If that's the case, maybe we can reason with him. Show him that the villagers didn't mean any harm. Possibility, Shikamaru conceded. But we should be prepared for resistance. We need a plan that addresses both defense and diplomacy, Shino suggested. They spent the evening strategizing, mapping out possible scenarios. As night fell, Naruko stretched and yawned. We should get some rest. Shikamaru agreed. Big day tomorrow. They each retired to their rooms, minds focused on the challenge ahead. In the quiet of her room, Naruko sat by the window, gazing at the moon. A sense of determination filled her. Whatever awaited them, she was ready to face it head-on. Chapter 7, Confronting the Keeper. The morning air was crisp and cool as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and orange. Naruko stood atop the Hokage monument, gazing out over the awakening village of Konoha. The familiar sights brought her a sense of calm, but beneath the surface, a storm of determination brewed. Today was the day they would seek out the mysterious figure known as the Keeper of Shadows. She felt a presence beside her and turned to see Shikamaru approaching, his hands tucked into his pockets, eyes reflecting the same resolve she felt within herself. Couldn't sleep either? He asked softly. She shook her head. Too much on my mind. He joined her at the edge, the two of them standing in comfortable silence for a moment. Shino's already at the gate, Shikamaru informed her. He's been gathering intel since before sunrise. Naruko smiled slightly. Always one step ahead. That's Shino for you, he agreed. They descended from the monument and made their way through the quiet streets. Vendors were just beginning to set up their stalls, and the scent of fresh bread wafted through the air. As they approached the village gate, they spotted Shino conversing with a messenger hawk perched on his arm. The bird took flight as they drew near. Good morning, Shino greeted them. I trust you're both ready. Ready as we'll ever be, Naruko replied. Shikamaru nodded. Any new information? Shino adjusted his glasses. I received word from the sensory division. They've detected a concentration of anomalous chakra signatures in the region east of the village we previously assisted. That's where we'll find the keeper, Naruko said with conviction. Most likely, Shino agreed. We should proceed with caution. They checked their gear one last time before setting out, moving swiftly along the forest paths. The trees whispered with the rustling of leaves, and the sun climbed steadily higher, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As they traveled, Naruko couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had led them to this point. Their bond had been tested and strengthened through numerous trials, but this challenge felt different, more personal. After several hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the eastern woods. The atmosphere here was different from the rest of the forest. The air was heavy, and a faint mist clung to the ground, swirling around their ankles. "This is the place," Shikamaru observed, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Shino released a small swarm of insects, which dispersed into the mist. They're sensing a strong chakra presence ahead. Naruko took a deep breath. "Stay alert." They moved forward cautiously, the mist thickening with each step. Visibility decreased, and the sounds of the forest grew muffled. Suddenly, a voice echoed around them, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You return, despite my warnings," the keeper's voice intoned. Naruko halted, her eyes narrowing. "We need to talk." A figure materialized before them, cloaked in shadow. The keeper's eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and the mist seemed to pulse in time with his words. "Talk?" he echoed mockingly. "What words could you offer that would alter the balance?" Shikamaru stepped forward. "We understand that you believe you're protecting something important. But targeting innocent villagers isn't the way to do it." "Innocent?" the keeper scoffed. "They desecrate sacred lands, disrupt the harmony between realms." Shino's voice was calm but firm. "They were unaware of the significance of the land. They have ceased their expansion and wish to make amends." The keeper's gaze shifted to Shino. "Words mean little without action." "Then let us help restore the balance," Naruko offered. "Tell us what needs to be done." There was a pause as the keeper regarded them. "Why should I trust you?" "Because we want the same thing," Naruko replied earnestly. "Peace and harmony." "Let us prove it." The mist swirled more intensely as the keeper contemplated. "Very well. If you can pass the trials of the forest, I will consider your intentions genuine." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Trials?" The keeper extended a hand, and 3 paths appeared before them, each shrouded in darkness. "Each of you must face a challenge that reflects your true self. Only then will I believe in your sincerity." Naruko exchanged glances with her teammates. "We accept." The keeper nodded slowly. "Proceed." Without warning, the ground shifted beneath them, and they found themselves separated, each standing at the entrance of one of the paths. "Be careful," Naruko called out, her voice echoing. "You too," Shikamaru replied. Shino gave a slight nod before stepping forward into his designated path. Naruko took a steadying breath and entered the path before her. The darkness enveloped her, and soon she was alone in a vast expanse of shadow. "All right," she murmured to herself. "Let's see what you've got." A faint light appeared ahead, and she moved toward it cautiously. As she drew closer, she found herself in a replica of Konoha's training grounds. Standing across from her was a mirror image of herself, except the eyes were cold, and a malicious smirk twisted the doppelganger's features. "Who are you?" Naruko demanded. "I'm you," the double replied. "Or rather, the part of you that you try to hide." Naruko felt a chill. "I don't have time for games." The double laughed harshly. "Oh, but you do. You see, this is about facing your true self." "Fine," Naruko said, clenching her fists. "Let's get this over with." The double lunged at her without warning, and Naruko barely dodged the initial attack. They exchanged blows, each mirroring the other's moves. "You're holding back," the double taunted. "Afraid to confront the truth?" "I'm not afraid," Naruko retorted, delivering a swift kick. The double countered effortlessly. "You fear that you're not worthy of the bonds you've formed. That they'll abandon you." "That's not true," Naruko shouted, her heart pounding. "Isn't it?" the double sneered. "You worry that you're a burden, that they'll tire of you." Naruko hesitated, the words striking a chord deep within her. "See?" the double pressed. "You can't deny it." Taking a deep breath, Naruko steadied herself. "Maybe I have those fears, but I won't let them control me." The double smirked. Bold words. Naruko met her gaze firmly. I trust in my friends and in myself. We face our challenges together. The double began to fade, its form dissolving into wisps of shadow. Perhaps you are stronger than I thought. The darkness lifted, and Naruko found herself back at the entrance of the path. She looked around but saw no sign of Shikamaru or Shino. One down, she muttered. I hope they're all right. Meanwhile, Shikamaru walked along his own path, the surroundings shifting until he stood in a vast, open field under a starlit sky. A solitary shogi board rested on a low table before him. Figures, he sighed. An older man appeared across from him, his father, Shikaku. Hello, son, Shikaku greeted, taking a seat. Dad? Shikamaru questioned, taken aback. Care for a game? Shikaku asked, gesturing to the board. Shikamaru sat down warily. This is another one of those trials, isn't it? Shikaku smiled knowingly. Perhaps. Or maybe it's just a chance to talk. They began to play, the familiar motions bringing a sense of calm. You've taken on a lot of responsibility, Shikaku remarked. Shikamaru moved a piece thoughtfully. Comes with the territory. Are you certain you're on the right path? His father probed. Shikamaru met his gaze. I believe so. Even with the unconventional choices you've made? Shikaku pressed. He knew what his father was referring to. If you mean my relationship with Naruko and Shino, then yes. Others may not understand, Shikaku cautioned. Others don't need to, Shikamaru replied firmly. It's our life. Shikaku leaned back. But do you ever doubt yourself? Wonder if it's sustainable? Shikamaru considered the question. I won't pretend it's easy. But we support each other. That's what matters. His father smiled approvingly. Well said. The game concluded, and the field began to fade. Good luck, son, Shikaku's voice echoed as the vision dissipated. Shikamaru found himself back at the starting point, a thoughtful expression on his face. Interesting, he murmured. In his own trial, Shino navigated a labyrinthine forest, the trees towering above like silent sentinels. Whispers echoed around him, indistinct and fleeting. From the shadows, a figure emerged, himself, but without his glasses, eyes exposed and filled with uncertainty. You hide behind your facade, the double accused. Afraid to reveal your true self. Shino regarded his counterpart calmly. I protect myself and those I care about. Or do you fear rejection? The double challenged. That if they see you as you are, they'll turn away? Shino was silent for a moment. I have chosen to trust in my companions. They accept me. Do they? The double pressed. Or do you hold back, keeping a part of yourself hidden? Shino adjusted his glasses. We all have our vulnerabilities. Acknowledging them is a sign of strength. The double's expression softened. Perhaps you're right. The forest around them dissolved, and Shino stood once more at the path's entrance. He reunited with Naruko and Shikamaru, relief evident in their faces. Everyone okay? Naruko asked. They nodded. Congratulations, the keeper's voice resonated as he appeared before them. You have faced your inner selves and emerged whole. Does that mean you'll consider our offer? Naruko inquired. The keeper regarded them thoughtfully. Your actions demonstrate sincerity. I will withdraw my influence from the village. Thank you, Shino said respectfully. However, the keeper continued, the balance remains delicate. Should the sacred lands be threatened again, I will intervene. We'll make sure the villagers understand, Shikamaru assured him. The keeper inclined his head. Then our business is concluded. With that, he faded into the mist, which began to dissipate, revealing the forest bathed in sunlight. Naruko let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Glad that's over. Indeed, Shino agreed. Shikamaru stretched his arms above his head. Troublesome, but effective. They began the journey back to the village, the atmosphere lighter than before. As they walked, Naruko glanced at her companions. Did you guys experience something during the trials? They exchanged knowing looks. Yeah, Shikamaru admitted. It was introspective. Shino nodded. An opportunity to confront personal doubts. Naruko smiled softly. Same here. I guess we all had things we needed to face. Seems so, Shikamaru agreed. They continued in companionable silence, each reflecting on their individual experiences. Upon returning to Konoha, they reported to Tsunade, detailing the encounter and the resolution with the keeper. Good work, Tsunade praised them. I'm glad you were able to resolve the situation peacefully. Us too, Naruko replied. As they left the Hokage's office, they were greeted by Hinata, who approached with a warm smile. Welcome back, she said softly. I heard you were on a mission. Hey, Hinata. Naruko greeted cheerfully. Yeah, it was eventful. Everything all right? Hinata asked, concern in her eyes. Just some spiritual shenanigans, Shikamaru said with a wave of his hand. Shino offered a reassuring nod. We managed to resolve it. Hinata relaxed slightly. That's good to hear. They chatted briefly before Hinata excused herself to attend to her own duties. She's always so kind, Naruko remarked as they watched her depart. Indeed, Shino agreed. The trio made their way home, the sun casting long shadows as it began to set. That evening, they gathered in the living room, a comfortable silence settling among them. Naruko broke the silence. I've been thinking about what my double said during the trial. Shikamaru glanced at her. About your fears? She nodded. Yeah. I realized that I've been holding on to doubts about myself, about whether I deserve what we have. Shino regarded her thoughtfully. It's natural to have insecurities. True, Shikamaru added. But we face them together. She smiled appreciatively. Thank you. For being patient with me. Shikamaru smirked. You're worth the trouble. Shino's eyes softened. We value you, Naruko. She felt a warmth spread through her chest. I value you both too. They sat in companionable silence, the unspoken understanding strengthening their bond. After a while, Shikamaru stood up. I think it's time for a game of shogi. Naruko grinned. You know I'll beat you one of these days. He chuckled. I'll believe it when I see it. They set up the board, and Shino observed, occasionally offering insights. As the evening wore on, laughter and light-hearted banter filled the room. Later, as they prepared to turn in for the night, Naruko paused at the foot of the stairs. By the way, she began, I think we should plan a celebration. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. For what? For us, she replied. We've been through a lot, and I think we deserve it. Shino considered this. Acknowledging our achievements could be beneficial. Shikamaru shrugged. Why not? Any excuse to relax. She clapped her hands together. Great. I'll start making plans. They bid each other goodnight, and Naruko headed to her room, excitement bubbling within her. Over the next few days, Naruko busied herself organizing a small gathering at their home. She invited their close friends, Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Ino, and others who had been part of their journey. The evening of the celebration arrived, and their house was filled with warmth and laughter. The scent of delicious food wafted through the air, and music played softly in the background. Naruko mingled with the guests, her smile radiant. Everything looks wonderful, Sakura complimented, sipping her drink. Thanks, Naruko replied. Couldn't have done it without these two. She gestured toward Shikamaru and Shino, who were engaged in conversation nearby. Ino joined them, a mischievous glint in her eye. You three make quite the team. Naruko nodded happily. We do. Hinata approached, her eyes reflecting genuine happiness. I'm glad to see you all so at peace. Thanks, Hinata, Naruko said warmly. It means a lot. As the night progressed, the group shared stories and memories, the camaraderie palpable. At one point, Kiba raised his glass. A toast. To Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino, for always keeping things interesting. Laughter rippled through the crowd as they clinked glasses. Shikamaru leaned over to Naruko. Looks like your celebration is a success. She beamed. I'm just glad everyone could be here. Shino added, it's moments like these that strengthen our connections. The party continued late into the night, the bonds of friendship and love reaffirmed with each passing hour. After the guests had departed, the trio sat together in the quiet of their living room. That was fun, Naruko said, a contented sigh escaping her. Not a bad way to spend an evening, Shikamaru agreed. Shino nodded. Indeed. Naruko glanced at them, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. I'm grateful for you both. Shikamaru smirked lightly. Getting sentimental again? She laughed softly. Maybe a little. Shino's gaze was gentle. It's mutual. They sat in comfortable silence, the weight of unspoken words settling comfortably among them. Eventually, they decided to call it a night. As Naruko prepared for bed, she reflected on the journey they had shared, the challenges faced, the fears confronted, and the triumphs celebrated. She pulled out her journal and began to write. Today we celebrated not just our recent success, but the strength of our bond. Facing the Keeper and the trials forced us to look inward, to confront the shadows we often ignore. But through it all, we stood together. I realize now more than ever that with Shikamaru and Shino by my side, there's nothing we can't overcome. Closing the journal, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. Climbing into bed, she whispered into the darkness, here's to many more adventures together. As sleep claimed her, dreams of a bright future unfolded, a future where they continued to grow, to face whatever challenges came their way, and to cherish the unbreakable bond they shared. Chapter 8, The Path Forward. The soft glow of the morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting gentle patterns of light and shadow across Naruko's bedroom. She blinked awake, feeling unusually refreshed. The events of the past weeks had been intense, facing the Keeper of Shadows, confronting inner doubts, and celebrating their strengthened bonds with friends. But today felt different, as if the weight of uncertainty had lifted, replaced by a sense of calm anticipation. She stretched lazily, savoring the tranquility. A faint aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted up from downstairs, mingled with the subtle scent of something sweet baking. Smiling to herself, she slipped out of bed and dressed in comfortable attire, a simple blouse and leggings, before heading downstairs. In the kitchen, Shikamaru stood by the stove, flipping pancakes with practiced ease. His hair was down, cascading over his shoulders in a way that Naruko found endearing. Shino sat at the table, engrossed in a book, a cup of coffee steaming beside him. Good morning, Naruko greeted them cheerfully. Shikamaru glanced over his shoulder, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Morning. Sleep well? Like a baby, she replied, taking a seat next to Shino. What's the occasion? You don't usually cook breakfast. Shikamaru shrugged nonchalantly. Felt like doing something different. Shino looked up from his book, his eyes reflecting a quiet warmth. We thought it would be nice to start the day together. Naruko's heart swelled with affection. You two are full of surprises. Shikamaru slid a plate of golden pancakes onto the table. Hope you're hungry. She grinned, reaching for the maple syrup. Always. As they ate, the conversation flowed easily. They discussed mundane things, the changing seasons, updates from their friends, and trivial village gossip. It was comforting, grounding them in the simplicity of everyday life. By the way, Shikamaru began, his tone casual, Tsunade wants to see us this afternoon. Naruko raised an eyebrow. Any idea why? He shook his head. She didn't say. Just asked that we meet her at the Hokage Tower. Shino sipped his coffee thoughtfully. Perhaps it's related to the recent mission reports. Guess we'll find out, Naruko said, cutting into her pancakes. Any plans until then? I was thinking of stopping by the training grounds, Shikamaru said. haven't practiced my shadow techniques in a while. I have some research to attend to at the academy, Shino added. Naruko leaned back in her chair. Mind if I join you at the training grounds, Shikamaru? Could use a good workout. He smirked. If you think you can keep up. She shot him a playful glare. Oh, it's on. After breakfast, they went their separate ways for the morning. Naruko and Shikamaru headed to the training grounds, the crisp autumn air invigorating. Leaves of red and gold drifted from the trees, carpeting the ground in a tapestry of color. So, any new techniques you've been working on? Naruko asked as they walked. Shikamaru shrugged modestly. A few variations. Mostly refining existing skills. She grinned. Care to show me? He gave her a sidelong glance. Only if you're willing to share yours. Deal. They reached the training grounds, which were surprisingly empty. The open space was perfect for sparring, and Naruko felt a familiar thrill of excitement. Ready? She challenged, dropping into a fighting stance. Shikamaru mirrored her posture. As I'll ever be. They began with light sparring, testing each other's reflexes. Naruko moved swiftly, her taijutsu honed from years of practice. Shikamaru countered with calculated precision, his shadow techniques adding an unpredictable element to the match. Shadow imitation jutsu, he declared, his shadow stretching toward her. Naruko leaped back, forming a quick series of hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 clones appeared beside her, and together they charged at him from different angles. Shikamaru anticipated the move, his shadow splitting to intercept the clones. Nice try, he said, but Naruko smirked. Who said I was done? She retorted. From behind, the real Naruko launched an attack, aiming a kick at his side. He dodged narrowly, the surprise evident on his face. Using your clones as a distraction, he mused. Clever. They continued sparring, the friendly competition pushing them both to their limits. Finally, after an intense exchange, they called a truce. Not bad, Shikamaru admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. You've definitely improved. She laughed lightly. You weren't holding back either. They sat beneath a large oak tree to catch their breath. The sun filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows around them. Sometimes I miss this, Naruko said softly. Miss what? He asked. Just, spending time like this. No missions, no crises. Just us. He leaned back against the tree trunk. Life's been hectic lately. She glanced at him, her gaze thoughtful. Do you ever think about the future? He closed his eyes briefly. Sometimes. But it's hard to predict what will happen. True, she conceded. But I like to imagine where we'll be in a few years. He opened one eye to look at her. And where do you see us? She smiled wistfully. Still together. Maybe with more stability. Peaceful times. He considered her words. That would be nice. They fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Well, we should probably head to the Hokage Tower, Shikamaru said after a while. Don't want to keep Tsunade waiting. She nodded, standing up and dusting off her clothes. Let's go. They met up with Shino outside the Hokage Tower. He carried a folder under one arm, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Any idea what this is about? Naruko asked him. He shook his head. Only that it's important. They entered the building and made their way to Tsunade's office. Shizune greeted them with a warm smile. She's expecting you, Shizune said, opening the door for them. Tsunade looked up from her desk as they entered. Good, you're here. Is everything all right? Naruko inquired. Tsunade gestured for them to sit. I have some news that affects all of you. They took their seats, exchanging curious glances. I've been reviewing your mission records, and the recent events involving the Keeper of Shadows, Tsunade began. Your teamwork and abilities have been exceptional. Thank you, Shino said politely. However, Tsunade continued, her tone serious, with the increasing threats we've been facing, I believe it's time to consider advancing your roles within the village. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked. I'd like to promote each of you to higher positions, she explained. Shikamaru, I'd like you to take on more strategic planning responsibilities. Your tactical mind is invaluable. He looked contemplative. I appreciate the confidence. Shino, Tsunade addressed him next, your knowledge and analytical skills are crucial. I propose you lead a specialized research unit focused on unusual phenomena. Shino inclined his head. I accept. Naruko, Tsunade said, turning to her, your leadership qualities and strength are undeniable. I'm considering you for a position as a Jonin squad leader. Naruko's eyes widened. Really? Tsunade nodded. You've proven yourself time and again. The younger generation could benefit greatly from your guidance. Naruko felt a surge of pride mixed with apprehension. I'd be honored. Good, Tsunade said, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. These promotions come with greater responsibilities, but I have no doubt you're all capable. They thanked her and left the office, stepping into the afternoon sun. Well, that was unexpected, Naruko remarked, still processing the news. Indeed, Shino agreed. This changes things. Shikamaru looked thoughtful. It's a lot to consider. They walked in silence for a while before Naruko spoke again. Do you think this will affect us? Shikamaru glanced at her. In what way? I mean, with new duties and responsibilities, she explained. We might not have as much time together. Shino adjusted his glasses. Our relationship has always adapted to circumstances. We'll find a way to balance it. Shino's right, Shikamaru said. It might be challenging, but we can handle it. She smiled, reassured by their confidence. You're both right. I guess I'm just overthinking. He smirked. Since when do you overthink? She playfully punched his arm. Hey! They decided to celebrate their promotions with dinner at their favorite restaurant. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the hum of conversations and clinking of dishes. To new beginnings, Naruko toasted, raising her glass. To us, Shino added. To more work, Shikamaru said dryly, eliciting laughter from the others. As they enjoyed their meal, familiar faces stopped by to congratulate them. Ino and Choji joined them briefly, offering words of encouragement. I always knew you'd climb the ranks, Ino told Naruko. You're unstoppable. Thanks, Ino, Naruko replied warmly. Don't forget about us little people when you're a big shot Jonin, Choji teased. She laughed. Never. Later that evening, they returned home, the weight of the day's events settling in. I suppose we'll need to adjust our routines, Shino remarked as they entered the living room. True, Shikamaru agreed. But it's manageable. Naruko sank into the couch. I wonder what kind of squad I'll get. Probably a handful, Shikamaru teased. She rolled her eyes. As if you can talk. He smirked. Fair point. Shino took a seat beside her. No matter the challenges, remember we're here to support each other. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Thanks, Shino. Always, he replied softly. They spent some time discussing how they might navigate their new roles, brainstorming ways to stay connected despite potential time constraints. Maybe we can set aside specific days for us, Naruko suggested. Like a standing appointment. Not a bad idea, Shikamaru conceded. Shino nodded in agreement. Consistency could help maintain balance. Feeling more at ease, Naruko stretched and yawned. It's been a long day. Agreed, Shikamaru said, stifling a yawn of his own. They headed upstairs, each lost in thought. In her room, Naruko changed into comfortable sleepwear and sat by the window. The village was peaceful at night, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating the streets below. She retrieved her journal and began to write. Today brought unexpected changes. Promotions, new responsibilities, and the promise of growth. Part of me is excited, but another part is anxious. Will I be a good leader? Can I handle the challenges ahead? I suppose only time will tell. But knowing Shikamaru and Shino are with me gives me strength. Together, we'll face whatever comes. Closing the journal, she gazed out at the stars. A gentle knock at her door pulled her from her reverie. Come in, she called. The door opened to reveal Shikamaru and Shino. Can't sleep? She asked. Just wanted to check on you, Shikamaru said, leaning against the doorframe. Shino stepped inside. We thought you might want some company. She smiled warmly. I'd like that. They settled into her room, the atmosphere cozy and intimate. I'm proud of us, Naruko said softly. We've come so far. Yeah, Shikamaru agreed. Who would have thought? Shino's eyes reflected a quiet contentment. Our journey continues to unfold in unexpected ways. She reached out to take their hands. As long as we're together, I believe we can handle anything. They sat in comfortable silence, the unspoken understanding strengthening their bond. Eventually, Shikamaru stood up. We should probably let you get some rest. She squeezed his hand gently. Thanks for checking on me. Anytime, he replied with a faint smile. Shino nodded. Good night, Naruko. Good night, she said, watching as they left the room. She settled into bed, her thoughts a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Change was inevitable, but with it came the opportunity for growth. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Naruko began training her new squad, a trio of eager genin named Emi, Taro, and Kenji. Each had unique talents and personalities, reminding her of her own team from years past. Alright, listen up. Naruko called out during their first training session. We're going to focus on teamwork and strategy. Emi, a spirited girl with bright red hair, grinned. We're ready, sensei. Taro, a quiet but observant boy, nodded seriously. Kenji, ever the jokester, saluted dramatically. At your command. Naruko couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. Let's start with some basic drills. As the days progressed, she found herself growing fond of her students. They faced challenges, of course, miscommunications, clashes of ego, and the occasional mishap, but they showed promise. One afternoon, after a particularly successful training exercise, Emi approached her. Sensei, can I ask you something? The girl inquired hesitantly. Of course, Naruko replied. Emi fiddled with the hem of her sleeve. How do you stay so confident? Even when things are tough? Naruko considered the question. It's not always easy, she admitted. But having people you trust and care about makes a big difference. Emi smiled shyly. I hope I can be like that someday. You will, Naruko assured her. Just keep believing in yourself. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's new role involved collaborating with the village's strategic planning council. He found himself immersed in complex scenarios, analyzing potential threats and developing contingency plans. One evening, he returned home later than usual, his expression weary. Long day? Naruko asked as he entered the living room. He sank into a chair with a sigh. You could say that. Shino looked up from a report he was reviewing. Challenges at the council? Shikamaru rubbed his temples. Politics can be more draining than battles. Naruko moved to stand behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Maybe you need a break. He closed his eyes appreciatively. This helps. Shino set his papers aside. Perhaps we should plan a quiet evening. No work, just relaxation. I like that idea, Naruko agreed. They spent the evening engaged in light-hearted activities, playing games, sharing stories, and simply enjoying each other's company. Feeling better? Naruko asked as they settled on the couch. Shikamaru nodded. Much. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Good. We need to take care of ourselves. Shino added, balance is essential. As the night wore on, a comfortable silence enveloped them. The challenges of their new roles were significant, but moments like this reminded them of what truly mattered. One afternoon, as Naruko wrapped up a training session with her squad, she noticed Shizune approaching. Naruko, can I speak with you? Shizune asked politely. Sure, Naruko replied, instructing her students to practice independently. Shizune led her a short distance away. There's been a request for you to attend a council meeting tomorrow. Naruko's brow furrowed. Me? Why? Your insights are valued, Shizune explained. And as a new Jonin leader, your perspective is important. Naruko felt a mixture of surprise and apprehension. I see. Don't worry, Shizune said kindly. You'll do fine. Thanks, Naruko said, managing a smile. That evening, she shared the news with Shikamaru and Shino. Looks like they're pulling you into the political sphere, Shikamaru commented. Great, she said wryly. Just what I needed. He chuckled. It's not so bad. Just be yourself. Shino offered reassurance. Your experiences bring valuable perspectives. She sighed. I guess. The next day, Naruko attended the council meeting. The room was filled with seasoned shinobi and village elders. Tsunade presided over the gathering, her presence commanding respect. Thank you all for being here, Tsunade began. We have several matters to discuss, including security protocols and alliance negotiations. Naruko listened attentively, contributing when appropriate. Initially, she felt out of place, but as the meeting progressed, she grew more comfortable. At one point, an elder raised concerns about the training of new genin squads. We need to ensure they're prepared for the realities of our world, the elder insisted. Naruko spoke up. With all due respect, I believe that fostering teamwork and confidence is just as important as combat readiness. My squad has shown significant growth through collaborative exercises. The elder regarded her thoughtfully. An interesting perspective. Tsunade nodded approvingly. Naruko's approach has merit. After the meeting, several attendees approached her to express appreciation for her input. You handled yourself well, Tsunade told her privately. Thank you, Naruko replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Returning home, she shared the experience with Shikamaru and Shino. See? Told you it wouldn't be so bad, Shikamaru teased. She rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Alright, you were right. Shino added, your contributions are making a difference. She smiled warmly. I couldn't do it without your support. As time passed, they continued to navigate their new roles, facing challenges and celebrating successes together. One evening, as they sat on the rooftop watching the sunset, Naruko felt a deep sense of contentment. Remember when we used to dream about the future? She mused. Vaguely, Shikamaru replied with a smirk. She nudged him playfully. I'm serious. Shino gazed at the horizon. Our paths have unfolded in ways we couldn't have predicted. But I wouldn't change a thing, Naruko said firmly. Shikamaru nodded. Neither would I. They sat in companionable silence, the fading light casting a golden glow around them. Here's to whatever comes next, Naruko declared, raising an imaginary glass. To the path forward, Shikamaru agreed. Together, Shino affirmed. They clinked their imaginary glasses, laughter bubbling up among them. As darkness settled in, they made their way back inside, ready to face whatever the future held, secure in the knowledge that their bond was unbreakable. Chapter 9, Echoes of the Past. The early morning sun bathed Konoha in a soft, golden light, casting long shadows across the village streets. Naruko stood atop the Hokage monument, her long blonde hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She often came here to think, to reflect on her journey and the path that lay ahead. Below her, the village bustled with life, shopkeepers setting up stalls, children laughing on their way to the academy, shinobi heading out on missions. It was a sight that always filled her with a sense of purpose. Today, however, there was a subtle tension in the air. A message had arrived late last night, summoning her, Shikamaru, and Shino, to a meeting with Tsunade first thing in the morning. The urgency of the request suggested that something significant was afoot. "Thought I'd find you here," came Shikamaru's familiar voice from behind. Naruko turned to see him approaching, hands tucked casually into his pockets, his expression thoughtful. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked. He shrugged. "Had a feeling we'd need to be sharp today." "Shino's already at the tower," Naruko informed him. "I guess we should head over." Shikamaru nodded, and together they made their way down the winding paths leading to the Hokage Tower. As they walked, Naruko couldn't shake the feeling that this day would bring challenges unlike any they'd faced before. Entering Tsunade's office, they found Shino standing by the window, gazing out thoughtfully. Tsunade sat behind her desk, a serious expression on her face. "Good, you're all here," Tsunade said, gesturing for them to take seats. "We have a situation that requires your immediate attention." "What's going on?" Naruko asked, concern evident in her tone. Tsunade leaned forward, folding her hands on the desk. "Over the past few weeks, there have been reports of unusual activities along the borders of the Land of Fire. Small villages have been attacked, their residents disappearing without a trace. Initial investigations suggest the involvement of rogue shinobi, possibly remnants of old factions." Shikamaru frowned. "Any leads on who might be behind this?" "That's the troubling part," Tsunade replied. "All evidence points to someone we thought long gone, Orochimaru." Naruko's eyes widened. "But, we defeated him years ago." "We believed we did," Tsunade acknowledged. "But recent intel suggests he may have survived or left behind followers carrying on his work." Shino adjusted his glasses. "What is it you need us to do?" "I want you three to lead a reconnaissance mission," Tsunade explained. "Gather information, find out who's behind these attacks, and, if possible, neutralize the threat." Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. "We'll need a team." "I've already arranged for additional support," Tsunade said, handing them a dossier. "You'll be joined by Sai, Kiba, and Hinata." Naruko felt a mix of relief and concern. "Hinata? Is she up for this?" Tsunade gave a reassuring smile. "She's one of our best. I have full confidence in her abilities." "Understood," Naruko said firmly. "We'll leave immediately." "Be careful," Tsunade cautioned. "We don't know what you're up against." As they left the office, they met up with the rest of their team outside. Sai greeted them with his usual polite smile, a scroll tucked under his arm. Kiba stood with Akamaru by his side, the large white dog, panting eagerly. Hinata offered a shy smile, her lavender eyes determined. "Looks like the gang's all here," Kiba remarked. "Ready to kick some rogue shinobi butt?" "Let's focus on gathering information first," Shikamaru advised. "We need to understand what we're dealing with." They spent the next hour reviewing the mission details, mapping out their route, and discussing potential strategies. With everything in place, they set out toward the border regions. The journey to the first village was uneventful, but the atmosphere grew heavier as they approached their destination. The village, once lively and prosperous, now lay in ruins. Buildings were charred, and the streets were eerily silent. "This is worse than I imagined," Hinata whispered, activating her Byakugan to scan the area. "I'm not detecting any chakra signatures nearby." "Spread out," Naruko instructed. "Look for any clues or survivors." They moved carefully through the wreckage, eyes alert for any signs of danger. Shino sent his insects to scout ahead, while Kiba and Akamaru sniffed out any lingering scents. "Over here," Sai called from near a collapsed building. They gathered around to find him examining strange markings etched into a wall, a series of symbols and patterns that seemed familiar. "These are Orochimaru's symbols," Shikamaru observed grimly. "No doubt about it." Naruko clenched her fists. "So he is involved." "Or someone trying to imitate him," Shino suggested. "Either way, it's a lead." Kiba's ears perked up. Akamaru smells something, a faint scent heading east. Let's follow it, Naruko decided. But stay sharp. They moved swiftly but cautiously, following Akamaru's lead. The trail led them through dense forests and rocky terrain, eventually bringing them to the entrance of a hidden cave. This must be it, Sai said quietly. Shikamaru studied the surroundings. There could be traps. Hinata, can you check for any chakra disturbances? Hinata nodded, focusing her vision. I see several chakra threads, likely connected to traps inside. Can you disable them? Naruko asked. I'll try, Hinata replied. She moved carefully, guiding them around hidden tripwires and seals. With her guidance, they navigated deeper into the cave. The air grew colder, and an unsettling feeling crept over them. Suddenly, they entered a large chamber illuminated by an eerie green glow. At the center stood a figure shrouded in darkness, his back turned to them. Welcome, the figure hissed, his voice sending chills down their spines. Orochimaru, Naruko spat, her eyes narrowing. He turned slowly, a sinister smile on his pale face. Ah, Naruko. How delightful to see you again. I thought we finished you off years ago, she retorted. Rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, he replied smoothly. I've been reborn, you might say. Cut the talk, Kiba growled. What are you planning? Orochimaru chuckled. Straight to the point, as always. Very well. I'm simply continuing my research, unlocking the secrets of immortality and ultimate power. At the expense of innocent lives, Shino said coldly. A necessary sacrifice, Orochimaru waved dismissively. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. Before anyone could react, shadowy figures emerged from the walls, dozens of masked shinobi, their eyes devoid of emotion. Get ready! Shikamaru shouted, forming hand seals. Shadow possession jutsu. His shadow stretched out, attempting to immobilize as many opponents as possible. Hinata and Kiba moved in tandem, engaging the enemy with practiced coordination. Sai summoned ink creatures to assist, while Shino directed his insects to disrupt their attackers. Naruko focused on Orochimaru. You're not getting away this time. She charged forward, forming a Rasengan in her hand. Orochimaru sidestepped gracefully, countering with a swift strike that she barely managed to block. Still so impulsive, he taunted. You haven't changed. Neither have you, she shot back. Still preying on others to satisfy your twisted ambitions. Their battle intensified, each exchange more ferocious than the last. Around them, the others fought fiercely, but the sheer number of enemies began to overwhelm them. There's too many. Kiba called out, dodging a barrage of shuriken. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. We need to regroup. Agreed, Shino said, releasing a cloud of insects to cover their retreat. Fall back. Naruko ordered, reluctantly disengaging from Orochimaru. They retreated down a side tunnel, emerging into a secluded clearing outside the cave. Panting and battered, they took a moment to assess their situation. Everyone okay? Naruko asked, concern etched on her face. Mostly, Sai replied, nursing a cut on his arm. We can't take them head-on, Shikamaru admitted. We need a new plan. Hinata looked troubled. I couldn't see any weaknesses in their formations. It's like they're being controlled remotely. Orochimaru must be using some kind of jutsu to manipulate them, Shino speculated. Then we need to disrupt his control, Naruko said decisively. If we can break his hold on them, we might stand a chance. But how? Kiba questioned. We couldn't get close enough. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. There might be a way. He quickly sketched a diagram in the dirt, outlining a strategy. If we can create a diversion to draw the bulk of his forces away, a small team could infiltrate and target Orochimaru directly. I'll be part of the infiltration team, Naruko volunteered immediately. Shikamaru nodded. I thought as much. Shino, you'll go with her. Your insects can help locate Orochimaru and disrupt any chakra signals. What about the rest of us? Hinata asked. Sai, Kiba, and Hinata will lead the diversion, Shikamaru continued. I'll coordinate from a distance, using my shadow techniques to assist where needed. Sounds risky, Kiba remarked. It is, Shikamaru agreed. But it's our best shot. They finalized the plan, steeling themselves for the challenge ahead. Be careful, Hinata said softly to Naruko as they prepared to move out. You too, Naruko replied, offering a reassuring smile. As the operation commenced, the diversion team launched an assault on the cave entrance, drawing out Orochimaru's forces. Explosions and battle cries echoed through the forest, masking the movements of Naruko and Shino as they slipped inside through a hidden passage discovered by Shino's insects. Navigating the labyrinthine tunnels, they moved swiftly toward the central chamber. The air was thick with tension, every shadow a potential threat. According to my insects, Orochimaru is alone up ahead, Shino whispered. Good, Naruko said, determination flashing in her eyes. Let's end this. They entered the chamber to find Orochimaru standing before a large, ominous-looking contraption, an intricate array of seals and mechanisms pulsing with dark energy. Ah, you've returned, he remarked, not bothering to turn around. Your games are over, Naruko declared. We're here to stop you once and for all. Orochimaru chuckled. Such confidence. But you're too late. My experiment is nearly complete. What are you planning? Shino demanded. Orochimaru finally faced them, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. This device will allow me to absorb the life force of every person within a 100-mile radius, extending my own life indefinitely. You're insane, Naruko spat. We won't let you do this. Try and stop me, he challenged. Naruko and Shino sprang into action. Shino unleashed a swarm of insects to disrupt the device, while Naruko engaged Orochimaru directly. Their battle was intense. Orochimaru's agility and cunning made him a formidable opponent. He countered Naruko's attacks with ease, his movements almost serpentine. You're wasting your energy, he taunted. You can't defeat me. Watch me, Naruko retorted, summoning her chakra. Sage mode. Her eyes transformed, and an aura of power enveloped her. She attacked with renewed vigor, pushing Orochimaru back. Meanwhile, Shino's insects swarmed over the device, attempting to interfere with its mechanisms. However, a barrier repelled them, emitting a burst of energy that sent them scattering. It's protected by a chakra shield, Shino observed. I need to find the source. Leave that to me, a voice said from behind. Shikamaru appeared, shadow tendrils already extending toward the device. Thought you could use some help. How did you? Naruko began, dodging a strike from Orochimaru. Managed to slip away, he replied. Now focus on Orochimaru. Shino and Shikamaru worked together to unravel the barrier. Shino's insects located the key seal points, while Shikamaru used his shadows to disrupt the energy flow. Almost there, Shino announced. Orochimaru sensed the shift. No. I won't allow it. He tried to disengage from Naruko to protect the device, but she blocked his path. You're fighting me now, she declared. Persistent brat, he hissed. Naruko channeled her chakra into a raisin shuriken. This ends now. She hurled the spinning vortex of energy at Orochimaru. He attempted to evade, but the attack caught him, exploding in a brilliant flash of light. At the same moment, the barrier around the device faltered. Shikamaru seized the opportunity, his shadow snaking into the mechanisms and halting their operation. Got it, he exclaimed. The device powered down, its ominous glow fading. Orochimaru staggered, badly injured but not defeated. You think this will stop me? He rasped. Naruko stood her ground. It's over, Orochimaru. He gave a twisted smile. Perhaps. But I always have contingencies. Before they could react, he dissolved into a mass of snakes that slithered away into the crevices of the chamber. He's escaping, Shino warned. Naruko moved to pursue, but Shikamaru placed a hand on her shoulder. Let him go. We need to secure the area and regroup with the others. Reluctantly, she agreed. Fine. But this isn't the last we've seen of him. They exited the chamber to find the diversion team waiting outside, the enemy forces dispersed. Is it done? Hinata asked hopefully. We stopped his device, Shikamaru confirmed. But Orochimaru escaped. Kiba punched a tree in frustration. That slippery snake. At least we thwarted his plan, Sai pointed out. Let's return to Konoha and report to Tsunade, Naruko suggested. We need to be prepared for whatever he might try next. Back in Konoha, they debriefed with Tsunade, who commended them for their efforts. You prevented a catastrophe, she acknowledged. But Orochimaru remains a threat. We should increase surveillance along the borders, Shikamaru recommended. And perhaps coordinate with allied villages. Agreed, Tsunade said. I'll convene a council meeting to address this. After the meeting, the team dispersed to rest and recover. Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino returned home, the weight of the mission heavy on their minds. Sitting around the kitchen table, they shared a quiet meal. I'm sorry he got away, Naruko said softly, staring into her cup of tea. It's not your fault, Shikamaru assured her. We did everything we could. Shino added, Orochimaru is a master of evasion. But we've weakened his resources. She sighed. I just can't shake the feeling that he's planning something bigger. Then we'll be ready, Shikamaru said firmly. Together. She managed a small smile. You're right. They spent the evening in each other's company, finding solace in their shared strength. The next morning, they received summons to the council meeting. The room was filled with familiar faces, village elders, jonin commanders, and representatives from allied nations. Tsunade addressed the assembly. As many of you are aware, Orochimaru has resurfaced, posing a significant threat. We must take decisive action. Discussions ensued about strategies, resource allocation, and alliances. Naruko listened attentively, contributing when appropriate. We should consider forming a specialized task force, one elder suggested. Focused solely on tracking and eliminating rogue elements. I volunteer to lead it, Naruko said boldly. Murmurs rippled through the room. Your dedication is commendable, Tsunade responded. But as a jonin squad leader, your responsibilities are significant. My squad is capable, Naruko insisted. They can manage while I'm on this mission. Shikamaru spoke up. I propose that Naruko, Shino, and I form the core of this task force. Our combined skills and experience make us well suited for this endeavor. More discussions followed, weighing the risks and benefits. Finally, Tsunade made her decision. Very well. You three will lead the task force. Coordinate with other teams as necessary, and report directly to me. Thank you, Naruko said, determination shining in her eyes. Over the following weeks, they dedicated themselves to the mission. Gathering intel, coordinating with other villages, and tracking any signs of Orochimaru's activities. Their efforts began to bear fruit. Reports came in of sightings, minor skirmishes with his followers, and recovered documents hinting at his plans. One evening, as they pored over maps and reports in their living room, Shikamaru pointed to a location, circled in red. All evidence suggests he's operating from this area, a remote region near the Land of Sound. Shino nodded. It's a logical place. Sparse population, difficult terrain. We need to act quickly, Naruko urged. Before he can move again. They formulated a plan, assembling a team of trusted allies, including Sai, Hinata, and Kiba. The mission was perilous, involving treacherous mountain passes and hidden traps. But their determination never wavered. As they closed in on Orochimaru's hideout, they encountered fierce resistance. His followers fought with fanatical zeal, but the team's coordination and skill prevailed. Finally, they confronted Orochimaru in a subterranean chamber lined with ominous symbols and arcane equipment. You persist in your meddling, Orochimaru sneered, his eyes flashing with malice. This ends here, Naruko declared, her voice steady. He laughed coldly. You are but insects before me. The battle that ensued was the most intense they had ever faced. Orochimaru unleashed powerful jutsu, the likes of which they had never seen. The chamber shook with the force of their clashes. Stay focused. Shikamaru shouted, using his shadows to bind Orochimaru momentarily. Shino's insects swarmed, attempting to drain his chakra. Hinata provided support with her gentle fist techniques, disrupting his chakra flow. Sai's ink beasts harried him from all sides. Naruko summoned all her strength, entering sage mode once more. This is for everyone you've hurt. She combined her Raisin Shuriken with the natural energy of sage mode, creating an attack of immense power. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Impossible. She hurled the attack, the spinning vortex engulfing him. The explosion rocked the chamber, and for a moment, silence reigned. As the dust settled, they saw Orochimaru collapsed on the ground, his form flickering. It's over, Naruko said breathlessly. He looked up at them, a twisted smile on his lips. Perhaps, but know this, you cannot kill me so easily. Before they could react, his body disintegrated into a swarm of snakes that vanished into the crevices. Damn it. Kiba cursed. Not again. Shikamaru sighed heavily. At least we've dismantled his operation. Shino surveyed the ruined chamber. His resources are depleted. It will take time for him to recover. Naruko clenched her fists. Next time, we won't let him escape. They returned to Konoha, where Tsunade acknowledged their efforts. You've dealt a significant blow to Orochimaru, she said. Well done. Thank you, Naruko replied, though her expression remained serious. Take some time to rest, Tsunade advised. You've earned it. Back at home, the trio settled into their familiar routine. But Naruko couldn't shake the lingering frustration. What's on your mind? Shikamaru asked gently as they sat on the porch, watching the sunset. I just feel like we're caught in a cycle, she admitted. No matter what we do, he keeps slipping away. Shino placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Progress is often incremental. We've weakened him significantly. Shino's right, Shikamaru agreed. We have to be patient. She sighed. I know. It's just hard. He gave her a small smile. You're not one to give up. She managed a chuckle. True. They sat in comfortable silence, the fading light casting a warm glow around them. Maybe it's time we focus on other things for a while, Shikamaru suggested. We've been so wrapped up in this mission. Naruko nodded slowly. You're right. We should enjoy the peace we have. Shino added, our lives are more than just missions and battles. She looked at them both, gratitude shining in her eyes. I don't know what I'd do without you two. Luckily, you'll never have to find out, Shikamaru replied with a wink. They spent the next few days engaging in simpler pleasures, training with their squads, spending time with friends, and allowing themselves to relax. One afternoon, they visited a newly opened tea house that Hinata had recommended. The tranquil atmosphere and delicate flavors provided a welcome respite from their usual routines. This place is nice, Naruko remarked, sipping her jasmine tea. Indeed, Shino agreed. A perfect spot for reflection. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair. Sometimes it's the small things that make a difference. As they enjoyed their tea, they noticed a group of academy students passing by, chatting excitedly about their upcoming graduation exams. Remember when that was us? Naruko mused. Feels like a lifetime ago, Shikamaru said. Shino nodded. We've come a long way since then. Naruko smiled softly. I hope we can inspire them, the way others inspired us. You already do, Shikamaru pointed out. Your squad looks up to you. She blushed slightly. I guess. They continued to watch the students, a sense of hope filling them. That evening, back at home, they received an unexpected visitor. A messenger from the land of waves arrived with a sealed letter addressed to Naruko. "Wonder what this is about," she said, breaking the seal. As she read, her eyes widened. "It's from Tazuna, the bridge builder we helped years ago." "What's he say?" Shikamaru asked. "He wants us to visit," Naruko explained. "They're having a festival to celebrate the anniversary of the Great Naruto Bridge, and he's inviting us as guests of honor." Shino considered this. It would be a good opportunity to reconnect. "Agreed," Shikamaru said. "And a chance to get away for a bit." Naruko grinned. "Then it's settled. Let's go." They made arrangements, informing Tsunade of their plans. She approved their leave, encouraging them to enjoy the trip. The journey to the land of waves was nostalgic. Memories of their first major mission together resurfaced, facing Zabuza and Haku, overcoming immense challenges as inexperienced genin. Upon arrival, they were greeted warmly by Tazuna and his family. The village had flourished, the once impoverished community now bustling with life and prosperity. "Naruko! Shikamaru! Shino!" Tazuna called out, waving energetically. "It's so good to see you." "It's great to see you too," Naruko replied, embracing him. They spent the day exploring the village, marveling at the changes. The festival was vibrant, filled with music, food, and laughter. At the bridge, a ceremony was held to honor the efforts of those who had helped bring peace and stability to the region. Naruko stood on the bridge, gazing out over the water. "I can't believe how much has changed." "Time has a way of moving quickly," Shikamaru remarked. Shino joined them. "Our actions have lasting impacts, even if we don't always see them immediately." Tazuna approached, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You three have grown into remarkable shinobi. We're forever grateful for what you've done." "We were just doing our duty," Naruko said modestly. He chuckled. "Always humble. But know that you've made a difference." As the sun set, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they felt a profound sense of fulfillment. "This was a good idea," Naruko admitted. "I needed this." "Sometimes revisiting the past helps us appreciate the present," Shikamaru observed. Shino nodded. "And it can inspire us for the future." They spent the rest of the evening enjoying the festivities, their spirits lifted. Returning to Konoha, they felt rejuvenated. The challenges ahead still loomed, but they were ready to face them, together. One night, as they sat under the stars, Naruko spoke softly. "No matter what happens, I know we can handle it." "Agreed," Shikamaru said, his gaze fixed on the constellations. "Our bond is our greatest strength," Shino affirmed. She smiled contentedly. "I'm grateful for you both." "And we for you," Shikamaru replied. They sat in silence, the night embracing them in its quiet serenity. Chapter 10, A New Dawn. The soft hues of dawn painted the sky as Naruko stood at the edge of the village, gazing out over the horizon. The past weeks had been a whirlwind of emotions and challenges. Their confrontation with Orochimaru had left her with a mix of frustration and determination. Despite their efforts, he remained at large, a shadow looming over their peace. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, Naruko felt a newfound clarity. "Lost in thought again?" Shikamaru's voice broke through her reverie. She turned to see him approaching, hands in his pockets, a lazy smile on his face. "Just thinking about everything that's happened," she replied. Shikamaru stood beside her, following her gaze. "It's been a lot," he admitted. "But we've come out stronger." "Have you seen Shino this morning?" she asked. "He's at the training grounds," Shikamaru said. "Fine-tuning his techniques." Naruko nodded. "I feel like we should do something special today." "Any ideas?" Shikamaru inquired. She smiled brightly. "Let's have a picnic by the river. Just the three of us. No missions, no responsibilities, just us." He considered her suggestion. "Sounds like a plan. I'll let Shino know." Later that morning, they gathered by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water providing a soothing backdrop. Naruko spread out a blanket, arranging the food they'd prepared. "This was a great idea," Shino remarked, taking a seat. "It's been a while since we took time for ourselves." Naruko grinned. "We deserve a break." They ate and chatted, sharing stories and laughter. The weight of their duties seemed to melt away, replaced by a comforting sense of normalcy. As the afternoon sun warmed them, Naruko leaned back on her hands. "I've been thinking about the future," she began. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" She took a deep breath. "I want to make a difference, not just as a shinobi, but as a leader. I was considering taking on more responsibilities within the village." Shino nodded thoughtfully. "Your leadership skills are evident. You'd be an asset. Are you sure you want the extra work?" Shikamaru teased lightly. She laughed. "Coming from you?" He smirked. "Fair point." But seriously, Naruko continued, "I feel like it's time to step up. We've faced so much, and I want to help guide the next generation." Shikamaru exchanged a glance with Shino. "If that's what you want, we'll support you." "Absolutely," Shino agreed. She felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you. It means a lot." They spent the rest of the afternoon discussing ideas and possibilities. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, they packed up their picnic. "Let's head back," Shikamaru suggested. "We can stop by the Hokage's office tomorrow and discuss your plans." "Sounds good," Naruko agreed. Walking back through the village, they passed by familiar sights, the academy, bustling shops, friends waving in greeting. It all felt comforting, a reminder of what they were fighting for. That evening, they settled in at home. Naruko sat by the window in the living room, gazing out at the stars. "Can't sleep?" Shino asked softly, joining her. She shook her head. "Just thinking." "About your new role?" he guessed. "Partly," she admitted. "But also about us." He tilted his head. "In what way?" She met his gaze. "We've been through so much together. I can't imagine my life without you and Shikamaru." He smiled gently. "Nor can I. Mind if I join the conversation?" Shikamaru appeared, carrying 3 cups of tea. "Perfect timing," Naruko said, accepting a cup. They sat together, the quiet night enveloping them. "I've been meaning to say something," Shikamaru began. "I know we don't always talk about our feelings, but I want you both to know how much you mean to me." Naruko felt her cheeks warm. "You're getting sentimental," she teased. He chuckled. "Maybe a little." Shino's eyes softened. "It's good to express these things." Naruko took a sip of her tea. "In that case, I feel the same way. You two are my family." They shared a comfortable silence, the unspoken understanding deepening their bond. "Whatever the future holds," Shikamaru said, "we'll face it together." "Agreed," Shino affirmed. Naruko smiled. "To us." They clinked their cups lightly, sealing the moment. The next day, they met with Tsunade. Naruko outlined her desire to take on more leadership within the village. "I'm impressed," Tsunade said. "You've grown tremendously. I think you'd make an excellent ambassador between the Hokage's office and the Jonin leaders." "Thank you," Naruko replied earnestly. "Shikamaru, Shino," Tsunade continued, "you've both demonstrated exceptional skills. I'd like you to consider mentoring roles for strategic planning and research divisions." They exchanged glances. "We'd be honored," Shino said. "Sounds manageable," Shikamaru added with a small grin. As they left the office, Naruko felt a renewed sense of purpose. "Looks like we're moving up in the world," she joked. "Responsibility suits you," Shino remarked. "Just don't let it go to your head," Shikamaru teased. She laughed. "No promises." In the following weeks, they embraced their new roles. Naruko found fulfillment in bridging communication between the Hokage's office and the Jonin leaders. She organized meetings, addressed concerns, and implemented training programs for young shinobi. One afternoon, she visited the academy to speak with students about leadership. Always believe in yourselves, she encouraged them. Teamwork and trust are the keys to success. Meanwhile, Shikamaru guided strategic planning sessions, his insights invaluable in shaping mission protocols. Shino led research initiatives, his analytical mind pushing the boundaries of their understanding. Despite their busy schedules, they made time for each other. Evenings were spent sharing meals, discussing their days, and simply enjoying one another's company. One night, as they sat on their rooftop gazing at the stars, Naruko sighed contentedly. I feel like we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Shikamaru leaned back, hands behind his head. It's a good feeling. Shino nodded. Our paths have aligned in a way that benefits not just us, but the village. Naruko turned to them. I couldn't have asked for better partners. Neither could we, Shikamaru agreed. They sat in peaceful silence, the night sky stretching endlessly above them. Epilogue. Months passed, and the village thrived under the collective efforts of its people. Orochimaru remained at large, but his presence was a distant echo, overshadowed by the progress they made. Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino continued to grow, both individually and together. Their bond was unbreakable, forged through trials and triumphs. One day, as they walked through the bustling market, Naruko paused to watch a group of children playing ninja. Look at them, she said fondly. The future of Konoha. Shikamaru smiled. They have big shoes to fill. Shino adjusted his glasses. With guidance, they'll surpass us. Naruko looked at her companions. We've made a difference, haven't we? Yes, Shino affirmed. And we'll continue to, Shikamaru added. She took their hands. Together. Always, they replied in unison. As they moved forward, the sun shining warmly on their faces, they knew that whatever challenges awaited, they would face them side by side. Their story was far from over, but for now, they embraced the peace and the promise of what lay ahead, a new dawn for themselves and for Konoha. Chapter 11, Uncharted Paths. The sun cast a warm glow over Konoha as Naruko walked through the village streets, greeting familiar faces with a smile. It had been a few months since she, Shikamaru, and Shino had embraced their new roles within the village. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm, but today felt different. There was a buzz of anticipation in the air. Naruko made her way to the Hokage Tower, where Tsunade had called a meeting of the village's key leaders. As she entered the conference room, she saw Shikamaru leaning against a wall, arms crossed, and Shino reviewing a scroll at the table. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Any idea what this is about? Naruko asked as she took a seat beside Shino. Shikamaru shrugged. Not sure. Tsunade just said it was important. Moments later, Tsunade entered the room accompanied by Kakashi, now one of her top advisors. The murmurs in the room quieted as she took her place at the head of the table. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, Tsunade began. We've received reports of unusual activity near the border of the Land of Fire. A series of natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, have been occurring without any apparent cause. Natural disasters aren't uncommon, Shikamaru pointed out. What makes these unusual? Kakashi stepped forward. Our intel suggests that these events might be linked to a group of rogue shinobi experimenting with forbidden jutsu related to elemental manipulation. Naruko's eyes narrowed. Forbidden jutsu? Do we know who they are? Not specifically, Tsunade replied. But their actions pose a significant threat to the surrounding villages and could escalate if not addressed promptly. Shino adjusted his glasses. Do we have a plan of action? That's why we're here, Tsunade said. I want to assemble a team to investigate and, if necessary, neutralize the threat. Naruko, I'd like you to lead this mission. Naruko straightened. Understood. Shikamaru and Shino, your expertise will be invaluable, Tsunade continued. You'll coordinate with additional team members, Hinata, Sai, and Kiba. Looks like the old team's back together, Shikamaru remarked with a hint of a smile. Prepare to depart tomorrow morning, Tsunade instructed. Gather any resources you might need. Dismissed. As the meeting concluded, Naruko lingered for a moment. Tsunade, is there anything else we should know? The Hokage's expression softened. Just be careful. We don't know the full extent of what we're dealing with. Outside the tower, the trio regrouped. Well, seems like we've got another adventure ahead, Naruko said, trying to inject some enthusiasm. Troublesome as always, Shikamaru sighed, though his eyes betrayed a spark of excitement. Shino nodded. We should make necessary preparations. They spent the rest of the day gathering supplies and informing their respective teams. That evening, they met at their favorite ramen shop for a quick meal. Feels like old times, Kiba said, between bites. Except now we're all grown up. Hinata smiled softly. It's reassuring to work together again. Sai, ever the observer, added, our combined skills should make this mission successful. Naruko raised her glass. To a safe and successful mission. Cheers, they echoed. The next morning, they set out at dawn. The journey to the border was uneventful, the landscape gradually changing from familiar forests to rugged terrain. As they approached the affected area, signs of destruction became apparent, uprooted trees, cracked earth, and scorch marks scarred the land. This doesn't look good, Hinata commented, activating her Byakugan. I'm sensing unusual chakra signatures ahead. Shikamaru pulled out a map. There's a small village nearby. We should check for survivors and gather information. They reached the village to find it deserted. Homes were damaged, and belongings were strewn about. Spread out, Naruko instructed. Look for any clues. As they searched, Shino discovered a series of strange symbols etched into the ground. These markings resemble those used in elemental sealing techniques. Sai sketched the symbols for further analysis. They might be amplifying natural elements. Kiba and Akamaru sniffed the air. There's a scent trail leading east. Smells like a group of about 5 people. Naruko considered their options. We need to follow that trail. If we can catch up to them, maybe we can stop whatever they're planning. They moved swiftly, the landscape becoming more treacherous. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Earthquake! Hinata shouted. Take cover! Shikamaru ordered. They shielded themselves as rocks tumbled from the cliffs above. Once the tremor subsided, they regrouped. That was no ordinary earthquake, Shino observed. It was localized. Meaning someone caused it, Naruko concluded. We're close. Continuing cautiously, they finally spotted a group of cloaked figures gathered around a large stone altar, chanting in unison. That's them, Kiba whispered. Shikamaru assessed the situation. We need to disable their jutsu before they trigger another disaster. I'll create a diversion, Naruko volunteered. Shino and Hinata, you disrupt the seals. Shikamaru, coordinate our movements. Sai and Kiba, back us up. They nodded in agreement. Naruko stepped forward, creating shadow clones to flank the enemy. Hey! Mind if I join your little party, she called out boldly. The rogue shinobi turned, startled. Who are you? One demanded. Just your friendly neighborhood kunoichi, she quipped before launching into action. Her clones engaged the enemy, drawing their attention. Shino and Hinata moved swiftly toward the altar. Hinata used her gentle fist to disrupt the chakra flow, while Shino's insects began consuming the seals. Stop them, the apparent leader shouted. Sai's ink lion sprang forth, attacking the rogues, who tried to intercept Shino and Hinata. Kiba and Akamaru joined the fray, their coordinated attacks adding to the chaos. Shikamaru monitored the battlefield, using his shadow possession to immobilize key opponents. Naruko, the leader, is attempting to activate the jutsu. On it, she replied. She charged toward the leader, who began weaving complex hand signs. You won't interfere, he snarled, unleashing a torrent of fire. Naruko dodged gracefully, countering with a Rasengan. The leader deflected it but was thrown off balance. Now! Shikamaru signaled. Hinata struck the altar's core with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to crack. Shino's insects consumed the remaining seals, and the altar's glow faded. No, the leader cried out. Your plan's over, Naruko declared, landing a decisive blow that incapacitated him. With their leader defeated, the remaining rogues attempted to flee but were quickly subdued by the team. Excellent work, everyone, Shikamaru said as they regrouped. Naruko approached the leader, who glared defiantly. Why cause all this destruction? He sneered. You wouldn't understand. The world needs cleansing. She shook her head. You're wrong. And now you'll face justice. They secured the rogues and prepared to return to Konoha. As they made their way back, the villagers who had fled began to re-emerge, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving us, an elder said, bowing deeply. It's our duty, Naruko replied warmly. Back in Konoha, Tsunade commended them for their swift and effective action. You've prevented a potential catastrophe, she said. Well done. As the team dispersed, Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino walked home together. Another mission accomplished, Shikamaru remarked. But something the leader said bothers me, Naruko admitted. About the world needing cleansing. Shino considered her words. There may be others who share his ideology. Which means we'll have to remain vigilant, Shikamaru added. That evening, they gathered at their home, the weight of the day's events settling in. Do you ever wonder if peace is truly achievable? Naruko mused aloud. Shikamaru leaned back. It's a lofty goal, but one worth striving for. Shino nodded. Our actions make a difference, even if only incrementally. She smiled softly. I suppose you're right. They sat in comfortable silence, each lost in thought. By the way, Shikamaru began, changing the subject, there's a meteor shower tonight. Want to watch from the hill? Naruko's eyes lit up. Absolutely. They made their way to a grassy hill overlooking the village. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling brightly. As the meteor shower began, streaks of light painted the sky. It's beautiful, Naruko whispered. Moments like this make everything worthwhile, Shino commented. Shikamaru glanced at them. Agreed. She took their hands, her heart full. No matter what challenges come, I know we'll face them together. Always, they echoed. The meteors continued their celestial dance, a testament to the wonder and vastness of the world, a world they were committed to protecting. As the night wore on, they remained there, embracing the serenity and each other's company. To uncharted paths, Naruko said softly. And to facing them side by side, Shikamaru added. Shino squeezed their hands gently. Here's to a new dawn. Chapter 12, Embracing Destiny. The first light of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow over Konoha. Naruko stood on the balcony of her home, gazing out at the village she had sworn to protect. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sounds of villagers beginning their day. She took a deep breath, allowing the tranquility to settle her thoughts. Today marked the anniversary of the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a day of remembrance and celebration. The village buzzed with preparations for the commemorative ceremony, where leaders and shinobi from allied nations would gather. Naruko felt a mix of pride and nostalgia as memories of past battles and lost comrades surfaced. You're up early, Shikamaru's voice drifted from behind her. She turned to see him leaning against the doorway, his hair down and eyes still heavy with sleep. Couldn't stay in bed knowing everything we have to do today, she replied with a soft smile. He walked over, standing beside her. Big day ahead. The village council wants to discuss some new initiatives after the ceremony. I heard, Naruko said. They're considering forming a coalition task force to address threats across all nations. Shikamaru nodded. They want us to lead it. She glanced at him, surprised. Both of us? Actually, all three of us, he clarified. Shino included. As if on cue, Shino appeared in the doorway. Good morning, he greeted. I see the early birds are already plotting. Naruko chuckled. Just discussing the council's proposal. Shino joined them on the balcony. It's a significant responsibility. Coordinating efforts between multiple villages won't be easy. True, Shikamaru agreed. But it could be a major step toward lasting peace. Naruko leaned on the railing. We've always wanted to make a difference beyond our own village. Maybe this is our chance. Shino adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. If we accept, it will mean more time away from Konoha. Are we prepared for that? They exchanged glances, each contemplating the implications. I think it's worth it, Naruko said decisively. We've seen what happens when the villages don't work together. This could prevent future conflicts. Shikamaru sighed lightly. Guess the troublesome path is the one we're destined to walk. Shino offered a faint smile. Then we'll walk it together. The ceremony commenced under a clear blue sky. The Hokage monument stood proudly in the background as Tsunade addressed the assembled crowd. Representatives from the sand, mist, stone, and cloud villages stood alongside Konoha's finest, a testament to the unity forged through shared hardship. Naruko stood among her peers, listening intently as Tsunade spoke of courage, sacrifice, and the importance of collaboration. As the speech concluded, applause rippled through the audience. She's as inspiring as ever, Hinata remarked, standing next to Naruko. Agreed, Naruko replied. It's moments like these that remind me why we do what we do. Hinata smiled warmly. Are you attending the council meeting afterward? Yes, Naruko confirmed. They proposed a new initiative. Best of luck, Hinata said. I have no doubt you'll make the right decision. The council chamber was filled with familiar faces. Tsunade presided over the meeting, her gaze steady as she addressed the attendees. Thank you all for joining us, she began. In light of recent events and the ever-present potential for new threats, we've proposed the formation of an allied shinobi task force. Its purpose, to monitor and address dangers that transcend national borders. Murmurs spread through the room as leaders exchanged thoughts. We believe that leadership should be entrusted to those who have demonstrated exceptional skill and a commitment to peace, Tsunade continued. Naruko Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Shino Aburame have been nominated to head this task force. Naruko felt a surge of emotions, honor, responsibility, and a hint of apprehension. She glanced at Shikamaru and Shino, who both gave subtle nods. Do you accept this role? Tsunade asked, her gaze settling on them. Naruko stepped forward. We do. Very well, Tsunade affirmed. Let us proceed to discuss the details. The meeting delved into logistics, resource allocation, and diplomatic protocols. The task force would comprise shinobi from each village, fostering cooperation and understanding. As plans solidified, Naruko felt a growing sense of purpose. That evening, the trio returned home, the weight of their new responsibility settling in. Well, we've certainly committed ourselves this time, Shikamaru remarked, sinking into the couch. Shino sat across from him. It's a monumental task, but one that could shape the future of the shinobi world. Naruko paced thoughtfully. We'll need to assemble a team, establish communication channels, set up training programs. Shikamaru raised a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. Let's take it one step at a time. We don't have to solve everything tonight. She sighed, a sheepish smile crossing her face. You're right. I guess I'm just eager to get started. Shino's eyes held a gentle amusement. Your enthusiasm is one of your greatest strengths. Speaking of teams, Shikamaru interjected, who do we want to recruit first? Naruko considered this. We need individuals who are not only skilled but also open-minded. People who can adapt to different cultures and work seamlessly with others. Hinata comes to mind, Shino suggested. Her abilities and temperament make her an ideal candidate. Agreed, Naruko said. Sai as well, his experiences with ANBU could be invaluable. Shikamaru nodded. I'll reach out to Temari from the Sand Village. Her tactical insights would be a significant asset. Excellent, Naruko agreed. Let's start contacting them tomorrow. Over the next few weeks, they focused on assembling the task force. Invitations were sent, meetings were held, and slowly, a diverse team began to take shape. Representatives from each village brought unique skills and perspectives, fostering an environment of collaboration. One afternoon, as they oversaw a joint training session, Naruko watched the shinobi sparring in the field. The sight filled her with a sense of fulfillment. It's incredible, isn't it? She mused aloud. Seeing everyone work together like this. Shikamaru joined her, hands in his pockets. It wasn't long ago that these villages were at odds. Now they're comrades. Shino observed the interactions. It proves that unity is possible when we focus on common goals. Just then, Temari approached them. The teams are adapting quickly, she reported. We've already identified several members with leadership potential. That's great news, Naruko replied. Your expertise has been a huge help. Temari smirked. Don't mention it. Besides, it's nice to see that not all Leaf Shinobi are slackers like Shikamaru. He rolled his eyes. Good to see your sense of humor hasn't changed. They shared a light-hearted moment before returning their attention to the training. As the task force gained momentum, word spread of their efforts. Missions were successfully completed, threats were neutralized, and trust among the nations deepened. One evening, Tsunade summoned Naruko to her office. You're doing remarkable work, Tsunade praised. The impact of the task force is already evident. Thank you, Naruko said modestly. But it's a team effort. Indeed, Tsunade agreed. Which is why I wanted to discuss the future. There have been talks of establishing a permanent council, comprised of representatives from each village, and I believe you'd be an excellent candidate to lead it. Naruko was taken aback. Me? Lead the council? You have a unique ability to inspire others and bridge gaps, Tsunade explained. It's a significant responsibility, but I have faith in you. I'm honored, Naruko replied, her mind racing. Take some time to think it over, Tsunade advised. There's no rush. That night, Naruko sat on the rooftop of their home, gazing at the stars. Shikamaru and Shino joined her, sensing her need for companionship. You seem deep in thought, Shikamaru observed. She sighed softly. Tsunade wants me to lead a new council, a permanent alliance between the villages. Shino raised an eyebrow. That's a considerable role. I know, she admitted. I'm just not sure if I'm ready for it. Shikamaru leaned back, looking up at the sky. You've always risen to the occasion. This is no different. He's right, Shino added. Your vision and dedication make you the ideal choice. She glanced at them, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. But what about us? This would mean even more responsibilities, more time apart. Shikamaru met her gaze. Our relationship isn't defined by proximity. We've built something strong enough to withstand any distance. Shino nodded in agreement. We'll support you, no matter what. Naruko felt a warmth spread through her. I don't know what I'd do without you too. Luckily, you'll never have to find out, Shikamaru quipped. They shared a quiet laugh, the tension easing. All right, she decided. I'll accept the position. But only if we're in this together. Always, they affirmed in unison. The following days were a whirlwind of activity. Naruko was officially appointed as the head of the Allied Shinobi Council. Representatives from each village gathered for the inaugural meeting, setting a historic precedent. As she stood before the assembly, Naruko took a moment to reflect on her journey, the challenges faced, the friendships forged, the love that anchored her. Today marks a new chapter, she began. One where we choose unity over division, cooperation over conflict. Together, we can build a future where peace isn't just a dream but a reality. Applause filled the room, and Naruko felt a surge of hope. That evening, a celebration was held in honor of the new alliance. Festivities lit up the village, and the air was filled with music and laughter. Naruko found a quiet spot overlooking the festivities. Shikamaru and Shino joined her, each carrying a glass of sake. To new beginnings, Shikamaru toasted. To a brighter future, Shino added. And to us, Naruko finished, clinking her glass against theirs. They sipped their drinks, a comfortable silence enveloping them. Do you ever wonder what the future holds? Naruko asked softly. Shikamaru smirked. With you leading the way, I expect it will be anything but boring. She laughed lightly. I can live with that. Shino gazed thoughtfully at the stars. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. Naruko reached out, taking their hands. I wouldn't have it any other way. As the night wore on, they remained there, three souls bound by trust, love, and a shared destiny. The challenges ahead were unknown, but with their bond unshakable, they were ready to embrace whatever the future held. Chapter 13, The Turning Point. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the village of Konoha, illuminating the bustling streets below. Naruko stood atop the Hokage monument, her eyes scanning the horizon. The past months had been transformative, not just for her, but for the entire shinobi world. As the head of the Allied Shinobi Council, she had spearheaded initiatives that brought unprecedented peace and cooperation among the villages. Enjoying the view? Shikamaru's voice drifted up from behind her. She turned to see him approaching, a lazy smile on his face. Just taking a moment to appreciate how far we've come. He joined her, hands in his pockets. You've been working non-stop. It's good to see you taking a break. She chuckled softly. Can't let myself slow down too much. There's still so much to do. Shino appeared beside them, seemingly out of thin air. The council meeting is scheduled for this afternoon. Representatives from the smaller villages will be attending. Naruko nodded. Right. We need to make sure their voices are heard. Always the diplomat, Shikamaru teased. She grinned. Someone has to keep things running smoothly. They stood together in comfortable silence, the weight of their responsibilities momentarily lifted by each other's presence. By the way, Shino began, I've been monitoring reports of unusual activity near the Land of Waves. There are rumors of a new group calling themselves the Shadow Collective. Naruko's expression grew serious. What do we know about them? Not much yet, Shino admitted. But they seem to be recruiting rogue shinobi and bandits. Shikamaru sighed. Just when things were settling down. Maybe it's nothing, Naruko suggested. Though her tone indicated she didn't believe it. Unlikely, Shino replied. We should keep an eye on it. Agreed, Naruko said. Let's bring it up at the meeting. The council chamber buzzed with conversation as delegates from various villages filled the room. Naruko took her seat at the head of the table, flanked by Shikamaru and Shino. The meeting commenced with updates on ongoing projects and reports of successful collaborations. Now, on to new business, Naruko announced. We've received reports of a group known as the Shadow Collective operating near the Land of Waves. While details are scarce, it's important that we address any potential threats swiftly. A representative from the Land of Water spoke up. We've heard similar rumors. Our intel suggests they might be seeking forbidden jutsu. Murmurs spread through the room. Do we have any concrete evidence of their activities? A delegate from the Land of Earth inquired. Not yet, Shino replied. Our surveillance is limited due to the remote location. Shikamaru leaned forward. I propose we deploy a reconnaissance team to gather more information. If we understand their intentions, we can formulate an appropriate response. Naruko nodded. Agreed. We'll assemble a team immediately. The council approved the motion, and the meeting adjourned with a renewed sense of purpose. Later that day, Naruko met with her chosen team at the mission briefing room. Joining her were Hinata, Sai, and Temari, in addition to Shikamaru and Shino. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, Naruko began. Our objective is to investigate the Shadow Collective and determine the nature of their activities. Sai unrolled a map on the table. I've marked potential locations where they might be operating, based on recent sightings. Hinata activated her Byakugan, studying the map intently. If they're in this area, we should be able to locate them without too much difficulty. Temari, your knowledge of terrain tactics will be invaluable, Shikamaru added. She smirked. Glad to be of service. Let's move out at first light, Naruko concluded. Any questions? Silence indicated none. The journey to the Land of Waves was swift, thanks to their combined skills. As they approached the suspected area, the atmosphere grew tense. The once serene landscape showed subtle signs of disturbance, trampled vegetation, remnants of campfires, and discarded equipment. Someone's definitely been through here, Kiba noted, crouching to examine a footprint alongside Akamaru. Hinata scanned the surroundings. I'm picking up chakra signatures ahead, about a dozen individuals. Shikamaru strategized quickly. We need to approach without alerting them. Sai, can you send an ink bird for aerial surveillance? On it, Sai replied, summoning a bird that took flight silently. As they advanced, the forest opened into a clearing where a group of shinobi, clad in dark attire, convened around a makeshift camp. That's them, Shino confirmed quietly. Naruko observed them carefully. They seem organized, not just a band of rogues. Temari pointed to a symbol on one of their garments. That insignia. I've seen it before in old records. It's associated with an ancient cult that sought to harness shadow energy. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. That could explain their name. We need to find out what they're planning, Naruko decided. I'll create a distraction while the rest of you gather intel. Be careful, Shino cautioned. She gave a reassuring smile. Aren't I always? He didn't respond, but his eyes conveyed his concern. Naruko approached the camp openly, allowing herself to be seen. Who goes there? One of the guards demanded. Just a traveler passing through, she said innocently. I seem to have lost my way. The guards exchanged suspicious glances. This area is off limits. You need to leave. Really? That's too bad, she replied, subtly gathering chakra. Meanwhile, the rest of the team circled the camp. Hinata used her Byakugan to peer into their tents, noting weapons stockpiles and scrolls with unfamiliar markings. Sai sketched the symbols for later analysis. Shikamaru and Shino listened from the shadows as the group's leader addressed his followers. Tonight, we commence the ritual, the leader proclaimed. With the power of the shadows, we will reshape the world. This doesn't sound good, Shikamaru whispered. Shino nodded. We need to stop them. Back at the camp entrance, Naruko feigned confusion. Are you sure I can't rest here for a bit? It's been a long journey. The guard reached for his weapon. Leave now, or we'll make you. She sighed dramatically. Guess I have no choice. In a swift motion, she disarmed the guard, rendering him unconscious. Alarm sounded throughout the camp. Well, so much for subtlety, she muttered. The team converged as chaos erupted. Stop them, the leader shouted. A fierce battle ensued. The Shadow Collective members were skilled, utilizing shadow-based jutsu that complicated the fight. Watch out for their techniques, Shikamaru warned. They can manipulate shadows like I can. Naruko engaged multiple opponents, her agility and strength keeping them at bay. She created shadow clones to even the odds. Hinata provided support, her gentle fist disrupting their chakra flow. Sai's ink creatures added to the offensive, while Temari's wind technique scattered their formations. Shino directed his insects to neutralize the enemy's shadow manipulations, creating openings for the others. Focus on the leader. Naruko called out. Shikamaru attempted to trap the leader with his shadow possession jutsu, but the opponent countered expertly. You can't defeat us, the leader sneered. The shadows are our ally. Funny, Shikamaru retorted. They're mine too. He intensified his efforts, matching the leader's moves. Naruko saw an opening and moved in, channeling chakra into a Rasengan. Now. Shikamaru signaled. She struck the leader squarely, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. With their leader incapacitated, the remaining members hesitated. Temari seized the moment, unleashing a powerful gust that disarmed them. Stand down. Naruko commanded. Realizing they were defeated, the adversaries surrendered. Back in Konoha, the team reported their findings to the council. The Shadow Collective intended to perform a ritual that could have unleashed a destructive force, Shino explained. Fortunately, we stopped them in time, Naruko added. Tsunade commended them. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the prisoners and ensure such threats are monitored closely. As the meeting concluded, Naruko felt a mix of relief and weariness. Another crisis averted, she remarked to Shikamaru and Shino as they left the council chamber. Indeed, Shino agreed. But it raises concerns about other groups that might be operating in secrecy. Shikamaru stretched lazily. The work never ends. Naruko smiled wryly. Wouldn't have it any other way. That evening, they gathered at their favorite spot overlooking the village. Do you think we'll ever achieve lasting peace? Naruko wondered aloud. Shikamaru gazed at the stars. Peace is a process, not a destination. We'll have setbacks, but each step forward counts. Shino added, as long as we remain vigilant and united, we can handle whatever challenges arise. She looked at them both, gratitude evident in her eyes. I'm lucky to have you by my side. Shikamaru smirked. We make a good team. They sat in companionable silence, the cool night air filled with unspoken understanding. By the way, Shikamaru began, I heard rumors that the daimyo is considering hosting a summit to discuss further collaboration among nations. Naruko perked up. That could be an opportunity to solidify our alliances. Or a political headache, he countered. She laughed. Ever the pessimist. Realist, he corrected. Shino interjected, regardless, we should prepare for it. It could influence our strategies moving forward. Agreed, Naruko said. But for tonight, let's just enjoy the peace. They remained there, the lights of Konoha twinkling below like stars mirroring the sky. In the days that followed, life settled into a routine of meetings, training, and occasional missions. The incident with the Shadow Collective served as a reminder of the constant vigilance required to maintain peace. One afternoon, as Naruko was leaving the council building, she was approached by a young girl with bright eyes and a determined expression. Excuse me, Lady Naruko? The girl called out. Naruko turned, smiling warmly. Yes? I just wanted to say that you're my inspiration, the girl said shyly. I hope to be a great kunoichi like you someday. Touched, Naruko replied, that's wonderful to hear. What's your name? Aiko, she answered. Well, Aiko, I'm sure you'll achieve great things. Remember to always believe in yourself and cherish your friends. The girl beamed. I will. Thank you. As Aiko ran off, Naruko felt a renewed sense of purpose. Making fans everywhere you go, Shikamaru teased, appearing beside her. She shrugged playfully. Can't help it if I'm popular. Shino joined them. It's a testament to the positive impact you've made. Both of you have been instrumental, she said sincerely. We wouldn't be where we are without our combined efforts. Teamwork makes the dream work, Shikamaru quipped. She laughed. Did you just come up with that? He grinned. Maybe. That night, they hosted a small gathering at their home, inviting close friends to unwind and share stories. Laughter filled the rooms as they reminisced about past adventures and contemplated future possibilities. Remember when we thought becoming Chunin was the biggest challenge we'd face? Kiba joked. Those were simpler times, Hinata agreed softly. But look at how far we've come, Ino added. We're shaping the future. Speaking of the future, Temari interjected, glancing at Shikamaru. Any plans you'd like to share? He shifted uncomfortably. Not particularly. Naruko raised an eyebrow. Something we should know? He avoided her gaze. Just Temari being Temari. The group chuckled, and the conversation shifted to other topics. As the evening wound down, Naruko stepped outside for some fresh air. Shikamaru found her leaning against the porch railing. Everything okay? He asked. She nodded. Just thinking. About? How unpredictable life is, she mused. And how grateful I am for the people in it. He leaned beside her. Feeling sentimental? Maybe a little, she admitted. Shino appeared, carrying a tray with 3 cups of tea. Thought you might like this. Perfect timing, she said, accepting a cup. They sipped their tea in silence, the cool night enveloping them. Whatever comes next, Naruko began, I want you both to know how much you mean to me. Shikamaru placed a hand on her shoulder. We know. Shino smiled gently. The feeling is mutual. She took a deep breath, content. Here's to embracing whatever destiny has in store. Cheers to that, Shikamaru agreed. They clinked their cups lightly, sealing the moment. As they stood together under the starlit sky, Naruko felt a profound sense of peace. Challenges would continue to arise, but with Shikamaru and Shino by her side, she was ready to face them. Their journey was far from over, but for now, they embraced the present, grateful for their bond, their purpose, and the possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 14, The Ties That Bind. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over Konoha as Naruko made her way through the village streets. The familiar sounds of laughter and bustling activity filled the air, but today they seemed distant. Her mind was occupied with the upcoming summit, where leaders from all nations would gather to discuss the future of the Allied Shinobi Council. She arrived at the training grounds to find Shikamaru and Shino already there, engaged in a friendly game of shogi under a large oak tree. Always one step ahead, Naruko called out, approaching them with a smile. Shikamaru looked up, a lazy grin spreading across his face. You're just in time to witness my inevitable victory. Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. Confidence doesn't guarantee success. Naruko chuckled, taking a seat beside them. I see nothing's changed. As they continued their game, she felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Despite the challenges they faced, moments like these reminded her of the strength of their bond. Have you thought about what you'll say at the summit? Shikamaru asked, moving a piece strategically. Naruko sighed softly. I've been trying to find the right words. It's crucial that we emphasize unity, especially with the recent tensions. Shino captured one of Shikamaru's pieces. The smaller villages are feeling overlooked. We need to address their concerns directly. Agreed, Naruko said. We can't let divisions undermine everything we've worked for. Shikamaru leaned back, studying the board. It's troublesome, but necessary. She glanced at him, her eyes reflecting determination. We can handle it. Together. The day of the summit arrived, and the grand hall was filled with representatives from every nation. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation and a hint of unease. Naruko stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the assembled delegates. Thank you all for coming, she began, her voice steady. We stand at a crossroads. The peace we've cultivated is fragile, and recent events have shown us that unity is more important than ever. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I know some of you feel that your voices aren't being heard, she continued. Today, we want to change that. The Allied Shinobi Council exists to serve all nations, big and small. A representative from a smaller village rose. Words are easy, Lady Naruko. But our resources are stretched thin, and we receive little support. Naruko met his gaze. You're right. Actions speak louder than words. I propose the establishment of regional committees to ensure that every village has direct input into our decisions. The hall buzzed with renewed interest. Shikamaru stepped forward. Furthermore, we suggest reallocating resources to support development projects in underrepresented areas. Shino added, and implementing joint training programs to strengthen bonds among our shinobi. The delegates exchanged thoughtful glances. A leader from the Land of Lightning stood. Your proposals are promising. If implemented, they could address many of our concerns. Naruko nodded appreciatively. Then let's work together to make it happen. The rest of the summit proceeded smoothly, with constructive discussions and collaborative planning. By the end, a sense of optimism had replaced the earlier tension. That evening, Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino retreated to a quiet spot overlooking the village. The glow of lanterns illuminated the streets below, and the scent of night-blooming flowers filled the air. You handled the summit brilliantly, Shikamaru remarked, breaking the silence. Naruko smiled modestly. I couldn't have done it without your support. Shino gazed thoughtfully at the stars. We've taken a significant step toward true unity. She leaned back on her hands, a contented sigh escaping her lips. I feel hopeful. Careful, Shikamaru teased. Hope can be a double-edged sword. She nudged him playfully. Always the pessimist. He chuckled. Just keeping things realistic. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Do you ever think about what's next? Naruko asked softly. Beyond councils and missions. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Getting philosophical on us? She shrugged. Maybe. I just wonder what the future holds. Shino adjusted his glasses. The future is uncertain, but that's what makes it intriguing. True, she agreed. But sometimes I wish we could pause time and stay in these moments a little longer. Shikamaru's gaze softened. Nothing's stopping us from making the most of the present. She looked at them both, warmth filling her eyes. I'm grateful for you guys. Feelings mutual, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Shino nodded in agreement. Our partnership is the cornerstone of everything we've achieved. The next morning, a messenger arrived with urgent news. A disturbance had been reported near the border. A rogue group was attacking supply caravans destined for smaller villages. Naruko read the message aloud. They're calling themselves the Iron Legion. Not much is known about them. Shikamaru frowned. We can't let this escalate. It could undermine the unity we've just established. Agreed, Shino said. We should investigate immediately. They assembled a team, including Hinata and Kiba, and set out toward the border. As they traveled, they discussed strategies and gathered information from locals. These attacks have people scared, Kiba remarked. We need to put a stop to it fast. Hinata used her Byakugan to scout ahead. I can see a group camped about 2 kilometers away. They match the description. Let's approach carefully, Naruko instructed. We don't know their capabilities. As they neared the camp, they observed the group, hardened fighters equipped with advanced weaponry. This isn't a simple band of thieves, Shikamaru noted. They seem well organized. Naruko considered their options. We should try to negotiate first. If we can resolve this peacefully, it would reinforce the unity we're promoting. They stepped into the open, and the leader of the Iron Legion eyed them warily. State your business. We're representatives of the Allied Shinobi Council, Naruko announced. We'd like to discuss a possible truce. The leader laughed bitterly. Why would we negotiate with you? The so-called alliance has done nothing for us. Shikamaru stepped forward. What is it you want? Recognition. Resources. A place in this new world order, the leader replied sharply. Naruko met his gaze. We can work towards that, but attacking innocent people isn't the way. He hesitated. Talk is cheap. She extended a hand. Then let us prove our intentions. Stand down, and we'll bring your concerns to the council. After a tense moment, he nodded slowly. Very well. But know this, we won't wait forever. Understood, Naruko said, relief evident in her voice. Back in Konoha, they presented the situation to the council. "We can't ignore their grievances," Naruko urged. "If we do, we'll only create more dissent." Some delegates expressed skepticism, but ultimately, the council agreed to open dialogue with the Iron Legion. Over the following weeks, negotiations progressed. The Iron Legion was integrated into the alliance. Their members offered roles that utilized their skills for the greater good. That went better than expected, Shikamaru admitted one evening as they relaxed at home. Naruko smiled. "It shows that people are willing to change if given the chance." Shino added, "It's a testament to your leadership." She shook her head. "It's all of us working together." As time passed, the Allied Shinobi Council strengthened. Peace became more than a temporary reprieve, it was a lasting reality. The villages flourished, cultures blended, and a new generation grew up knowing cooperation instead of conflict. One day, as Naruko walked through the academy grounds, she watched children from different nations training together. Their laughter and camaraderie filled her with joy. "Look at them," she said to Shikamaru and Shino, who stood beside her. "They're the future we've been fighting for." Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. "It's satisfying to see our efforts bear fruit." Shino observed the scene. "They'll achieve things we can only imagine." Naruko took a deep breath, her eyes shining. "I think we've earned a break." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Thinking of slacking off?" She laughed. "Just a little." "Maybe a short vacation wouldn't hurt," Shino conceded. "Then it's settled," Naruko declared. "Let's take some time for ourselves." They traveled to a tranquil lakeside retreat, far from the responsibilities of leadership. Days were spent hiking, fishing, and simply enjoying each other's company. One evening, as they sat by the water's edge watching the sunset, Naruko felt a profound sense of contentment. "Do you think we'll ever have lives that are just normal?" she mused. Shikamaru leaned back on his elbows. "Define normal." She smiled. "Less politics, fewer crises. More moments like this." Shino considered her words. "Perhaps. But I think our lives will always be intertwined with the fate of the world." "Maybe that's not so bad," she admitted. "As long as we're together." "Agreed," Shikamaru said softly. They sat in silence, the gentle lapping of the water soothing their spirits. "Whatever comes next," Naruko said, "I know we can handle it." Shino glanced at her. "Because we have each other." She reached out, linking her arms with theirs. "Always." As the stars began to dot the sky, they remained there, embracing the peace they had worked so hard to achieve. Their journey had been long and fraught with challenges, but in that moment, Naruko knew that every step had been worth it. They were not just leaders or warriors, they were friends, partners, and the architects of a new era. And as the night enveloped them, they looked forward to the uncharted paths that lay ahead, ready to face whatever destiny had in store. Chapter 15, Horizons Unveiled. The morning sun rose gently over Konoha, casting a warm glow across the village rooftops. Naruko stood on the balcony of her home, savoring the tranquil moment. Birds chirped softly, and a light breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine. Today marked the anniversary of the Allied Shinobi Council's formation, a testament to the unity and peace they had worked tirelessly to achieve. Shikamaru emerged from the doorway, his hair tousled from sleep. "Up early again," he remarked, joining her at the railing. She smiled. "Couldn't miss the sunrise. It's like the world knows we have something special to celebrate." He leaned on the railing beside her. "Hard to believe it's been a year since we formed the council. Time flies." Shino stepped out onto the balcony, a cup of tea in hand. "Good morning," he greeted. "Reflecting on our accomplishments?" Naruko nodded. "It's been an incredible journey. But I can't help feeling there's still more to do." Shikamaru chuckled softly. "You wouldn't be you if you weren't thinking about the next challenge." She gave him a playful nudge. "And you wouldn't be you if you weren't trying to avoid it." Shino sipped his tea thoughtfully. "Speaking of challenges, the summit with the Land of Sky is approaching." Their integration into the alliance could be pivotal. Naruko's expression grew serious. I know. They've been isolated for so long. We need to ensure the meeting goes smoothly. Do you have a strategy in mind? Shikamaru asked. She took a deep breath. I was thinking we could invite them to witness the anniversary celebrations. Show them firsthand the unity we've built. Shino nodded in agreement. A gesture of goodwill could go a long way. Then it's settled, Shikamaru said. We'll extend the invitation today. Later that morning, they convened at the council chamber. Representatives from various nations were already discussing preparations for the festivities. Naruko took her place at the head of the table. Thank you all for your hard work. I have a proposal regarding the Land of Sky. The delegates turned their attention to her. As you know, they've expressed interest in joining the alliance, but remain hesitant, she continued. I suggest we invite them to our anniversary celebration. Let them see the strength of our unity. A murmur of approval swept through the room. A delegate from the Land of Water spoke up. An excellent idea. It could help dispel any reservations they have. Agreed, said the representative from the Land of Earth. We should make arrangements immediately. Shikamaru leaned over to Naruko. Looks like you've got everyone's support. She smiled gratefully. One step closer. Messages were sent, and soon a reply arrived. The Land of Sky accepted the invitation. Excitement and anticipation filled the village as preparations intensified. On the day of the celebration, Konoha was adorned with banners and lanterns. The streets buzzed with activity as people from all nations mingled, sharing food, stories, and laughter. Naruko stood at the entrance to the village, awaiting the arrival of the Sky delegation alongside Shikamaru and Shino. They should be here any moment, Shino noted. As if on cue, a fleet of elegant airships appeared over the horizon, descending gracefully toward the landing area. The leader of the delegation, a dignified man named Lord Tenma, stepped forward. Greetings, Lady Naruko. We are honored by your invitation. She bowed respectfully. Welcome to Konoha. We're delighted you could join us. He glanced around, taking in the vibrant atmosphere. Your village is even more remarkable than the stories suggest. Please, allow us to show you around, Naruko offered. As they guided the delegation through the festivities, Lord Tenma observed the camaraderie among the people. It's impressive how you've united so many different nations, he remarked. It hasn't always been easy, Naruko admitted. But we believe that cooperation is the key to a better future. Shikamaru added, we face fewer conflicts and more opportunities when we stand together. Lord Tenma seemed contemplative. Perhaps there's wisdom in your approach. The day progressed with performances showcasing each nation's culture. The Sky delegation appeared increasingly engaged, their initial reservations fading. That evening, a grand banquet was held. Naruko took the opportunity to address the assembled guests. Today, we celebrate not just an anniversary but the bonds we've forged, she began. Our unity is our strength, and together, there's no limit to what we can achieve. Applause echoed through the hall. She turned to Lord Tenma. We hope that you will join us in this journey toward lasting peace. He rose from his seat, the room falling silent. Lady Naruko, esteemed delegates, I have been deeply moved by what I've witnessed today. The harmony among your nations is truly inspiring. A hopeful smile spread across Naruko's face. Therefore, he continued, I am pleased to announce that the Land of Sky wishes to become a full member of the Allied Shinobi Council. Cheers erupted, and a sense of triumph filled the air. Later, as the festivities continued, Naruko slipped away to a quiet balcony overlooking the village. The night sky was dotted with stars, and lanterns floated gently upward. Shikamaru and Shino found her there, a serene expression on her face. Celebrating alone? Shikamaru teased. She turned to them, eyes glowing with happiness. Just taking a moment to let it all sink in. Shino stepped beside her. You did it. Another nation joins the alliance. We did it, she corrected. I couldn't have done any of this without you both. Shikamaru smirked. Team effort, as always. They stood together, the weight of their achievements balanced by the simplicity of the moment. Do you think this peace will last? Naruko asked softly. Shino considered her question. We've built a strong foundation. While there will always be challenges, we've proven that unity is possible. Shikamaru added, and as long as we keep working at it, there's no reason it can't endure. She smiled warmly. I'm glad we're in this together. Speaking of together, Shikamaru began, his tone shifting, there's something we've been meaning to discuss. Naruko raised an eyebrow. Oh? Shino reached into his pocket, producing a small, intricately carved wooden box. We wanted to give you something. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she accepted the box. Opening it, she found a delicate silver necklace adorned with 3 interlocking rings. It's beautiful, she whispered. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck, a hint of nervousness betraying his usual composure. We thought it could symbolize our bond. Shino nodded. A reminder that no matter where our paths lead, we're connected. Emotion welled up inside her. I don't know what to say. Say you'll keep putting up with us, Shikamaru said lightly, though his eyes held sincerity. She laughed softly, tears glistening. Always. She fastened the necklace around her neck, the rings catching the starlight. They stood there, a silent understanding passing among them. The following weeks were filled with renewed energy. The integration of the Land of Sky brought fresh perspectives and opportunities. Joint projects flourished, and the alliance strengthened. One afternoon, Naruko received an unexpected visitor, Aiko, the young girl who had approached her months ago. Lady Naruko! Aiko exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. I was accepted into the academy. Naruko beamed. That's wonderful news. I knew you could do it. Aiko's expression turned serious. I want to help keep the peace you've created. You will, Naruko assured her. The future belongs to you, and others like you. As Aiko departed, Naruko felt a surge of hope. The next generation was ready to carry the torch. That evening, she met with Shikamaru and Shino at their favorite spot by the river. The water reflected the hues of the setting sun, creating a tapestry of color. I think it's time we consider our next steps, Naruko began. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You have something in mind? She nodded. We've built a strong alliance, but I believe we can do more. Education, cultural exchange, environmental conservation, we can broaden our focus. Shino smiled approvingly. An ambitious vision. That's Naruko for you, Shikamaru remarked with a grin. Always aiming higher. She looked at them earnestly. Will you join me? Do you even have to ask? Shikamaru said. Of course, Shino affirmed. Relief and joy washed over her. Thank you. They spent hours discussing ideas, their excitement palpable. Plans began to take shape, a network of academies, programs to preserve nature, festivals celebrating diversity. As night enveloped them, they lay back on the grass, gazing at the stars. You know, Naruko mused, I used to think being Hokage was my ultimate goal. But now I realize there's so much more we can achieve beyond titles. Shikamaru chuckled. Titles are just labels. It's what we do that matters. Well said, Shino agreed. She turned her head to look at them. I couldn't have asked for better partners in this journey. Feelings mutual, Shikamaru replied. They held hands, a comfortable silence settling over them. In the months that followed, their initiatives blossomed. New academies opened, cultures intertwined, and the natural world flourished under their care. One day, as they stood atop a hill overlooking a valley where a new academy was being built, Naruko felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Look at what we've accomplished, she said softly. Shikamaru placed a hand on her shoulder. And we're just getting started. Shino added, the possibilities are endless. She took a deep breath, the fresh air invigorating. I feel like we've truly found our purpose. They stood there, the wind gently rustling around them, carrying with it the promise of the future. Whatever comes next, Naruko said, I know we can handle it. Together, Shikamaru affirmed. Always, Shino echoed. Their journey had been long and winding, filled with challenges and triumphs. But through it all, the ties that bound them had only grown stronger. As they descended the hill, walking toward the next chapter of their lives, they did so with confidence and unity. The horizon stretched before them, vast and uncharted, but they were ready to face it, hand in hand, hearts intertwined. Their story was far from over, but they knew that whatever adventures awaited, they would meet them with courage, wisdom, and unwavering support for one another. And so, under the endless sky, they stepped forward, embracing the boundless potential of the world they had helped shape. Epilogue, Legacy of Harmony. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient oak tree under which Naruko, Shikamaru, and Shino sat. Years had passed since they first embarked on their journey to unite the shinobi world, and the fruits of their labor blossomed all around them. Children laughed and played in the nearby fields, their laughter a melody that filled the air. The once divided nations had become a tapestry of cultures woven together by mutual respect and understanding. Naruko gazed out over the horizon, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. It's hard to believe how much has changed, she mused, her eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and contentment. Shikamaru leaned back against the tree trunk, his hands behind his head. We set out to create lasting peace, and I'd say we did a pretty good job, he remarked with a lazy smile. Shino adjusted his glasses, a rare hint of emotion softening his usual stoic expression. Our efforts have not only shaped our present but have laid the foundation for future generations. A group of young shinobi approached them. Faces bright with enthusiasm. Lady Naruko, Lord Shikamaru, Lord Shino, one called out. Will you tell us a story about your adventures? Naruko laughed gently. Stories, huh? We've got plenty of those. Shikamaru sighed good-naturedly. Troublesome kids, he said, though his eyes held affection. Perhaps we could share the tale of how the Allied Shinobi Council was formed, Shino suggested. The children settled down eagerly, eyes wide with anticipation. As they recounted their journey, the battles fought, the alliances forged, and the challenges overcome, the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. Wow, one of the children whispered. I want to be just like you when I grow up. Naruko smiled warmly. You can achieve anything you set your mind to. Just remember to value your friends and never lose sight of what's important. The children thanked them and ran off to continue their games, leaving the trio alone once more. Shikamaru gazed at the fading sunlight. They're the future now. Indeed, Shino agreed. They will carry on the legacy we've built. Naruko felt a sense of peace envelop her. I wouldn't change a thing. A familiar voice called out from a distance. Naruko. Shikamaru. Shino. They turned to see Hinata approaching, her gentle smile as radiant as ever. I've been looking for you, she said. There's a gathering at the village square tonight. Care to join? Wouldn't miss it, Naruko replied, standing up and stretching. As they walked back toward the village, the streets came alive with music and celebration. Lanterns hung from every doorway, and the aroma of delicious food filled the air. The villagers greeted them with warmth and gratitude, a testament to the impact they had made. Look who finally decided to show up. Kiba called out, raising a glass in their direction. Ino waved from a nearby table. Come join us. They spent the evening surrounded by friends and comrades, reminiscing about the past and toasting to the future. At one point, Tsunade approached them, her eyes reflecting pride. You've all grown into remarkable leaders, she said. The village, and the world, is better because of you. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Naruko said sincerely. But we couldn't have done it without your guidance. Tsunade smiled. Perhaps. But you took the reins and steered us toward a brighter tomorrow. As the night wore on, Naruko found herself standing at the edge of the village, gazing up at the stars. Shikamaru and Shino joined her, the three of them enveloped in a comfortable silence. Do you ever wonder what's out there? Naruko asked softly. Beyond what we can see? Shikamaru shrugged. Space? Stars? The usual. Shino considered the question. Perhaps new worlds, new challenges. She turned to them, her eyes filled with wonder. Maybe one day, we'll find out. Shikamaru chuckled. Always the dreamer. That's what makes life interesting, she replied with a grin. They stood there, side by side, the weight of their shared history grounding them even as the possibilities of the future beckoned. Whatever comes next, Naruko said, I know we'll face it together. Always, Shikamaru agreed. Shino nodded. Our bond is unbreakable. She took their hands, a gesture of unity that had become second nature. Here's to the adventures that await. As dawn began to break, casting the first light of a new day, they turned back toward the village, the place where their journey had begun and where countless stories had yet to unfold. Their legacy was not just the peace they had forged or the alliances they had built, but the lives they had touched and the hope they had inspired. And as they walked forward, the horizon stretched out before them, a canvas of endless possibilities, painted with the colors of friendship, courage, and unwavering determination. That's the end of the story.